697. Qin Pingon stopped his stance and turned to look outside the city wall. More than 1,000 feet away, there was an unexpected visitor hovering in the air on his sword. The number one of Moon-bearing Mountain's 100-sword deities, alias Fei Ran, liked to show himself as a green-robed swordsman. Fei Ran smiled and said, "Good fist." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Don't steal it, don't be shameless." This Fei Ran was the same as that official. He didn't have the slightest demeanor of a sword cultivator. Fei Ran shook his head and said, "I really can't learn it." Previously, he followed the great monster Jie Yun to Howren Heaven and used his military merits to exchange for Luhua Island from Moon-bearing Mountain. Fei Ran's choice was a bit surprising. Otherwise, with his status, it wouldn't be difficult for him to occupy half of the old site of Rain Dragon sect. Therefore, many military tents guessed that Fei Ran had taken a fancy to the Cave of Fortune on Luhua Island. Most likely, there was another cave that wasn't discovered by passers-by, and then Fei Ran took advantage of it. Qin Pingon glanced at Fei Ran and shifted his gaze. Dozens of miles away from the city wall, there was a huge snowstorm. It was especially magnificent. Unfortunately, it was blocked by the Dragon King and couldn't land on the city wall. Fei Ran followed the young hidden official's gaze and turned to look at the snow. He turned back and said with a smile, "When I was young, I studied under Mr. Zhou. I liked to flip through the beautiful poems from Howren Heaven. My imagination was magnificent. Unfortunately, Mr. Zhou's standards were high. When he compiled poems, he usually only used exquisite words and deleted those that didn't meet his eyes. Among them, there was a poem that praised the snow. 5 Ding defeated the clouds with a sword, 300,000 jade dragons died in battle." Fei Ran spoke to the young hidden official with his skillful Howren Heaven. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "The full poem goes, 5 Ding defeated the clouds with a sword, straight to the imperial capital under the Milky Way. 300,000 jade dragons died in battle, defeated by the wind. Your old fox Tong Tian only took half. It's not a big problem. His standards may not be high, but it's not low." Fei Ran nodded and said, "I see, I've learned something." Earlier on the battlefield, Qin Pingon and Fei Ran fought once. They had a bit of fighting spirit and strength, but there was no clear winner. Moreover, the two sides were not really fighting each other. At that time, both sides still had too many tricks up their sleeves. In Qin Pingon's mind, the likes of Firen and Shurchen had the greatest potential to deal with the vast world. They were not just proficient in killing on the battlefield. After experiencing this huge battle, Qin Pingon truly understood a principle. Sword immortals were indeed extremely lethal. Great demons' dharma spells were naturally extremely powerful. However, under the vast and mighty forces, they appeared insignificant. As long as Firen and her subordinates were willing to work hard, they would be able to help the demon sovereigns in the wildlands. In fact, they might even be able to change the customs of the people. In some ways, they would be able to change the lands that had been taken over by the demon sovereigns. Now, what Qin Pingon was most worried about was that the various demon sovereigns were studying and figuring out the detailed steps of the Dali steel cavalry of the Aquarius continent. He wanted to know exactly how they were going to mend the broken mountains and rivers and win over the hearts of the people. Then they would turn around and use it on the Tongyi continent or Fuyao continent. Just like the Jiaxin tent, the young man who was not a sword cultivator. But compared to Li Zhen, Lu Bai and the other sword immortal embryos added together, Qin Pingon wanted to kill him more. Wooden Clog, who was not of a high realm, had climbed up the city wall and stood beside the dragon sovereign. He wanted to review the battle situation with Master Hidden Official. He humbly asked for advice and bowed as a junior. But Qin Pingon ignored him. With the dragon sovereign beside him, he would definitely not be able to kill him. Since that was the case, what was there to talk about? The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. After all, Wooden Clog's ambition was not to cultivate. Firen turned the tip of the sword under her feet, as if she was just accompanying the young hidden official to enjoy the snowy scenery. Qin Pingon said that Mr. Zhou is known as one high in the barbarian world. It's just that he's a little unlucky and has the same name as the mountain master of an academy in the North Continent. I've heard that the scholarly sage has a bad temper. When you go back, ask Lu Bai to tell your teacher to be careful that Zhou Wenhai is beaten to death by the sage. If that happens, Zhou Mi will be beaten to death by the sage. Firen did not know whether to laugh or cry. She shook her head and said, "It seems that Li Zhen is right. You're a little bored. A scholarly academy master wanted to kill Mr. Wenhai, who was the second highest sovereign. Of course he was now the third. Xiao Chua acted on his own initiative and placed a chair refined from the corpse of an ascendant realm demon at the second highest position in the ancient well. But Mr. Zhou and Lu Cha did not mind this. Qin Pingon walked slowly, but he did not continue to use his stance to punch. Firen followed him on her sword. They were walking on two different paths, but they were heading in the same direction. Qin Pingon asked casually, "What is the true form of that old fox Tong Tian? There is no record of it in the secret files of the Summer Palace, and I have never had the chance to ask the Sword Immortal." Although Zhou Mi was known as the old fox Tong Tian in the wilderness, Qin Pingon was sure that the second highest sovereign was not a heavenly fox. Zhou Mi looked too much like a scholar. So Qin Pingon had always wanted to ask about its true form and name. But he had been too busy and did not have the chance to ask later. Firen said, "For the Venerable One's name." Qin Pingon said, "I didn't ask you about Zhou Mi's true name." Firen said, "Mr. Zhou must have a true name that he did not use. But he does not have a true name." Qin Pingon replied, "I see. I have learned something." Of course she could be talking nonsense. After all, if Firen was not bored she would not have come here. Qin Pingon asked, "Did that Zhang Lu go to the Fuyao continent to seek sword?" The Fuyao continent had a sword cultivator sect. It was deeply rooted and did not have many people. But each of them had great battle strength. In history no one had ever gone to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to train. Firen shook her head. "Zhang Lu has been staying at the ruins of the gate. He hugs his sword and dozes off all day. His choice is different from Xiao Chua and the Luoshan bamboo nunnery." Qin Pingon nodded. "That's good. Otherwise Qin Pingon would feel sorry for the wine that was given away." Firen smiled. "The Dragon Monarch and the Moon Supporting Mountain will not give you the 1 in 10 chance of becoming a martial artist and a jade unpolished sword cultivator at the same time. I'm guessing that when you reach the late stage of the peak realm or the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm, the Dragon Monarch will call for a senior of the same realm. If it is not Lu Cha, it will be that old ape. They will smash the city you are on and try to break your physique and sword heart. In short, they will not let you break through too easily. They will also prevent you from going crazy and giving up half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi to escape to the wilderness. So you are destined not to go to the 100,000 mountains where the old blind man is. You don't have to guess. Li Jin must have told the Jiazi camp. I'm curious. What grudge do I have with him? Why does he keep pestering me? If Li Jin is so smart, why don't he practice his sword properly and then seek sword with me heroically?" Qin Pingon held the back of his head with both hands and looked up at the sky. "As for the martial artist 10 realms, forget it. I don't dare to dream of it. You know very well how I reach the peak realm. Besides, I have already received 2 portions of martial fate from the wilderness. As an outsider who came here as a guest, I feel uncomfortable. I wish I could return it, but I can't. Firen, you are so famous in the wilderness. Don't you have a few peak realm martial friends? How can you bear to watch me enjoy myself here? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to bear it. Even if I don't fight, I would come here to scold you." Firen smiled. "I really don't have any martial artist 9 realms friends. I do have a martial artist 10 realms friend, but he went to the Fuyao continent. There is a fierce battle at the Xianxia cavern. Qi Tingji and Zhou Xinji of the Central Plains are guarding there. There seems to be 2 hidden officials' acquaintances in the Xianxia cavern. They are martial artists of the same age, Chao Ci and Yu Zhuanfu. This young hidden official probably did not carry the beheading sword with him because he wanted to practice his martial arts. However, the hairpin in his hair was hard to miss. Even the Dragon Monarch could not do anything about it. It was completely destroyed. Just like the bright red robe on Qin Pingon, it seemed to be an item of great refinement. Qin Pingon put his hands behind his back. "Is Chao Ci already at martial artist 9 realms?" Firen smiled. "I don't know about that. I didn't ask much about the battle at the Fuyao continent." Qin Pingon nodded. On the mountains and below the mountains of the Fuyao continent, there were constant battles. In a generally peaceful world, it might not be as stable as the stagnant Tongyi continent, but in times of chaos, the people's hearts were far more stable than the Tongyi continent. Firen took out a flask of Rain Dragon Sec's Immortal wine and raised it to the young hidden official. Qin Pingon waved his hand, indicating for Firen to continue drinking. Then he shook his sleeve. It was empty. Qin Pingon only had a superficial understanding of the upper 5 realms heaven and earth sleeve. There were some rough records in the archives of the Summer Palace. Since Qin Pingon had nothing to do and the long river flowed too slowly on his body, he studied it carefully and barely managed to form a prototype. It was a pity that Qin Pingon was at the top of the city and did not have anything to put in it. Otherwise, even living things could be put in it. Therefore, the Heaven and Earth Sleeve Immortal Technique and the Mountain View Divine Ability were the 2 immortal techniques that Qin Pingon had been longing for many years. During the heavy snowfall earlier, Qin Pingon collected quite a bit of snow in his sleeve. It was like eating dumplings during the New Year and he was a little happy. However, when Qin Pingon finished building a row of snowmen, he did not expect that because he was not far enough away from the dragon god, the grey robe's sword light shattered them all. It did not come earlier or later. When Qin Pingon finished building the snowman, the dragon god's sword arrived. This old bastard, please don't fall into my hands. Otherwise I'll refine his soul and give it to Sher Ro to wear so that she can keep Du Mao's shed skin company. Qin Pingon raised his palm and the 5 lightning gathered in his palm. The lines on his palm were like mountains and rivers. He smiled and said, "If you don't leave I'll have to send you off. There's nothing to do with this hairpin of mine. Just tell the Jiazi camp to rest assured that there's no secret." Firen hesitated for a moment and nodded. "I'll help you pass the message." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Leave," and threw out a 5 lightning technique. Firen only dodged and did not attack. "I sincerely wanted to give you the wine and you gave it to me with the 5 lightning technique. What a good return of politeness." Firen even had the mood to bid farewell to the young hermit and slowly flew away on her sword. Firen's temper had always been to not be anxious about anything. Qin Pingon suddenly looked at Na Firen and asked, "In that carefully selected poetry collection, have you ever seen a poem about traveling immortals that is popular among the people? Usually it would be placed at the beginning or the end of the poem." Firen stopped and smiled. "I'd like to hear the details." Qin Pingon held his hands in his sleeves and walked slowly, reciting the poem loudly. "I live in a house with 10,000 years in the human world. The sun rises high on the east wall. When I open my eyes I feel disturbed in my dreams. The bright moon falls in my eyes. I urge a cloud to stay in the corner of the world. I'm often accompanied by a stream of pine trees in my sleeves. Drunk I ride a white deer and greenhorn dragon. The immortals ask for wine when they meet me. My crown hangs on a cinnamon branch in the heavenly palace. My hand grasps a golden crow as a charcoal cage. Sad immortals dream of 1,000 years. Once they dream of me they miss their immortality." After Firen heard it she found it strange. Qin Pingon turned his head and said with a sincere gaze, "Why are you in a daze? If you haven't heard of it, quickly memorize it. Later let Zhou Wenhai bathe and change his clothes first before copying it into the book. It will be the highlight of the world's traveling immortal poems." Fei Ran smiled and said, "Isn't this spacing a little too casual? Sir Hermit, please don't bully me because I'm not a scholar." Qin Pingon said with a look of pity, "The world has a long history. There are so many official dialects. What do you know about flat rhymes? The poem's thoughts are like the fist's intent. If the meaning is great it will be aggressive and smash down on the head. The scholars of the future will see the poem as if they saw the fist. It will be like being hit in the face." Firen smiled. Qin Pingon nodded. He raised his hand and waved it gently. "Seems like Brother Firen is quite knowledgeable. That's right, you saw through it. There are couplets and poems in the world. My traveling immortal poem is like my palm lightning technique. It's a combination." Firen flew away on her sword. Qin Pingon lay on the wall and continued to flip through the book. When he threw it out of the city he regretted it very quickly. He quickly used the earth-shrinking mountain river divine art and went to one of the big strokes on the city wall to grab the book that was floating in the wind. Qin Pingon had already memorized the entire book by heart. He could even recite it backwards without a problem. Because the book was an external object of this half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, as long as Qin Pingon dared to take it out, even if it was at the furthest end of the city wall from the Dragon Monarch, it would still attract a sword. Therefore Qin Pingon did not have a pen and paper. If he wanted to make some annotations on the book he could only use a wisp of sword qi as a pen and gently write on the blank space. Even if he did not have the cultivation of the Jade Pure Realm, Qin Pingon's eyesight could still see the words clearly. Every time he flipped a page he would change his reading position. He would either sit in the big strokes on the city wall, walk on the wall, hang upside down on the horse path of the city wall, or ride the wind to the canopy above the city wall. However, the canopy was not high now. It was only 5,000 feet above the city wall. If he went higher after the Dragon Monarch sword, the remaining sword chi of the flying sword could really hurt Qin Pingan's body. For some reason, the Dragon Monarch was not interested in this book, which was also an external object like the book in front of him. He let Qin Pingan read the book to relieve his boredom and rushed over from the no-sword light. Qin Pingan set up a Daoist field in the snail's shell and secretly did a small thing. He refined the words from the book to the outside carefully and then put them into his sleeve. Therefore, when Qin Pingan came to read the book again today, more than 2,000 commonly used words had been removed from the book. As a result, the content of the book was mostly blank and intermittent. They were like little guys who were forced to move. Qin Pingan grabbed them by the collar, crying and babbling, and were forced to move away from their hometown. Some rare words that appeared alone often appeared in pairs. For the time being, Qin Pingan did not force them to move. It was a pity that they could not form a book of 100 family names, nor could they form a 1,000-character classic. Of course, such small refined words were of no practical use. Even if Qin Pingan had refined the entire book of 300,000 words, causing all the pages of the book to be blank, it was just that there were more lifeless, old-fashioned little guys in the world in the sleeve. After all, Qin Pingan could not learn from Pei Qian and Li Huai. What could he say about having 300,000 troops under his command? However, if he was really bored, Qin Pingan would also arrange the words that he had refined into soldiers. He would shake them out of his sleeve and land them on the city wall, dividing them into 2 camps. The number of words was not large and the number of soldiers was small. At most, there would be 20 to 30 words. Moreover, they were all commonly used words that appeared in many places in the travel notes. This was to prevent the Dragon Monarch from being stupid and killing them all at once with his sword. Qin Pingan would let those little guys dressed in black land on the city wall. Their bodies swayed back and forth and their footsteps were slow. They were like 2 groups of mischievous children in the streets of the city, wrestling with each other. They did not have much strength. Today Qin Pingan suddenly became very diligent in his refinement of words. In one go he refined a few hundred of those Qin Pingan characters in the book. Out of the 1,500 characters he refined 1 and kept 1. Then Qin Pingan carefully shook out 2 words from his sleeve. Then he took out those Qin Pingan imperial edicts and gathered them densely together. Every 3 words stood side by side, forming a Qin Pingan. Thus there were 2 words. One was Ning and the other was Yao. It was Ning Yao. It was as if she was confronting these Qin Pingan, who were unfortunately not Qin Pingan. Then Ning Yao took a step forward. With every step the 500 Qin Pingan began to sway. In the end they could not stand steadily, as if they were drunk, and fell to the ground with a crash. Qin Pingan squatted on the city wall with his hands in his sleeves. Looking at this scene he smiled brightly. A bright red robe spread on the ground. Today's young secluded official was not too lonely. It was also the first time he did not feel that the long river of light flowed too slowly. From the other half of the city wall, the dragon god brandished his sword. Moreover, this sword was not like the previous sword. It was extremely powerful. Even though the sword light had already swept across dozens of miles above his city wall in an instant. The sword intent was extremely heavy and the sword chi was extremely long. It spread out from the cliff where the dragon god brandished his sword. Qin Pingan still did not seem to notice. When the sword light had swept across half of the city wall, Qin Pingan stood up and began to use the 9th realm martial arts and sword punches. Time and time again his body collapsed. Time and time again, before the sword light headed for the figurines, his body reformed and he punched out again. Finally, Qin Pingan used his peak martial arts to completely destroy the sword light with his fists. Moreover, he came to the cliff and stomped heavily on the ground. He unleashed a pure jade realm sword Immortal Dharma idol that was as tall as a mountain. He gathered the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to form a sword. Holding the sword with both hands, he slashed at the gray-robed figure on the cliff. The huge Dharma idol with a pair of golden eyes laughed loudly. "You have strengthened my fist intent. I will thank you heavily, dragon god." The dragon god waved his hand and pushed the young woman who was nurturing her sword intent and stabilizing her sword heart to 1,000 feet away. When she came to the edge of the cliff, he did not brandish his sword or attack. The sword in the Dharma idol's hand on the opposite shore shattered. The Dharma idol collapsed with a loud bang. The sword Immortal Dharma idol appeared again and the sword slashed at the dragon god's head. After an entire incense stick's worth of time, the dragon god remained motionless. The Dharma idol's sword could not even get close to the gray-robed figure. There were countless sword auras in heaven and earth that fought against the young man. After the last Dharma idol collapsed, Qin Pingon finally stopped his meaningless attacks. In a flash, he returned to his original spot and collected the small refinement characters. Lu Bai came to the dragon god's side uneasily and asked softly, "Did he really strengthen his fist intent by 1 point? The difference between a peak martial arts and a 10th realm martial arts was like the difference between the great sword immortals like Nalan Xiaowei, Yu Qing Mi Hu and the few ascendant realm sword immortals." He said it for the demonic cultivators under his feet to hear. He did not strengthen his fist intent at all. He made it up on purpose to disgust me. The dragon god was helpless. He explained patiently to the little girl beside him who was actually very smart. However, when it came to Qin Pingon, the dragon god explained patiently, at the peak martial arts level, a martial artist's state of mind would not be too bad. Especially a mad dog like him who likes to question his heart. If I wanted to ruin his plans with a sword, he would be angry and annoyed. However, it would be difficult for him to raise his martial spirit to a higher level. It would not be so easy for him to improve his martial spirit. After becoming a hidden official, he had seen those big battles with his own eyes. That was where his martial arts cage was. Because it was difficult for him to experience any great sorrow or joy, his mental path had long been ahead of his realm and his physique. He was not far away from the end of the martial artist's path. Only a battle of life and death could forcefully train his physique. Lu Bai nodded gently and agreed. A bright red robe reappeared on the edge of the cliff without any warning. This time he brought a narrow sword with him. He gently held the hilt of the sword with both hands and said with a smile, "Miss Lu Bai, do you think our senior dragon king is a talkative person? Since he is not, why is he so long-winded? You have to think about it carefully. If you practice the sword and not the heart, you will lose your realm." Lu Bai sneered and said, "You are not long-winded at all." Qin Pingon said in a serious tone, "This is not because I am afraid that Miss Lu Bai will listen to Senior Dragon God's explanation. Your mouth will say, 'Oh,' but in your heart, you will curse Senior Dragon God." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "The immortals on the mountain, as long as you are skeptical, there will be ghosts everywhere. I am helping Senior Dragon God to get rid of the suspicion. Can't you understand? Miss Lu Bai, I really don't want to scold you, but if we fight, I am afraid that you will break your neck and Senior Dragon God won't be able to stop you. Today Senior Dragon God helped me to improve my fist intent. Please give me face and don't talk nonsense to Brother Zhou." Lu Bai's eyes gradually became firm. She took a step forward and crossed the gray robe. Then she smiled and said, "No matter what you say or do, I don't care about what you say or do. I don't care about what you say or what you do. You don't need to thank Senior Dragon God for helping me improve my fist intent. It doesn't matter if you sincerely thank me, but I want to thank you for helping me repair my sword heart. Sincerely." Senior Dragon God nodded his head gently. Qin Pingon was silent for a moment. In fact, Lu Bai's heart was right. But is it useful? It may not be useful to her, but it is useful to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Then do you know that the heart demon has already been created because of me, and the sword heart has been mended a little by me? This is a new heart demon and it has even fewer flaws. Believe it or not, it is up to you to ask Senior Dragon God." Senior Dragon God sighed, "Lu Bai, go practice your sword in another place. He is using you to comprehend the heart demon." No wonder this person didn't see Lu Bai as an opponent at all, but deliberately came here again and again to leave some traces in her heart. Qin Pingon glanced at the gray robe. There were so many king-level monsters, but the Senior Dragon God was left on the city wall. Senior Dragon God smiled and said, "Is the mad dog going to bite people again?" Lu Bai had already left. She didn't fly on her sword but walked on the city wall. Qin Pingon sat on the edge of the cliff, overlooking the torrent of the monster army in the distance. Then he withdrew his gaze and leaned back, using the sword as a pillow, and said to himself, "It should be when I get home. Children holding clothes, laughing at my white hair." Senior Dragon God smiled and said, "I don't have such sadness and you can't go home." Qin Pingon was surprised and immediately sat up. He wondered, how do you understand human language? Senior Dragon God didn't care and asked, do you know why I didn't block the vision here? Qin Pingon nodded and said, it's similar to the two heavy snowfalls. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Actually, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Senior Dragon God laughed and said, just wait at most half a year. Not only will you not be able to see the sun and moon, but I won't have to stop you from using your fists and swords. Seems like you are worse than Qin Qing. It turned out that Qin Pingon could no longer see the gray robe of the Senior Dragon God. In fact, all the scenes on the city wall had disappeared from his vision. When he lowered his head and looked out, the monster race that was swarming towards the world was nowhere to be seen. Qin Pingon turned his head and looked. The snow was falling slowly in the distance and he could still vaguely see it. Even if he couldn't see it in the future, it didn't matter. Small worries were as big as grains of rice. Moreover, it was hard to meet again in the martial world and the road was long. There would be a time when they would meet again and someone would definitely say that Master had worked hard. Master had worked hard. Junior Martial Uncle had worked hard. Qin Pingon had worked hard. Qin Pingon swaggered off, his sleeves fluttering as he laughed and said, isn't it like a joke? Hard my ass. Firen and Li Jin came to the Senior Dragon God's side. Li Jin asked, is he really crazy? Senior Dragon God asked, ask yourself. Firen smiled and asked, that Chao Ci actually defeated him 3 times in a row. Senior Dragon God nodded and said, yes. 698. The group walked past the Golden Light Peak in Mount Yuehua in the southeast of the North Continent. This was a rare pair of Dao companion mountains. Golden-backed geese would occasionally appear on the Golden Light Peak, but it was extremely difficult to find them. It was even more difficult for cultivators to catch them. On the 1st and 15th of every full moon night on Mount Yuehua, a snow-white giant frog as big as a mountain would often lead a large group of disciples to absorb the essence of the moon. Hence it was also nicknamed the Thunder Mountain. According to the way the 3 of them hurried, not only did they deliberately avoid the Immortal Fairy, they crossed mountains and rivers by walking. Li Huai did not seem to be in a hurry to go to the Lion Peak, and Pei Qian was also not in a hurry to return to the Aquarius continent. In Li Huai's private words, Pei Qian hoped that when she returned home, she would be able to see her master. It was not that Li Huai did not want to go to the small town at the foot of the Lion Peak earlier to see his parents, but sometimes when he thought of Pei Qian's situation, he did not have the heart to persuade her. Other than not having the heart, the key was that he did not dare. Pei Qian was not Li Baoping. The latter was more reasonable when beating people up. Li Huai knew that Pei Qian had a lot of small account books. It was said that almost everyone had one, the kind that only had one. Li Huai always felt that his account book was very likely to be the thickest one. Wei Taizhen did not mind walking slowly, but no matter how strange she was, strange things still came one after another. For example, Pei Qian chose a gloomy day to climb the Golden Light Peak, which was opposite the strange rocks. She did not come here to try her luck and see the golden-backed geese. Instead, she wanted to climb the mountain and sightsee, but she did not want to see those arrogant golden-backed geese. This was not too strange. What was strange was that after climbing the mountain, Pei Qian spent the night at the top of the mountain. After copying books, she practiced her martial arts. Previously at the Skeleton Beach, she bought 2 extremely cheap books, Relax Collection from the Linen Sect and Spring Dew in Winter from the Spring Dew Garden. Pei Qian often took them out to read. Every time she flipped to a section of Spring Dew Garden that described the Jade Cliff and the 2 young sword immortals, she would smile. It seemed that when she was in a bad mood, just reading that small section of content could help her resolve her worries. Pei Qian would also ask Li Huai some questions about knowledge, and Li Huai would have to brace himself to help answer. It was just that every time Pei Qian received an answer that Li Huai copied from a sage book, she was not very satisfied. Wei Taizhen was certain that they would return empty-handed and not see the golden-backed geese. After all, this kind of spiritual bird was only seen once in 100 years under the illumination of the sun. Unexpectedly, at night, Wei Taizhen chose a place to pretend to be an immortal practicing qi. Li Huai, who had volunteered to keep watch, lit a bonfire. Since he had nothing to do, he fiddled with the dead branches and casually said that some caged birds could not be kept. The sunlight was their feathers. A moment later, in the dark sea of clouds, it was as if the heavens had opened their eyes. First, a speck of gold appeared, growing brighter and brighter. Then it dragged a long golden line as if it was rushing towards the golden light peak where Wei Taizhen was. Wei Taizhen was nominally the golden core immortal of the Lion Peak, and her master's senior apprentice sister. In the past few years, Wei Taizhen had followed Li Lu as her personal maid to travel around this place. Wei Taizhen was a mountain spirit born and bred in the Mirror Treasure Mountain. In fact, it was not easy for her to take shape, and it was even more wishful thinking for her to break through to the next realm. However, after meeting her master, Wei Taizhen almost broke through one realm per year and only stopped when she reached the Golden Core realm. Her master told her to slow down, saying that it was no problem to help block the heavenly tribulation that would come when breaking through the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm and trying to reach the nascent soul realm. However, after Wei Taizhen gained 8 tails, her appearance and temperament became more natural, and it was inevitable that she was a little too foxy. As a maid who served tea, it was easy for her to distract her brother from his studies. She had followed her master Li Lu and seen too much of the world. She only knew that the fishing immortal at the Dragon Resting Stone was a jade-level, Imperial Palace official. And there was also the Ascendant Realm Great Demon guarding the Lushui pit. The things that she had painstakingly refined were just a summer retreat for her master in the past, but in the end they became the same status as Wei Taizhen. The woman in palace attire and Wei Taizhen, a mere golden core cultivator, even had a hint of flattery in their smiles. There was also the city lord of the White Emperor city of the Central Divine Continent. Therefore Wei Taizhen was not afraid of a golden-backed goose whose realm was not high. Before her master appeared at the Skeleton Beach, he had already given Wei Taizhen an offensive and defensive treasure. In her master's words, as long as she used them properly, Wei Taizhen could casually exchange her life with any nascent soul cultivator other than a sword cultivator. It's just that her master's younger brother's mouth was too. The immortal masters on the other mountains had waited for years and decades for their hard work, but Li Huai's inexplicable and boring words could summon a golden-backed goose. Pei Qian suddenly woke up from his sleep and noticed the anomaly earlier than Wei Taizhen. He quickly carried the bamboo box and held the mountain walking stick in his hand. He glanced at the aggressive golden-backed goose and immediately asked Wei Xianxia to help take Li Huai away, saying that they were occupying the other party's territory and that it was unreasonable to fight, so they had to quickly move away to make room for the other party. Wei Taizhen did not dare to disobey Pei Qian and hurriedly rode the wind to take Li Huai away from the Golden Light Peak. As for Pei Qian, he was even more straightforward. He retreated more than 10 zhang and ran madly towards the cliff. He jumped high and directly jumped off the cliff. Wei Taizhen lowered her head and glanced at the rapidly falling figure. A 6th realm martial artist, neither a golden body physique nor a far travel realm. Was Pei Qian really okay? Pei Qian's jump was an extremely long distance of 50 to 60 zhang. At first glance he looked quite like a martial artist of the far travel realm. While Pei Qian was smashing towards the ground, she suddenly felt a little annoyed that she was not experienced in doing things. She remembered her master's teaching that the first thing to do in Jianghu was to drop 2 realms before using the Q-seeking fist. Therefore she was now a disgraceful martial courage realm bottleneck. She should use the posture of a 4th realm martial artist and carefully walk in Jianghu. Then at some dangerous moment or emergency, at most she would accidentally reveal her 5th realm martial artist identity. In this way she would have no choice but to use the Q-seeking fist, which was tantamount to taking the initiative for nothing. Therefore Pei Qian made a decision to mend the pen after the sheep were lost. From being calm and composed, she deliberately let her breathing become a little erratic, to flailing her arms and legs. Because she was worried that she would break the box on her back, she had no choice but to face the ground and smash a big dusty pit at the foot of Mount Yuehua. She cried out "Io!" and began to jump and run away. In fact, while Pei Qian was running, she still felt a little guilty about her clumsy trick. If her master was next to her, she would probably be eating chestnuts. Li Huai's eyes were tightly shut and his back was drenched in sweat. The feeling of riding the clouds was really not that great. After half an hour, Wei Taizhen slowly landed with Li Huai. Pei Qian's legs became a little more nimble. She swept past the tall branches of an ancient tree near Mount Yuehua. Looking in the direction of Mount Yuehua, she heaved a sigh of relief. She lowered her head to Li Huai and the others and said, "It's okay. The other party has a good temper and didn't chase after us." At the top of Mount Yuehua, after the golden-backed goose floated to the ground, A golden light flashed and turned into a young woman with a graceful figure. She seemed to be wearing a golden feather dress. Her eyes were a little sad. What's going on? I was in a hurry. I deliberately restrained my aura of Jindan stage cultivation and didn't have the slightest killing intent. I was just like an attentive host who was in a hurry to go home and entertain important guests. Who would have thought that the group would just run away? In this North Continent, there had never been a rumor of a golden-backed goose taking the initiative to hurt people. After Li Huai's feet landed on the ground, he staggered and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He was greatly frightened and said with lingering fear, I don't want to be an immortal anymore. I don't want to be one even if I die. Flying around every day is too unsettling. Pei Qian glared at Li Huai and reminded him that there was still Wei Xianxia beside him. Li Huai hurriedly apologized. Wei Taizhen could only say that it was okay. She was even more guilty than Li Huai. Although Pei Qian abided by the rules of the sect and didn't take a few more glances at all the people close to him, he always felt that this graceful Wei Xianxia was too strange. The realm of Jindan stage Earth Immortal might be true, but her real identity was unknown. However, since it was Li Huai's family matter and Wei Taizhen was brought to Li Huai by Li Lu, Pei Qian didn't care too much about it. After all, Li Huai was a rash person. Fortune favors fools. After passing the Golden Light Peak, they went to Mount Yuehua. Pei Qian didn't dare to go up the mountain. On a full moon night, dozens of miles away from the Thunder Mountain as expected, a large group of drum frogs were entrenched on the mountain. They faced the bright moon in the sky and thundered loudly. Pei Qian opened his eyes and looked carefully. Mount Yuehua itself seemed to be a feng shui treasured place that could gather the moon. There were also strands of moonlight of varying thickness that fell on the mountain and were swallowed into the drum frogs' stomachs. On this night there were many moons on the mountain, but Pei Qian still felt that it was not as good as his own home. Li Huai asked softly, Are there really 3 moons in the wilderness? Pei Qian nodded and said, Yes, there are 3 big mooncakes hanging high up. They are similar to Sister Xiaoxiao's pastries. Just looking at them makes me hungry. Pei Qian took out a book and circled the column, Mount Yuehua Drum Frogs. At the front was the golden-backed goose of the Golden Light Peak. Below it was the fire deity temple of the Silver Screen country. After that there was the whisk-fly wine of the Huai Huang country, the Jinduo temple of the Yuhu county, the mute lake of the Yellow Wind Valley of the Baoshan country, the ghost axe palace of the military school, and so on. Li Huai went over to take a few glances. Pei Qian didn't stop him from peeking. Li Huai asked, Looks like we are not far from Xiaomi's hometown? Pei Qian closed the book and put it back in the box. He nodded and said, Yes, we are not far. Li Huai asked, Is the whisk-fly wine brewed by immortals? Do you want to buy a pot to bring back or give it as a gift? Pei Qian smiled and said, It's not some immortal's wine. Back then my master met an expert and had a drink at a marketplace restaurant. It's not expensive, I can buy a few pots. His master once said that the expert's long-term plan made him understand a little more about the human world's merit. At the entrance of an immortal's cave on the Mount Yuehua, a fat young man in snow-white clothes asked with a smile, Sister Jean Feng, are these the guys who don't know what's good for them? One of them seems to be at the same level as us. Her breath is very well restrained. She looks like a fox, but her breath is very positive. She doesn't look like an ordinary fox that worships the moon at the foot of the mountain. Could she be a fox immortal that has achieved enlightenment? The woman from the Golden Light Peak said impatiently, Daoist friend Yu Lu, if you are interested in that fox immortal, why don't you go out of the mountain and test it out? The fat young man who was called Yu Lu by the woman shook his head and said, The refiners on the mountain have many tricks up their sleeves. They might be trying to lure me out of the mountain to cut off my connection with the mountain. They might be waiting for an opportunity to move Mount Yuehua away and let it be their backyard. I'm not like Sister Jean Feng, who doesn't have many worries. The children and grandchildren on the mountain need me to take care of them. Otherwise, it would be too tragic to become a fox country in the Aquarius continent. The woman was hesitant. The fat young man whose real body was the old ancestor of the drum frog smiled and said, Sister Jean Feng, are you interested in Hongwuan? The woman frowned and said, Previously there was a ripple in my Dao heart. I always felt that the opportunity had arrived. Somehow I seem to have grasped a chance to break through, but I'm not sure. I'm worried that fortune and misfortune are interdependent. I'm similar to you, I'm really afraid of the temperament of the people on the mountain. The fat young man said seriously, Jin Feng, then I'll protect you for a while? The Golden Light Peak and Mount Yuehua are each other's Tao companion mountains. You and I are both here to achieve enlightenment. The foundation of the Tao is one. If you can break through, remember to protect me once. There's no need to swear an oath. I don't believe in that. The two of us don't need it. The temperament of both sides is the most obvious. The young woman clenched her teeth and said, All right, let's take a gamble. The young man was suddenly stunned. Then he felt guilty and went back on his words. Sister Jin Feng, forget it. I won't dare to leave the mountain even if I'm beaten to death. Jin Feng asked, What's wrong? Yulu pointed at her eyes and tapped her ears with her fingers. She smiled bitterly and said, The place where the three of them are at is still my Mount Yuehua's territory. I let the two frogs that aren't part of the land lie in the crevices of the rocks and eavesdrop on their movements. I didn't expect the young lady to glance at them 3 times. The first time can be considered an accident, the second time can be considered a warning, the third time can be considered a threat, right? That Jin Dan woman didn't even notice, but was discovered by a pure martial artist? Isn't that too strange? Can I afford to offend her? Jin Feng knew that Yulu was cautious and did not make things difficult for her. She nodded and said, I'll give up on the shortcut and cultivate in peace. However, Yulu changed her words again, maybe I can give it a try. Jin Feng said helplessly, Yulu, what's wrong with you? The young man rubbed his cheeks with both hands. Sister Jin Feng, trust me this time. Pei Qian cupped his fists in a certain direction and continued on his way. Li Huai asked curiously, This is? Pei Qian said softly, Enter the temple and burn 3 incense sticks. Enter the mountain and worship the mountain. This is the rule. Li Huai also wanted to learn from Pei Qian and worship. In the end he was hit by Pei Qian's staff and scolded, If your heart isn't sincere, then don't do anything. Don't you know that it's easier to invite a god than to send him away? Li Huai said, Oh, and felt that it was indeed reasonable. Then the group went around the Tsongyun Lake in the Silver Screen country. In recent years, it had begun to cultivate and recuperate. Tsongyun Lake's Lake Lord, Marquiin, was the head of a country's water god. He had jurisdiction over a lake, 3 rivers and 2 canals. According to the local people who burned incense, the various ancestral temples had changed many river gods and water immortals for some reason. Li Huai asked Pei Qian why he didn't go to the various water god temples to burn incense. Pei Qian didn't give a reason, only saying that he would go to the city where Lord Xingwang had changed. They entered the county city before the night ban. Pei Qian asked for directions and went straight to the fire god temple that had been rebuilt and repaired for not too many years. In the night, just as the temple attendant was about to close the door, a man walked out of the golden statue and came to the door, letting the old temple attendant busy himself. At the entrance of the temple, the man looked at the man and woman carrying the mountain staff and a bamboo chest. He went straight to the point and asked with a smile, I'm the little god of incense here. Do you know Chen Pingon? Li Huai was stunned and admired him in his heart. He was really an immortal who could foresee the future. Pei Qian cupped his fists and said with a smile, I'm Master's eldest disciple. My surname is Pei and my name is Qian. Greetings to the Master of the Fire God Temple. The man nodded and smiled. Can you drink? Pei Qian blushed and shook his head. Master doesn't allow me to drink. The man smiled. No matter, I'll let the temple attendant prepare a table of food. You can stay here tonight. Thanks to your master, the small temple isn't small anymore. The big pilgrims are really big. They've built many rooms for guests. You can stay here. Pei Qian cupped his fists again and said, Then I'll have to trouble the old master of the fire god temple. Li Huai copied Pei Qian and cupped his fists. Wei Taizhen gave him a salute. Since he was Pei Qian's master's friend, Wei Taizhen didn't dare to treat him lightly. On the way, Pei Qian and Li Huai kept arguing. Pei Qian said that he was already Realm 6, so his master must be Realm 11 now. He couldn't run away. Li Huai said that friendship was friendship, but his master must only be Realm 10 now. If you lose, I'll let my sister change her surname to Pei Qian. Wei Taizhen was shaken to the core when he heard this. At least Realm 11. Definitely Realm 10. To let the master change his surname. The man, the young scholar, and the woman in the hedgerow returned their greetings. Although the woman in the hedgerow had an extremely high realm and had the aura of an earth immortal, he didn't care at all. Anyway, they were all Qin Pingan's friends. If they came from the upper 5 realms, they were friends. If they came from the lower 5 realms, they were still friends. The man then looked at Pei Qian and joked, "You're more reserved than that brother Lingjun. Qin Lingjun, you dare to be so casual when you're outside. You even dare to call your master's friend brother." Pei Qian silently made a note of Qin Lingjun in his heart. However, Pei Qian still asked softly, "Is Qin Lingjun all right?" The man nodded. "He's very good. He said he's going to Spring Dew Garden after leaving here." That night, Lord Hu of Blue Cloud Lake specially came to drink with him. "Your master still has a lot of face. However, brother Lingjun still knows his limits. Don't worry." Pei Qian grunted. "Qin Lingjun is more magnanimous. He might not care too much about the red tape. Fire Deity Temple's old master. Please bear with him." At the dining table, Pei Qian asked about the mountains and rivers of the nearby immortals. The man spoke frankly. He said that after her master left, the territories of the dozen or so countries had changed drastically. Spiritual qi had surged in, and in the Ghost Hatchet Palace, the Treasure Cave and many other immortal mountains, several young cultivation geniuses had broken through to the next level. Yan Qing, for example, had gone into seclusion again. However, for some reason the castellan of Huangyu City, Yi Yu, along with He Lu, had completely disappeared without a trace. He Lu and Yan Qing were originally the famous golden couple on the mountain. There were also many mountain spirits and ghosts that began to wander from afar. However, they didn't cause any major trouble. Lord Hu Inho had his own means. With the protection of many monks from the Treasure Minister Kingdom, the world was still considered peaceful. As for this escort city that had once attracted a heavenly tribulation, no ghosts or evil spirits dared to cause trouble here. At this point, the man drank a big bowl of wine. Then he asked Pei Qian why his master didn't come. Pei Qian said that his master had gone on a long journey again. However, he would definitely come here personally to drink in the future. His master was a sentimental person. The man smiled and nodded. He saw that the young girl had already lowered her head and was eating. The man didn't ask further. He stayed a night at the Fire Deity Temple. Pei Qian actually didn't sleep for the entire night. He just stood in the corridor in a daze. Later, when he really didn't feel sleepy, he went to sit on the wall and stared blankly. He wanted to stand on the roof ridge and take a look at the entire escort city. However, it was against the rules and he didn't have the courtesy of a guest. At dawn, he bid farewell to the old master of the ancestral temple and continued on his way to Huaihuang Country's Yuhu County. His master said that he had met 2 young and kind-hearted heroines of the pugilistic world at the Jinduo Temple that was plagued by demons. Pei Qian looked forward to seeing them. He didn't know how good the pugilistic world women were and how powerful their fist techniques were to be praised as heroines by his master. After strolling through the restored Jinduo Temple, Pei Qian found a restaurant at the border between Huaihuang Country and Baoxiang Country. He brought Li Huai to eat and drink and then bought 2 pots of fly-whisking wine. Wei Taizhen arrived at Huaihuang Country. Through Pei Qian and Li Huai's chat, he found out that his master's hometown was named Huaihuang County. After approaching Yellow Wind Valley's Mute Lake, Pei Qian's mood obviously improved. His hometown was Huaihuang County and there was a Huaihuang Country here. Xiaomi and his master were really fated. On the yellow sand road, camel bells rang as Pei Qian and his group walked slowly. Now there were no more great demons causing trouble in Yellow Wind Valley. The only imperfection was that the Mute Lake's water level didn't increase or decrease. It changed according to the weather and there was one less thing to talk about on the mountain. Pei Qian's group and the merchant's camel caravan rested by the Mute Lake. Pei Qian squatted by the water. This was Xiaomi's hometown. Xiaomi and Qin Lingjun were like heaven and earth. In the past, Qin Lingjun always liked to catch people and spit everywhere talking about their great achievements in Yujiang. Of course, as time went on, Qin Lingjun probably got tired of talking about it, so he didn't like to talk about the matters of Yujiang anymore. Xiaomi, on the other hand, only told Pei Qian and Wanshu about her past at Mute Lake in private. She said that she was very famous in her hometown back then. A group of immortals with cultivation levels higher than the heavens from Taoji Country's Qingqing residents came. There were so many of them that they couldn't even be counted. They created a huge commotion just to catch her. Among them there was a martial artist named Mao Qiulu. He was a pretty good young lady. Although he was a little fierce, he had a good heart. He wanted to invite her to Qiangou country to be a river lady. In the end, that imperial tutor of Qiangou country only gave Qingqing residents 1 grain of rice rain money. Seemed like that imperial tutor was really poor. Then there was a guy from Jingwu Palace with the surname, I've forgotten everything, who wanted to buy her. Even if the price was doubled, it would only be 2 grains of rice rain money. He was so stingy. Where was the generosity of an immortal on the mountain? She didn't have the immortal aura of an immortal. After that, she met the good mountain chieftain. The good mountain chieftain spent a lot of money to buy her from Qingqing residents. Hence, she followed him and left Mute Lake to travel the Jianghu together. It was amazing. The moment they left the Jianghu, the two of them killed that invincible ancestor Yellow Wind together. It was a pity that not many people knew about this magnificent feat, but what did it matter? She wasn't a big water monster who cared about undeserved fame. If the good mountain chieftain didn't know, then so be it. In any case, the good mountain chieftain had promised her that one day, many people would read about her story from books. At that time, Xiaomi had just been promoted to Dragon Rider Alley's right guardian. After she followed Pei Qian back to Luopa Mountain, she still liked to nag about these things. At that time, Pei Qian felt that Xiaomi only knew how to nag over and over again, so he didn't stop her from talking about these things in high spirits. At most, when she repeated it for the second time, Pei Qian raised 2 fingers. After the third time, Pei Qian raised 3 fingers and repeated it 3 times. The little girl scratched her head, feeling a little embarrassed. After that, Xiaomi didn't stop talking. That was the first time elder sister Nuanshu got angry. She secretly found Pei Qian and said, "You can't be like this. If Xiaomi is willing to talk, then just listen. It's not like you'll get in our way. Xiaomi is so far away from home, so what if we repeat it a few more times? If you really don't like to hear it, then just say that you're going to copy books and practice your fist techniques. Even if you directly say that you're sick of hearing it, it's better than saying that to Xiaomi. It's so hurtful." At first, Pei Qian didn't think much of it and didn't take it to heart. He only responded to the angry elder sister Nuanshu, saying that he got it, and that he promised that he wouldn't be impatient in the future. Even if he did, he would hide it well. The silly Xiaomi definitely wouldn't be able to tell. However, early the next morning, when Pei Qian yawned and was about to head to the bamboo house to practice his fist techniques, he saw the black-clothed little girl who had been holding the mountain walking staff for a long time. She carried the heavy burden of Dragon Rider Alley's right guardian on her shoulders and was still standing at the door like a guardian for him, regardless of rain or shine. When she saw Pei Qian, the little girl immediately puffed out her chest. She first grinned, then pursed her lips into a smile. It was only at that moment that Pei Qian realized that he had really made a mistake. He patted Xiaomi's head and said that if she wanted to talk about the Mute Lake in the future, she could talk about it as she pleased. Moreover, she had to think carefully about whether she had missed anything about Xiaomi. At that time, the little girl eagerly followed beside Pei Qian, shaking her head vigorously. She wouldn't talk about it, she wouldn't talk about it. Previously, she had only said it twice because she was afraid that Pei Qian and elder sister Nuanshu would forget. It was hard to think about things. In the end, Xiaomi even reminded Pei Qian that if he forgot about it in the future, he must remember to tell her. Then she would say it again. Under the night sky, Pei Qian reached out to scoop water. The bright moon was in his hand. On Luopa Mountain, the 3 of them liked to hide under the blankets and whisper to each other. The blankets made the 3 of them look like small mountain tops. Li Huai sat beside a bonfire not far away. Wei Taizhen asked softly, "Young Master Li, why didn't you urge Miss Pei to hurry up?" In the end, she was Li Huai's maidservant. She still had to consider this young Master Li. Li Huai couldn't stand being called young Master Li, but Fairy Wei insisted. After several failed attempts to persuade him, he could only reluctantly accept it. He just treated the Lion Peak as an immortal mountain with pure feng shui like the small town in his hometown. Li Huai was somewhat happy for his sister. Cultivating in this kind of place, she probably wouldn't be bullied. His sister's temper was too good and her appearance was too delicate. After staying in their hometown for so many years, she couldn't even learn how to quarrel. She was a bit stupid, but she took after their father. Unlike himself, whose temper was like his mother's, it wasn't easy for him to be bullied outside. After hearing this question, Li Huai smiled and said, "There's no need to rush. Xingxing has already seen elder sister, and Lion Peak doesn't have legs. Besides, Pei Qian promised me that she would stay at Lion Peak for a while." Wei Taizhen, who had previously passed by Limitless Pass Town without entering, nodded lightly. He couldn't not answer the previous question, but he also couldn't say too much, otherwise he would be suspected of stirring up trouble. After leaving Mute Lake, Pei Qian took Li Huai and the others to the Ghost Hatchet Palace. He heard from his master that there was a guy called Du there, and that he had the good habit of letting his opponent have a move first. Unfortunately, Du wasn't at the Ghost Hatchet Palace, which was both his sect and home. According to the sect's cultivators, young Master Du was always traveling outside. The Ghost Hatchet Palace cultivator wasn't sure of the three's realms and family background. He only thought that since he was familiar with young Master Du, he should at least report to the Dao companions of Du Yu's parents. He didn't expect that the girl had already left, saying that she would visit again in the future. After that, at the Golden Crow Palace, which had a large patch of thunderclouds, Pei Qian met Lu Jiqing, who had just become a nascent soul sword cultivator. Sword Immortal Lu was the young martial uncle of the Golden Crow Palace master. His seniority was high and his cultivation was even higher. Even in the North Continent, where sword cultivators were as common as clouds, Lu Jiqing was indeed worthy of being called a sword immortal for such a young nascent soul sword cultivator. It was said that sword immortal Lu had been meditating at the top of the mountain for many years. Lu Jiqing shook off the moonlight from his body and broke through to the next realm on a snowy night. Lu Jiqing was known for his cold personality, but towards Pei Qian, Qin Pingan's first disciple, he was more cheerful. Pei Qian and the others didn't feel anything, but the Golden Crow Palace cultivators all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Lu Jiqing dismissed some of the maids and personally brewed tea for the guests. After Pei Qian and the others were seated, Lu Jiqing took out a tea set and drew several talismans with his fingers. He used an immortal spell to draw the clear spring water from the mountain, and then used the true Samadhi fire talisman to slowly boil the water. Lu Jiqing asked about Pei Qian's travels. Pei Qian answered one by one. Naturally, the conversation went on. Lu Jiqing was like an elder who had gone out to become an official, and Pei Qian was like a junior who had gone out to study. Lu Jiqing didn't think that his actions were superfluous, and Pei Qian didn't think that Sword Immortal Lu was meddling in other people's business. Lu Jiqing had been using his heart to cleanse his sword, and had benefited a lot from the Great Dao. Not only did he successfully enter the nascent soul realm, he also felt that the bottleneck in the future would not be too big. This was all thanks to Qin Pingan's suggestion at the Jade Cliff years ago. Therefore, Lu Jiqing, who had never had any direct disciples, treated Pei Qian, the first disciple of his good friend, as if she was half a direct disciple. If Pei Qian dared to be impatient, Lu Jiqing, who hated trouble the most, might even reprimand her. Fortunately, Lu Jiqing was very satisfied with Pei Qian's performance, except for one thing. Pei Qian was a martial artist, not a sword cultivator. Although Wei Taizhen had seen many powerful people at the top of the mountain, he was still afraid and respectful when facing a nascent soul sword cultivator. On one hand, Sword Immortal Lu was too young, and on the other hand, Mr. Lu, who had a good relationship with Pei Qian's master, was too good-looking. Lu Jiqing used his flying sword to send a message to the ancestral hall of the Golden Crow Palace, and quickly brought back some rare books from the Golden Crow Palace. They were all written by the saints of the Academy in the history of the North Continent. Lu Jiqing gave them to Li Huai, the young scholar from the Cliff Academy in the Aquarius continent. Li Huai glanced at Pei Qian and Pei Qian nodded. Li Huai smiled and accepted them. During the tea break, Lu Jiqing personally checked the contents of Pei Qian's transcription, and said that his handwriting was better than his master's. Pei Qian scratched his head anxiously. Wei Taizhen was more and more curious about the young hill master of the Luapa mountain. Who was he? Lu Jiqing treated him like an outsider. Wei Taizhen still didn't know that she had actually met that person a long time ago, and it was at her hometown's Ghost Valley's Treasure Mirror Mountain. The other party had even mistakenly injured her. He was the scholar that her father had called the most crooked intestines, the most short-sighted and the most petty. This was because Qin Pingan did not talk too much with Pei Qian about the trip to the Ghost Valley. He avoided talking about Gao Qing, He Xiaoyang and the brothers Yang Ningzhen and Yang Ningxing. Finally, Lu Jiqing left the Golden Crow Palace for the first time after the breakthrough. He personally escorted Pei Qian to the Spring Dew Garden. The Golden Crow Palace had an ancestral fairy that had been refined from thunderclouds and carved with 81 thunder talismans. Therefore this was the first time Pei Qian took an immortal ferry instead of walking after arriving in the North Continent. Pei Qian did not want Senior Lu to accompany them at the foot of the mountain. The palace master of the Golden Crow Palace personally sent his youngest uncle off. His only son Jin Lu was also part of the team. Lu Jiqing said that he would travel for many years and visit the Fuping Sword Lake, the Taihui Sword Sect and other sword cultivation sects, either to seek Dao or to learn about swords. However, the mother of Jin Li's daughter did not show up. The main reason was that the woman was well aware that she did not get along well with Lu Jiqing. She would only be asking for a snub if she came. When Lu Jiqing was at the bottleneck of the Jindan realm, she could still rely on her father's power to do whatever she wanted in the Jinwu Palace. However, she had become much more restrained in recent years. She was afraid that Lu Jiqing's temper would not cause her trouble. Instead, he would go directly to the Great Xuan dynasty to reason with her father. Therefore, she was the happiest when Lu Jiqing left the Golden Crow Palace. Pei Qian was calm and composed. Li Huai could not help but look at the sword cultivator Jin Lu. He heard from Pei Qian that Qin Pingon had some grudges with Jin Lu because of Xiaomi. However, they were more or less even. Before Lu Jiqing left, he issued a few new mountain rules to his martial nephew and palace master. He said that if anyone dared to violate them, he would immediately rush back to the Golden Crow Palace and punish them in the Hall of Patriarchs. Jin Lu listened with trepidation. His youngest uncle almost never interfered in the sect's affairs. In the end, Lu Jiqing said to his nephew telepathically, "In the future, with the help of my sword, Jinwu Palace may have a chance to be promoted to the top of the sect. You know very well that I'm not interested in these things, but you're different as the palace master. Therefore, you'd better remember that being promoted to the top of the sect is not always a good thing. It's both good and bad. The good thing is that you'll revitalize your sect and become the greatest Renaissance hero in the history of Jinwu Palace's ancestral master hall. The bad thing is that I'll settle accounts with you in the future." Lu Jiqing patted the martial nephew's shoulder. "I'm telling you this because I know you will listen. Do it well and don't distract me from these mundane matters. Now that the entire Great Seal dynasty wants to be on good terms with our Golden Crow Palace, Mountain Lord Beiyu is nothing. What's more, his daughter." The palace lord nodded. "I will follow your instructions." The Golden Crow Palace's ferry was as fast as lightning. Along the way, it encountered a large cloud of lightning and thunder. As the ferry passed through, Lu Jiqing drew a lightning summoning talisman with a hand seal and summoned many thunderbolts with shocking momentum. Then he fused them into the ferry, causing the talisman to shine even more brightly. The most amazing thing about the Golden Crow Palace's ferry was that it could be used as an offensive magic treasure. However, this scene scared the fox demon Wei Taizhen so much that her face turned pale. Demons and ghosts in the world were innately afraid of thunder and lightning. Otherwise, with Wei Taizhen's Jindan cultivation, she would not have changed her appearance because of the thunder and lightning. Only then did Lu Jiqing remember the origin of Lion Peak's fairy Wei. After apologizing to her, he immediately steered the ferry away from the clouds. After leaving the clouds and clearing the sky, Lu Jiqing casually said to Pei Qian, "Although Sect Master Qi of the Taihui Sword Sect is a sword immortal, he is actually proficient in the talisman. I have admired him for a long time." Pei Qian whispered, "Uncle Lu, my master, and Mr. Lu are good friends." "Oh right, Mr. Lu is Sect Master Qi." There was a world of difference between having and not having the word, also. Li Huai admired Pei Qian's attentiveness. Wei Taizhen, on the other hand, was surprised that the young mountain master had a wide range of friends. She now knew Pei Qian's temper very well. The young girl would not boast to her own people. Therefore the words good friends were absolutely true. First there was Lu Jiqing, then Qi Jinglong. They were all young people in the North Continent who had attained the Dao and seemed to have already condensed providence in their bodies. Lu Jiqing smiled and nodded. "That's for the best." Pei Qian then said seriously, "Uncle Lu, Mr. Qi likes to drink, but he can't bring himself to drink with people he is not familiar with. Uncle Lu, even if you have never met Mr. Qi, of course you are not a stranger. Therefore remember to bring good wine. Bring more." Lu Jiqing thought for a moment. Actually, he did not like to drink, but he could drink a little. His alcohol tolerance was passable. Since he was going to the Taihui sword sect as a guest, he still had to show some etiquette by comparing swordsmanship with the sect master and asking about talisman knowledge. It was just a few jars of immortal wine. Lu Jiqing nodded. When we reach the Spring Dew Garden I can buy more wine. Pei Qian said again. Mr. Lu only has one direct disciple at the moment. His name is Whitehead. I'll have to trouble Uncle Lu to pass on a message for me. Tell him that the next time I go back to my hometown I will pass by the Taihui sword sect. At that time I will go to the Pianran Peak to find him. After Pei Qian finished speaking she chuckled to herself. Lu Jiqing agreed. The ferry arrived at the bustling Fu water crossing in the Spring Dew Garden. Pei Qian led Li Huai and the others straight to the Bayan shop on Laohuai Street. This was his shop. It was a family business that his master had saved up in a foreign place. After that, Pei Qian visited the golden core cultivator of the Spring Dew Garden's ancestral hall alone. Song Lanqiao's master was a kind-looking old woman. She was one of the few ancestral masters of the bamboo generation in the Spring Dew Garden. However, Song Lanqiao and the other ancestral masters of the Spring Dew Garden's lawn generation followed the rules of the genealogy. The ancestral masters of the bamboo generation did not pay attention to this. When the Spring Dew Garden was first established, each of them used their real names in the early days of the mountain. For example, the hill master was called Tan Ling. The old woman named Lin Aoao was very happy to see Pei Qian who came to her door to give her gifts. Therefore she returned the gifts with great value. Now that she had formed an alliance with her disciple Song Lanqiao and Tang Shi, as well as a relationship with the Skeleton Beach's Zhuang sect, the old woman had more and more authority in the Spring Dew Garden's ancestral hall. She even collected immortal coins from the ancestral hall every day. Her wealth was rolling in. Therefore, the old woman, who was no longer on the path of cultivation, could not wait for the young girl to take away a mountain of gold and silver from her home. Especially when she heard that Pei Qian had reached the 6th realm of martial man, she was pleasantly surprised. Apart from returning the gifts, she had her confidant maidservant quickly go to the ancestral hall to buy a golden crow armor. She gave the military armor pellet to Pei Qian. Pei Qian did not dare to accept it. The old woman then used Pei Qian's master, saying that she was his master's senior. Whether it was the young sword Immortal Qin Pingon or his first disciple Pei Qian, every time they visited the Spring Dew Garden, they did not go to see the mountain lord Tan Ling. Instead they took the initiative to visit her before going to the Night Shine cottage. This made the old woman very happy. The master and disciple were both respectful and respectful. Therefore the old woman had a very good impression of the Aquarius continent's Luopa mountain. The old woman often told her disciple Song Lanqiao that if she wanted to travel to other continents, she would definitely go to Luopa mountain as a guest. Therefore the old woman, who was known for her eccentric temper and harsh words in the Spring Dew Garden, was naturally very kind to Pei Qian. She held the young girl's hand and chatted with her, unwilling to let Pei Qian leave so early. When Pei Qian was finally able to go down the mountain he was a little stunned. The old woman was really too kind and warm. The old woman walked him all the way to the foot of the mountain. She held the young girl's hand and gently patted the back of her hand. She reminded Pei Qian to come back often to visit this lonely old woman. She also said that she would prepare gifts for Pei Qian when he reached the golden body and far travel realm. It would be best if he could break through quickly and not let the old woman wait for too long. Pei Qian was a little embarrassed and said that it would take at least 2 or 3 years to break through. The old woman couldn't stop smiling and said that it would be good. The young girl didn't know the weight of her words of treating people with sincerity. The old woman was both shocked and happy. Pei Qian went to the Night Illumination cottage, but Immortal Master Tang Shi wasn't there. He had gone to the Great Guan dynasty to attend a banquet and a night tour. This was because the Night Illumination cottage and the Great Guan dynasty's Wei clan had formed a marriage alliance. The Spring Dew Garden's god of wealth, Tang Shi's daughter Tang Qingqing, had become a Dao couple with the Wei clan's young master. Even the emperor himself attended the wedding. With the tacit approval of the Spring Dew Garden's mountain lord, Tang Shi's business with the Great Guan dynasty became more and more frequent. Only then did Pei Qian return to Laohuai Street. Lu Jiqing stayed in Lu Jiqing's shop alone and flipped through the account books. The current Lu Jianxian didn't mind the mundane affairs. The shop's substitute shopkeeper knew of the relationship between Lu Jianxian and shopkeeper Chen, so he didn't feel that it was against the rules. After all, the 2 young sword immortals drinking tea at the Jade Cliff was a story that the cultivators of the nearby dozens of countries in the Spring Dew Garden had been talking about for the past 10 years. The temporary shopkeeper of the shop was a young cultivator from the Night Illumination Cottage. Her name was Wang Tingfeng, and she now had a young assistant. She had done a small business with Sword Immortal Qin in the past, and she had been roped in by Wang Tingfeng later on. After all, Wang Tingfeng had encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation, and she couldn't possibly stay at the shop all year round. She would occasionally have to return to the Night Illumination Cottage to cultivate. The two treasures of the shop, a jade bracelet with a palindromic poem engraved on it and a fire in the water phenomenon, and an ancient mirror created by the Gong family, had been sold by Wang Tingfeng at a high premium. The shop wasn't big, but business was good. There weren't many customers, but it made a lot of money. After hearing that Sword Immortal Lu had returned to the Spring Dew Garden, business immediately improved. In less than an hour, the shop was packed with people. Most of them were women, and they were all extravagant with their money. If they weren't satisfied after taking a look at Sword Immortal Lu, then they would buy another item from the mountain and take a few more looks at the unreasonably handsome Sword Immortal Lu. They weren't expensive anyway, so the price was reasonable. There were so many shops on Laohui Street, so spending money anywhere was the same. Moreover, Bai An's shop had many items from the mountain, and they were all exquisitely made. They were very friendly to female cultivators on the mountain. Could it be that only men were allowed to admire beauties, but women weren't allowed to take a few more looks at Sword Immortal Lu? It wasn't like they were looking at him for nothing. Every time Lu Jiqing came to Bai An's shop, he regretted it afterwards. Today was no exception. Li Huai, who had been left behind by Pei Qian, went to look at the 10,000-year scholar tree. Wei Taizhen naturally escorted him. Lu Jiqing suddenly stood up in the shop and disappeared in a flash. When he arrived at the old scholar tree, Lu Jiqing appeared behind a young woman and a chubby youth. He asked directly, "Why didn't you cultivate at Golden Light Peak in Mount Yuehua? Instead, you wandered around Golden Crow Palace's territory, and then followed me all the way to the Spring Dew Garden. What's the matter?" These two monsters were a bit far from Li Huai and Wei Taizhen, as if they didn't dare to get too close. When Jin Feng and Yu Lu turned around and saw Lu Jiqing, they had to admit that with Lu Jiqing's immortal demeanor, they could guess his name just from his appearance. Moreover, the women in the old scholar tree were whispering that Sword Immortal Lu of Golden Crow Palace had returned to the Spring Dew Garden. Therefore, when they recognized Sword Immortal Lu, Jin Feng hurriedly curtsied. Yu Lu lowered her head and cupped her fists, not daring to wipe the sweat off her forehead. The sword cultivators of Golden Crow Palace were famous for their ruthless methods of exterminating demons and devils. This was especially so for Lu Jiqing. When he was in the Oris Core stage, he had already won himself a great reputation. Yu Lu quickly mustered up her courage and explained to Sword Immortal Lu telepathically. Jin Feng saw this foreign scholar who was traveling around the mountain, and she sensed a sliver of enlightenment. By the time she returned to the Golden Light Peak, he had already left, so she decided to follow him. I hope Sword Immortal Lu doesn't think of us as people with ulterior motives. Otherwise, when the scholar entered Golden Crow Palace, we should have retreated. No matter how good the opportunity of the Great Tao is, it's still not more precious than our lives. Lu Jiqing nodded and said, I've heard of your cultivation practices. You've always been patient and tolerant. Although it's your way of life and self-preservation, I can still see your general temperament. If not for this, you wouldn't have seen me but would have met my sword first. Jin Feng and Yu Lu hurriedly expressed their thanks. Lu Jiqing's words were equivalent to giving them a Sword Immortal's decree. It was actually an invisible protective talisman. As long as Sword Immortal Lu showed up today and didn't drive them away, then anyone who coveted Golden Light Peak and Mount Yuehua would have to carefully consider the strength of Sword Immortal Lu's sword before making a move. They heard that it wasn't that Lu Jiqing of Golden Crow Palace was difficult to talk to, but that he almost never exchanged pleasantries with cultivators outside the mountain and only used his sword. Therefore, it was rare for Sword Immortal Lu to say so much today. This made the two feel lucky, nervous, and a little ashamed of their inferiority. Lu Jiqing said, You don't have to be too reserved. Don't belittle yourselves because of your background. As for the opportunity of the Great Tao, just follow your fate. I won't stop you, nor will I help you. After learning the truth, Lu Jiqing once again condensed into sword radiance and shrank the mountains and rivers. He didn't go to the noisy Bai and shop, but went to the jade cliff that he had already sold to Chen Pingon. Under the old pagoda tree, Li Huai stood for a long time. Wei Taizhen said softly. There were 2 sneaky people earlier. Fortunately, they were questioned by Mr. Liu. Li Huai said, since Sword Immortal Liu has personally shown up, then we can relax. After all, there was money in Jianghu. It wasn't Li Huai's turn to eat carrots. Along the way, Wei Taizhen admired Li Huai more and more for his big heart. Because Li Huai really didn't care about a lot of things. But when Li Huai was free every day, he would diligently memorize the contents of the sage's books. But Wei Taizhen could also see that this young master Li really wasn't a scholar. He was just diligent in his studies. Of course, Li Huai didn't know that Fairy Wei would think so highly of him. He was just standing under this old pagoda tree that reminded him of his hometown. For some reason he thought of many things from his childhood. When he was living in the westernmost part of the town, every time his father made a little bit of money, his mother would spend all her energy on oil and salt. Many of the dishes didn't taste as good as usual. Not to mention meat dishes, every time Li Huai picked up some stir-fried vegetables with his chopsticks, it was like picking up a poor guy from an oil tank or a salt bag. His sister was like a wronged little wife who wasn't married. Every time Li Huai asked her if it was salty, she would only say it was okay. Okay, my ass. Li Huai didn't want to be wronged. Every time he stood on the bench and rebelled, his mother didn't dare to speak harshly to him, so she would complain that her son didn't know how to enjoy life. Then after complaining for a while, she would start to feel distressed. How could she bear to say anything bad about her precious son? She would turn her head and complain that her husband was useless. She would throw her chopsticks on the table and step on the man's feet under the table. She would complain that Li Huai caused her son to be used to a hard life, that he couldn't even bear the slightest bit of oil. Then she would earnestly advise her daughter Li Lu, that in the future she must find a good family with a solid background. She must find a man who can pass money on his hands. Most importantly, he can help her younger brother. She had to be more careful and secretly give more money to her maternal family. She didn't want to be punished by the heavens. Her mother was so long-winded. In any case, it was Li Huai and his mother who were talking. The frighteningly oily meal was finished just like that. In the end, it was his father and sister who cleaned up the dishes. Day after day, year after year, just like that, they lived a stable and ordinary life. As long as his mother didn't go out and quarrel with the neighbors and lost, she didn't have to endure the anger of her maternal relatives during the holidays. She didn't see any aunts wearing gold and silver. In fact, there wasn't any big issue at home. When he was a child, Li Huai was most afraid that his father would go to the school to look for him. He would feel very ashamed. This was because his father was famous for being a good-for-nothing. He was so good for nothing that Li Huai would wonder if his parents were going to live separately. When that time came, he would most likely suffer with his mother while his sister would suffer with his father. So at that time, even if Li Huai felt that his father was useless and caused him to be looked down upon by his peers, he still didn't want his father and mother to be separated. Even if they suffered together, at least there was still a family. Li Huai would rather his sister go to the school to ask him to go home because his sister was not bad-looking. But there were actually many people who secretly missed his sister. For example, Lin Shuyi and Dong Shuijing liked his sister very much. Li Huai didn't pay attention to school every day. At a young age, he could only blindly think about these things. But when Li Huai was young, he actually didn't understand why he liked Li Lu. Was she beautiful? No way. If you really married my sister and brought her home, would she be able to carry more buckets of water or chop more kilograms of firewood? She couldn't. Later, he followed Li Baoping and traveled to Cliff Academy. His parents and sister came to see him together. At that time, Li Huai didn't feel ashamed at all, even if there were more rich people in the academy at that time. So Li Huai admired Qin Pingon from the bottom of his heart. Because from Qin Pingon, Li Huai learned a lot. It wasn't what Qin Pingon said, but what Qin Pingon had always been doing. Li Huai had always seen it and remembered it in his heart. But at that time it was harder for Li Huai to say a word of thanks. He knew that he had done something wrong, but it was the same for Li Huai to apologize. To the outside world, everyone was Li Huai's uncle. Only at home he was number one in the world. As time passed in his school life, all his friends were no longer children. Li Baoping's knowledge grew. When she went to the Central Divine Continent, she would follow Maoshan Mountain Master to the Li Ji Learning Palace. Yu Lu was already a martial artist at the Golden Body Realm. Now that he had picked up a cultivation heart, he believed that his future achievements wouldn't be too bad. Lin Mu too was even fought over by the rich families of the Great Sui Kingdom to be their son-in-law. But it seemed that he continued to like his sister and liked to secretly argue with Dong Xuejing. But it didn't stop Lin Mu too from becoming more and more like an immortal. It seemed that Li Huai was the only one who didn't do his job properly. It was worrying. Li Huai gathered his thoughts. He brought Wei Taizhen back to Bai An's shop. Sword Fairy Lu wasn't in the shop, but there were still many girls. Pei Qian was currently discussing a matter with the substitute shopkeeper. She wanted to see if she could sell the goddess painting from the mural city. If it was feasible and she wouldn't lose money, she would take the lead with a shop in the mural city. Li Huai had nothing to do. He sat outside Bai An's shop in a daze. The next day, after saying goodbye to Lu Jiqing, Pei Qian and the others continued to walk out of Spring Dew Garden. Pei Qian first went to the Fuchu Kingdom's mountain where her master and Lu Jinglong worshipped their swords. She didn't expect that the ordinary mountain with thin spiritual energy would become the cultivation ground of several sword cultivators. Qi cultivators came here to sightsee every few days. It was mainly because Qi Jinglong reached the Jade Pure Realm earlier than Lin Su and Zhou Xian. As a new sword immortal, he was challenged by Bai Shang and the other two sword immortals. He went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and became the sect leader of the Tai Hui sword sect when he returned. Qi Jinglong had already entered the top 10 young people and obtained the Water of Wisdom. Lu Sui and Sun Qing, the palace lord of the Rainbow Sparrow Manor, were favored by the water scripture. Qi Jinglong was only 100 years old, but he was truly a legend. So it was reasonable that the place where he worshipped his sword with his unknown sword immortal friend became a fascinating place. Next, Pei Qian started to travel a different route from her master. They didn't go to the Green Oriole Kingdom at the mouth of the Jifeng Sea. Instead, they went to the capital of the Great Zhuan Dynasty. Pei Qian wanted to see the martial artist Gu Yu and sword immortal Ji Yu. Over there, Pei Qian was alone. She held the mountain walking staff and looked up at the sky. No one knew what she was thinking. Li Huai and Wei Taizhen stood far away. Li Huai suddenly felt a little confused. It seemed that Pei Qian had really grown up. He felt that she was a stranger. She was no longer the short and dark girl in his memory. He remembered that when they first fought, Pei Qian would stand on a chair and not allow Li Huai to do the same. She wanted to appear taller and suppress her opponent with her aura. Now she probably didn't need to do that. It was as if Pei Qian had suddenly grown up and Li Huai had suddenly found out about this. There was no one around. Pei Qian took down her book box and placed the mountain walking staff on it. She started with the 6-step stance and practiced the mountain quaking fist. Finally, she finished with the deity drumming style. From beginning to end, Pei Qian suppressed her fist intent. Therefore, she only knocked on the door gently. Since there was no one home, she left after saying goodbye. Throughout his travels, Pei Qian said that every step he took was a stool walk. Li Huai believed her. Then Pei Qian went to the sealed Ape Chatter Mountain. At the edge of the boundary, Pei Qian held the mountain walking staff tightly and raised it high. She cupped her fists and said goodbye. Pei Qian did not talk much during the journey between the capital of the Great Zhuan Dynasty and the Ape Chatter Mountain. Therefore Li Huai was a little bored. It was snowing heavily. Li Huai realized that they had been away from their hometown for 3 years. They also arrived at a place called Dongxian Street in the capital of the Qinghao country. They met Li Baoping's elder brother Li Shixing and a young page boy named Cui Ci. Li Shixing gave Li Huai a book of sages that was not thick. Then he gave Wei Taizhen a cloud pattern talisman. There were 4 words on it, but they were not seal scripts. It was as if a scholar had created the characters himself. Therefore Wei Taizhen did not recognize this talisman. The gentle scholar joked with Wei Taizhen that if he were to break through the realm in the future, this talisman might be useful. Because the 4 words of the talisman actually meant 5 thunders avoid. It was written by the headmaster of the Qingming World Baek Okekyung building, Daoist's second brother and Lu Chen's eldest senior brother. So what if they were separated by a world? A decree was a decree. Break through the realm at will. Li Shixing did not give Pei Qian anything. Pei Qian was still happy. She chatted with Li Shixing about the various interesting things of meeting and reuniting with Sister Baoping. Li Shixing smiled and listened to the girl's story patiently. It was just that one morning and one night he made an appointment with Pei Qian in advance to watch the sun rise and the moon hang high in the sky. The group left Artemisia country and headed to Lion Peak. There were no places that they had to go according to Pei Qian's booklet. Lying Ground Peak was too far away from Lion Peak. Pei Qian did not want to take too many detours. Li Huai did not urge Pei Qian to take a detour, but that was not the reason why Pei Qian took a detour. Wei Taizhen and Pei Qian had been together for many years. Therefore, there were some questions that he could ask the girl face to face. For example, why did Pei Qian deliberately take a detour around the Immortal Mountains that were not included in the booklet? As long as she was in the wilderness, she would take a detour whenever she saw someone. There were many strange things, mountain spirits and ghosts. Pei Qian also minded her own business and went her own way. Pei Qian said that she did not dare to cause trouble because she knew that she did not know her limits. She was far worse than her master and little senior brother. Therefore she was worried that she could not distinguish between good and bad people. She did not know how to control her punches and would easily make mistakes. Since she was afraid, she would hide. Anyway, the mountains and rivers were still there. She did not slack off by copying books and practicing martial arts every day. It did not matter if she met anyone or not. Pei Qian also said that she did not like or dislike the Jianghu. Wei Taizhen asked her why she came to the North Continent and walked such a long way if she did not like it. Pei Qian hesitated for a long time before she smiled and said that there were several pure martial artists at home. She did not want to break through there. It was only because her master liked the North Continent that she came here to travel. This was a vague answer that was equivalent to not saying anything. Then Pei Qian said something that made Wei Taizhen even more confused. She said that her master liked it here. Actually, she was starting to regret it now. Wei Taizhen felt that the more she asked and the more Pei Qian answered, the more confused she became. However, Pei Qian started practicing her martial arts again. Wei Taizhen could only stop herself from thinking too much. Li Huai was now used to keeping watch at night. Seeing that Fairy Wei was confused, he looked at Pei Qian and asked, "Can I tell you?" Pei Qian continued practicing her martial arts and nodded lightly. Li Huai then explained to Fairy Wei, Pei Qian is already in the 7th realm. She plans to go to the snow border continent after reaching the Lion Peak and fight for the title of the strongest. It seems that if she becomes the strongest, she can earn martial arts fate or something. Wei Taizhen seemed to have been struck by lightning. Li Huai smiled and said, I don't know how Pei Qian broke through. I didn't mean to hide it from you. She didn't tell me before either. It was only after she left the Artemisia kingdom that she told me. She also said that practicing martial arts every day is no longer interesting. She's just practicing her martial arts now, splitting her martial arts into two and fighting with each other. It's just a habit. Otherwise she would be bored. Then there's the matter of martial arts fate. As a disciple, there's no reason for her to be more impressive than her master. Martial arts fate is actually boring if you eat too much. It might not be a good thing for her. Pei Qian retracted her martial arts and said helplessly, I said too much. I only told you to talk about the 7th realm. Then she said to Wei Taizhen, Sister Wei, don't mind. I didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that there are many things that are not worth talking about. Master was high above and Grandpa Cui was in front. Practicing martial arts and breaking through was a matter of course. Wei Taizhen smiled bitterly and nodded. What else could she do? Fortunately, Wei Taizhen knew a little about martial arts but not much. After all, on the path of cultivation, Wei Taizhen herself had broken through all the way to the Jindan realm. Therefore she was not frightened by Pei Qian's breakthrough and martial arts fate. Wei Taizhen was just shocked by Pei Qian's indifferent attitude towards martial arts. It was too inconsistent with her age. Moreover, the climb of the martial path was more about being down to earth than that of a cultivator. It did not seem entirely right to say that Pei Qian was able to break through so quickly because his aptitude was too good. After all, Pei Qian had been practicing martial arts every day and he had been practicing strangely. Practicing while walking, fighting with fist intent, and tasteless martial arts were all things that Wei Taizhen had never heard of and could not imagine. After that, they traveled under the mountain. No matter how much Pei Qian tried to avoid people and things, they were still in a small remote country. They encountered a storm that affected the martial arts world below. A Wulian grandmaster who led the martial arts world had a dispute with an earth immortal. The former called several gods of mountains and rivers who were recognized by the imperial court as leaving the country. The latter roped in a group of neighboring immortals. It was obviously a personal grudge between the two of them, yet hundreds of people were involved in the confrontation. As the leader of Jianghu, that 70-years-old warrior of 7th realm called out to his friends and ordered the heroes around. That earth immortal of gold core realm even used all the incense and friendship he had to teach that ignorant old man at the foot of the mountain that there was a difference between the heaven and earth. When Pei Qian passed by, the battle had already ended and the outcome had been decided. It was the immortal masters on the mountain who had fled in panic. It turned out that the imperial court had arranged many immortal masters and military masters. They seemed to have disliked the earth immortal who liked to order emperors and generals around for many years. During the fierce battle, an old immortal of Dragon Gate who was supposed to be his best friend betrayed his gold core realm friend. While the battle was going on, he made a move and caught the earth immortal of gold core realm, who was used to riding roughshod over others off guard. He even had his gold core shattered by a direct disciple and died. On a fragmented immortal mountain, the army was defeated like a landslide. Anyway, it was a bloody storm. On the mountain and under the mountain, the imperial court and the martial arts world, immortals and mortals, all kinds of schemes were involved. Perhaps this was the so-called, although a sparrow is small, it has all its organs. All the right and wrong was a massive paste in the midst of life and death. Even though Pei Qian wanted to leave the place immediately, he was still one step too late. The imperial court of the small country set up an ambush and kept closing in on them like fish in a net. A group of immortals on the mountain fled to the vicinity of Pei Qian and the other two then brushed past them. One of them even threw a dazzling immortal jade pendant. When Pei Qian was about to step forward, Pei Qian kicked the pendant back. Then a large group of people swarmed over. It was unknown whether they were in a killing frenzy or had made up their minds to kill the innocent, but a middle-aged military general in sweet dew armor chopped at them with his saber. Pei Qian did not dodge. He held the saber and said, "We are just passers-by. We won't meddle in your feud." The military general increased the strength in his hand, but the saber did not move at all. Pei Qian gave a gentle push and the military general staggered back with his saber. Behind Pei Qian, a martial arts grandmaster who had been waiting for the opportunity quietly appeared at the only opening of the fishing net. He killed the fish that had escaped the net one by one, leaving only a few people alive. Pei Qian looked around and then said to Li Huai and Wei Taizhen through telepathy, "You just have to find a chance to leave later. Don't worry, trust me." Wei Taizhen was just about to say something to Pei Qian and say that she could help. Li Huai shook his head at her. If he really encountered a difficult situation, as long as Qin Pingon was not by his side, Pei Qian would not ask anyone for help. There was no reasoning with him. In Pei Qian's bones, she did not want to owe anyone anything other than her master. So Li Huai came to Wei Taizhen's side and asked in a low voice, "Can Fairy Wei protect herself?" Wei Taizhen nodded. "I should be able to protect young Master Li," Li Huai said. "Then we just have to find a chance to escape and not distract Pei Qian." Wei Taizhen's face was troubled. She said telepathically, "Young Master Li, if we do this, won't Pei Qian hold a grudge against you?" Li Huai shook his head. "Fairy Wei is thinking too much." Li Huai scratched his head. "I'm really a piece of trash. What to do? It's really worrying." Pei Qian gently took down the bamboo chest and put down the mountain walking staff. She said to a white-haired, burly old man who was walking over, "Let me tell you in advance. If you dare to harm my friend's life, if you dare to destroy my two possessions, I won't talk reason. I'll kill you with my fists." The white-haired old man who was bathed in blood sneered. "Little girl, you're young but you talk big. As long as you hand over that jade pendant, I'll spare your life." Pei Qian rolled up her sleeves and said, "I'll stand still and take 3 of your punches. Then you'll let the 3 of us leave. How about it?" The general wearing the dew armor glanced at the girl's unharmed palm. He reminded the old man softly, "Master, this girl isn't simple. She didn't get hurt when she held the sword. Her body is tough. It's unusual." The old man smiled. "Surrounded by an army, it's impossible to escape." Then the old man looked at the girl and asked with a smile, "Young lady, are you a Yuanying immortal?" Wei Taizhen said nothing. The old man asked Li Huai, "Are you a gentleman of the academy?" Li Huai said, "I hope so." The old man finally asked the girl who was thin and spoke frighteningly, "You can't be a martial artist of the wind-controlling realm, right?" Pei Qian said, "Almost." The old man laughed loudly. "Then I'll stand still and let you take 3 punches. As long as I don't die, all of you will die." Pei Qian said in a low voice, "Senior, please discuss this properly. Don't push me too far. Give me some options that aren't options." The old man stopped smiling and twisted his wrist. Alright, I'll give you 3 punches. If you can take it after the 3 punches, as long as you can get up after falling to the ground, I'll let all 3 of you live. Pei Qian strode forward. Punch. Li Huai suddenly said, We're from Lion Peak. The old man smiled. Very good. I'm an honored guest of the Heavenly Monarch's residence. Will it work? Pei Qian bent his knees slightly and stepped out, opening a fist stance. The old man laughed. I recognize it. It's that trash Guyu's mountain quaking fist. A pure martial artist actually dared to use talisman arts to harm Sword Immortal Ji. That old trash didn't take in any disciples and only left behind a trash fist manual that anyone can learn. It's misleading and harmful. The burly old man instantly appeared in front of the young girl and punched her in the head. Pei Qian's figure swayed, but he did not retreat. According to his experience in the pugilistic world, Pei Qian should have been sent flying, staggered, and received a second punch. However, Pei Qian was unwilling to retreat in front of this person. The burly old man at the Golden Body Realm roared angrily and punched twice in a spurt of energy. One punch landed on the young girl's face and the other on her neck. The 3 punches ended. The old man retreated at lightning speed and stood side by side with the general. His face was gloomy. Pei Qian stood still and slowly raised his hand to wipe the blood from his nose with his thumb. When the old man saw a calm comrade walking over from behind the 3 of them, he heaved a sigh of relief. The other party was also a Realm 7 Grandmaster like him, but he was younger and had better fist techniques. However, the old man was a good friend of the Emperor and had made an exception to help. Furthermore, in the North Continent, how many pure martial artists would not be willing to kill a cultivator with a punch? Pei Qian spat out a mouthful of blood and turned to look at the middle-aged man who was breathing slowly. The man smiled and asked, Little girl, you're also at the Golden Body Realm, aren't you? Pei Qian remained silent. The man said, Little girl, you are unable to ride the wind and travel far away. Even if our 2 friends can ride the wind and travel far away, they can still use the inescapable net that they used to deal with a gold core Earth Immortal. You can beg Senior Fu Lin for mercy. Just beg for your life and leave everything behind. I can only help you to this extent. However, I can't guarantee that martial artists won't be crippled of their martial arts and cultivators won't have their longevity bridge broken. After all, I'm an outsider. Li Huai said helplessly, Don't believe such words. Pei Qian nodded. You're not stupid. Li Huai grinned. Wei Taijin was speechless. One was more fearless than the other. She had already prepared for the worst. She took out the 2 offensive and defensive treasures her master had given her and would protect the 2 of them with her life. The man suddenly said, If you can take 2 punches from me, I'll let your friends leave first. Li Huai said, Don't believe it either. Pei Qian said, One is hungry and the other has the upper hand but still wants to play tricks with the younger generation. Are you really martial artists? Pei Qian answered his own question, I don't think you're worthy. Pei Qian no longer cared about the middle-aged man behind him. He stared at the white-haired old man called Fu Lin. I'll use the mountain shaking manual to ask you 1 punch. The old man's face was uncertain. He had thrown out 3 punches earlier. Now his entire arm was hurting. Suddenly, Pei Qian's majestic fist intent rose high into the sky like the sun and moon. Wei Taijin had no choice but to protect Li Huai. Pei Qian walked forward slowly. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I learned the fist technique from my master. Master learned the fist technique from the mountain shaking manual. The mountain shaking fist came from Senior Gu. Today I'll use the mountain shaking fist to challenge you to a punch of the same level. You dare not take it. With Pei Qian as the center, the earth trembled like thunder within 100 zhang radius. Dust flew everywhere. The martial soldiers couldn't hold their sabers steadily. Their armor shook. The middle-aged man unconsciously took several steps back. The white-haired old man facing Pei Qian was ashen. He wanted to say something but hesitated. How could he survive in Jianghu if he bowed his head and apologized to a foreign girl in front of so many people? But the old man had no confidence that he could safely take the other's punch. If you don't understand, then don't think too much about it. Pei Qian stepped on the ground and instantly disappeared. Everyone's bodies were unstable. Wei Taijin subconsciously wanted to support Li Huai's shoulder, but found that this young master Li didn't need her support. He was very steady, his feet like a mountain. Li Huai was too worried about Pei Qian to notice this. Wei Taizhen focused and was shocked to find that around Li Huai's sleeves, there were countless fine golden threads, imperceptibly counteracting Pei Qian's abundant fist intent. A heavy drum seemed to sound where Fu Lin was standing. The white-haired old man was lying on the ground. The young girl's punch had probably hit his forehead. The punch had been too fast and she had changed the angle of the punch in an instant. That was why she was able to make the Realm 7 Grandmaster Fu Lin lie where he was after the punch. His entire head, which had taken the heaviest hit, sank slightly into the ground. Pei Qian twisted her body and started to face the middle-aged martial artist who was about to retreat. She lowered her body slightly. Using the pinnacle fist stance, she supported the monkey fist intent that Zhou Xian had taught her and formed a large dragon on her spine. Pei Qian suddenly looked at Li Huai as though she wanted to ask something. Li Huai nodded and said in a deep voice, "Just punch him. This person has bad intentions. It's okay to beat him half to death. In the future, if master scolds you because of this, I will cry, make a fuss and hang myself with your master." Pei Qian's eyes were still but she grinned. She had probably heard Li Huai's words. Wei Taizhen felt this scene was horrifying and terrifying. Pei Qian punched with the divine drum-beating stance. It was just one punch. She did not need to follow up with 10 or 20 punches. The middle-aged man flew back dozens of feet without any power to fight back and fell heavily on the ground. Pei Qian stood where she was and looked around. Come on. Other than where Li Huai and Wei Taizhen were, the ground within 1,000 feet cracked. Fist intents shot up into the sky. Pei Qian glanced at the restless chi cultivators in the sky from the corner of her eye. Pei Qian rose from the ground. Like a sword light leaving the mortal world. A huge circle collapsed and sank like a pavilion in the sky. Li Huai hurriedly picked up Pei Qian's bookcase and mountain walking staff with lightning speed. If they were broken, who would Pei Qian look for to settle the score? If not him, who would she look for? Pei Qian floated in the air. She stretched out 2 fingers and tapped her forehead, indicating that the group of cultivators should just focus on using immortal spells. Wei Taizhen could not help but ask in a trembling voice, "Young Master Li, didn't you say that Miss Pei is only at the Golden Body Realm?" Wei Taizhen did not know anything about martial arts, but Pei Qian was only in her 20s and was already at the far travel realm. How could she not find a reason to tell him? After all, Pei Qian was not the martial artist Chao Ci of the Central Divine Continent. She was just a delicate girl who carried a bamboo box and swayed around Wei Taizhen every day. Li Huai put down the bamboo box gently and looked up at Pei Qian. He thought for a while and scratched his head. "I am not Qin Pingan. Pei Qian will listen to whatever he says and say whatever Pei Qian does." After that, Li Huai held back his laughter and said, "As expected of our new alliance leader. Fairy Wei, if you are willing, I can recommend you." Wei Taizhen glanced at Li Huai. Young Master Li was still as big-hearted as before. Pei Qian flew away with the wind, her figure was erratic, she stood behind or at the side of the immortals on the mountain, not saying a word or punching. Finally, Pei Qian stepped on the air, causing a huge ripple in the sky. The girl's figure was nowhere to be seen, as though she was going to the highest point in the sky. When Pei Qian landed on the ground, the birds and beasts had already left. Pei Qian did not say a word. She carried the bamboo box and held the mountain walking stick and said, "Let's hurry." Another year later they finally reached Lion Peak. Wei Taizhen heaved a sigh of relief. She did not have to worry anymore. Just that her master was not at the peak. Pei Qian stayed on the mountain for half a year, occasionally going down the mountain. Half a year later, Pei Qian left alone, parting ways with Li Huai. Li Huai would return to the Aquarius continent, but she had to go to the northernmost snow-white continent by herself. The reason was that her master's impression of the continent was very ordinary, so she wanted to go there to ascend to the peak of the mountain. But this time she could not be fast. The first 2 realms were too casual and the hidden dangers were not small, so she had to take it slow. It was possible for her to stagnate for 8 to 10 years. If not, it would be difficult for her to gain a foothold in the next realm. Pei Qian's last meal at the shop at the foot of Lion Peak. Li Lu returned and the family and Pei Qian ate at the same table. The woman felt that her son's eyesight was not good, but it was not bad. Li Huai looked at the way his mother looked at Pei Qian and the smile on her face and perspired profusely. Previously, when his mother talked about this in private, Li Huai, who was never afraid of anything, almost knelt on the ground, begging his mother not to have such thoughts. If not, he would run away from home. Anyway, if he stayed at home he would most likely be beaten to death by Pei Qian. When Pei Qian left the small town at the foot of the mountain, Li Er only nodded to the young lady and did not send her off. The woman gave her a look and Li Huai pushed her brother. Li Huai was originally fine and was just a little sad, but in the end he was trembling with fear and his legs were not nimble enough to keep up with Pei Qian. Walking on the street, Pei Qian said, "I have seen the travel book that you have been hiding. I am fine." Li Huai was speechless and sighed, and Pei Qian said, "Don't send me off. If there is a chance in the future I will bring you to travel at that time. We can go to the central divine continent." Li Huai nodded, "Then it's settled." Pei Qian walked forward with large strides, her back facing Li Huai, and waved her hand lightly. Li Huai stopped in place and waved goodbye to her. It seemed that Pei Qian did not greet him again and secretly grew taller, from a slightly tanned girl to a 20-year-old girl with the figure of a 20-year-old woman. Pei Qian suddenly grew taller in a secluded place and quietly flew away on the wind. 699. 3,000 Daoists from Qingming Tian entered the fifth world in an orderly manner. Among them, the Baek-ok-kyung building occupied the largest share, with more than 1,000 people. Other than that, the Xuandu Temple, Sui Gong Immortal Staff Sect, and Bingjie Mountain were all first-class sects, with 200 to 300 Daoists. The number of Daoist sects below them decreased accordingly. However, regardless of which sect they were from, most of them were Orthodox Daoist officials of Qingming Tian. Due to the Daoist certification system, they were widely accepted in the world. In addition, there were also 3,000 Buddhist disciples. There were also refugees who crazily rushed into the fifth world. 2 years after it opened, there were already close to 10 million people. Below the nascent soul realm, there were people from all walks of life. There were cultivators on the mountain and ordinary Daoists at the foot of the mountain. There were all kinds of people who had experienced great sorrow and joy after surviving a disaster. They came from the southeast Tongye continent and the southwest Fuyao continent respectively. However, there was a huge difference in the number of people from the Fuyao continent and the Tongye continent. The Fuyao continent only migrated from the eastern coastal area, while the Tongye continent fled from the entire continent. There was a great sword immortal in charge of opening the two doors. The one who opened the door with the sword was the old great sword immortal of the sword Qi Great Wall, Qi Tingji. The sage of literature's lineage was left and right. In addition to opening the door, these two sword immortals also had to guard the door from being destroyed by the great demon. The approximate location of the 3,000 Daoists was in the east. The Daoists of the Baek-ok-kyung building had worked together to create a large sea of clouds. The purple Qi was vast and mighty, and rain and dew fell, moistening the earth. The sea of clouds was uneven. All the mountains that were higher than the sea of clouds were the places where the Baek-ok-kyung building and the other Daoists fought for. Some of the mountains were not far from the ground. Some of the mountains were empty but still could not be higher than the sea of clouds. The amount of spiritual qi and luck was determined. The Daoists of the Baek-ok-kyung building tried their best to choose the 5 adjacent mountains according to the instructions of the 5 cities, 12 buildings and their respective sections. They inscribed the true shape of the 5 mountains on the 5 adjacent mountains and used magic weapons to suppress the mountains to gather spiritual qi. Every time the 5 mountains were formed, it was the embryonic form of a big dynasty or a small vassal state. In addition, there was another magical effect. The mighty spiritual qi of heaven and earth was detained near the mountains. The many hidden treasures of heaven and earth in the area of the 5 mountains would often be unable to hide the light of treasures. Once the Daoists of the Baek-ok-kyung building followed the clues, they could immediately search for it. It was a bit like the method of draining the pond to catch the fish. In fact, it did not damage the spiritual qi at all. Instead, it could condense the scattered qi of heaven and earth into wisps of qi of heaven and earth, lingering around the 5 mountains or driving it into the rivers before stabilizing it. It would be the location of the future mountain god's mansion. However, the sword celestial lineage of the Xiandu Temple annoyed the Daoists of the Baek-ok-kyung building the most. They only occupied a few mountains with decent spiritual qi and began to deliberately destroy the Daoists of the Baek-ok-kyung building. Every time they painstakingly inscribed 4 true shape of the 5 mountains, the Daoists of the Xiandu Temple would then secretly draw a sword celestial guide map of their own temple. Even if one of the true shape of the 5 mountains was missing, even if it was all wasted, it would not be easy to choose a new mountain. Moreover, the loss was immeasurable. Because of the crazy actions of the sword celestial lineage of the Xiandu Temple, the few top celestial families were pleasantly surprised. They all signed contracts and roughly circled out their own territories to minimize unnecessary conflicts. All of this was to quickly obtain as many feng shui treasured lands as possible before the Beko Keikyung building. In short, the 3,000 Daoists each had their own long-term plans, and conflicts of various sizes were endless. The 3,000 monks were located in the west. The refugees of the Fuyao continent poured into the north. The refugees of the Tongyi continent were located in the south. The city occupied by the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was located in the middle. Ningyao rode her sword alone to the east. After seeing the purple sea of clouds filled with Dao intent, she pondered for a while and directly headed south. The mountains and rivers were far away and the heavens and earth were lonely. However, there were two more strange heads among the objects in front of him. However, there were far more than two battles. This obviously meant that the fifth world, which had yet to be named, was extremely dangerous. Over at the heavenly gate, Lu Chen stretched out a finger and rubbed his lips. He smiled and said, "Daoist son, it's not very appropriate to hurt the harmony like this, right? When I return to the Beko Keikyung building, it will be hard for me to explain to my senior brother." "That's enough. You know my senior brother's temper. When he's angry, he doesn't care about anything. When he goes to the Xiandu temple, I won't be able to persuade him." Junior brother Shan Qing stood at the side with a serious expression. The little Daoist child who was carrying the Dolyang blade strengthening gourd on his back was gloating. He couldn't wait for Lu Qin and Daoist son to scratch each other's faces. Daoist son said guiltily, "These disciples of mine don't follow the orders of their ancestors. They're like wild horses. Young people are still angry and don't know when to stop. What can I do? If they break the rules, I'll help you persuade them and be the peacemaker." The little Daoist child who had been eavesdropping on the conversation felt that Daoist son was really good at lying through his teeth. He had to learn from him. If he met that old scholar again in the future, he didn't know who would be scolding who. Daoist son smiled and said, "However, Daoist Lu, you have to inform the scholarly sage in advance. He can't let me break the rule of not going beyond 1,000 feet. After all, it's a rule set by the Sage of Rights himself. I still respect the Sage of Rights. Daoist Lu, you're different. You're bold and have such a great master backing you up. However, I'm unfortunate. The founding ancestor of the Xiandu Temple has already left. I'm the best at fighting. If I really lose in a fight, who can I complain to?" Lu Chen said helplessly, "I'm not on good terms with the Sage of Rights." "Daoist son, don't you know?" Daoist son laughed and said, "I'm old. I forget things easily." The little Daoist child was impressed. Shan Qing frowned. If the Xiandu Temple continued to stir things up like this, a slight move would affect the entire situation. If one step was slow, the second sect master's senior brother's plan to gather 500 spirit officials through the fifth world would most likely be pushed back by hundreds of years. Lu Chen raised his hand and stroked the lotus Daoist crown. He smiled and comforted his cute little junior brother who was worried about the sky. Every result, big or small, is the manifestation of thousands of great Daos. Let nature take its course and we'll just watch from the sidelines. Lu Chen really did not care about the conflict between the Beko Keikyung building Daoist priests and the Xiandu Temple sword immortals. However, there were some things that he had to talk about. When he returned to the Beko Keikyung building or the Little Lotus Grotto heaven in the future, he could brush it off with his senior brother and master. However, in the eyes of his little junior brother, the matter was right in front of him. It was his own matter. It was not bad, but it was definitely not good either. Lu Chen jumped twice and looked towards the south. "Little stinky cow nose, it's time for you to get down to business. I can help you pass that metal ring and the blade strengthening gourd to the scholarly sage." The little Daoist child was furious. "Sect Master Lu, you have to be more polite when you speak to me." The little Daoist child of this temple had always been well behaved when he was with Lu Chen. In fact, he was not afraid of Lu Chen at all. However, before his master left for the Green Netherworld, he instructed him to do 3 things. One of them was to not make enemies with Lu Chen. Another was to take out one of the Lotus Blossom blessed lands and place it somewhere in the 5th heaven. That place was currently uninhabited. There was a majestic tower in the Tongye continent. It was an aged parasol tree called the Demon Subduing Tower. It had a similar meaning to the Jin Bei's tower. It was just a scholar who did some superficial things. The old temple master did not touch the foundation of the demon-subduing tower. However, without the metal ring that belonged to the old Daoist as the core of the formation, it was meaningless. Therefore, there would be an additional transaction of merit in the process. Together with the blade's strengthening gourd, it was 2 strokes. According to the little Daoist child's own guess, if his master accidentally lost the argument with the Daoist ancestor, he could still use these 2 merits to ask the Sage of Rites for help. Then his master and he would be able to return to the vast heaven. They would no longer have to stay in the green netherworld to look at other people's faces. As for what his master was planning and what he would do in the end, the little Daoist child did not care. After all, he was used to relying on his master. On the other hand, Zhou Xian was scolding the little Daoist child by calling him a little cow nose. He even scolded his old master. As a disciple, of course, he could not tolerate it. Zhou Xian said, "Little cow nose, the old temple master saved some incense for you. You've almost used it all up. Take it easy." The little Daoist child was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The little Daoist child had always regarded himself as the first disciple of the temple master. However, the old Daoist did not see him as a direct disciple. This was something that could not be helped. Zhou Xian smiled. The lotus blossom blessed land was divided into 4. When he gave the umbrella to Qin Pingon, he knew that Qin Pingon would not be at ease. He would definitely cultivate there and cultivate. Then he would come across numerous difficulties that were difficult to distinguish between right and wrong. Things were like goose feathers that piled up into a mountain. Moving them would be much more difficult than moving rocks of the same weight. In the end, Qin Pingon would only realize that cultivation was all about one's heart. One could take care of it well. From big to small, from complicated to simple, from 10,000 changes to 1. By then Qin Pingon would still be Qin Pingon and not Qin Pingon. Because he would be on the same path as the old temple master, he would be further away from the path of Confucianism. Now that you're carrying one of the lotus blossom blessed land with you, the old temple master is reminding me to be patient and give in to you. The little Daoist child nodded and said, "That makes sense." Daoist son smiled. One dares to talk nonsense while the other dares to pretend to know. You two are a perfect match. Zhou Xian did not think much of it. The little Daoist child put his right hand into his left sleeve. There was a wutong leaf inside. It was one of the lotus blossom blessed lands. It was divided into 4 and the last disciple of the old scholar took one. A young Daoist who was thrown into the blessed land by the temple master lost his memory. Then he met a young scholar from the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom who was studying abroad in the northern Jin kingdom. The young scholar was accompanied by a little white ape. Lu Chuan took one of them. Yu Zhini of the Songsui kingdom was the first person to cultivate in the history of the lotus blossom blessed land. His blessed land was now taken to the lotus grotto heaven by the master of the temple master. Yu Zhini, who was given the great prophecy by the Daoist ancestor, "Stay in the human world for 1,000 years and always look like a child," must have great luck. Even the little Daoist child was envious. The little Daoist child hesitated for a long time and took out a metal ring from his sleeve. He passed it to Zhou Xian, who was not serious in his actions, words and cultivation. Zhou Xian was born in the vast world and was the number 1 in deviating from the orthodoxy. Even the holy master was scolded by Zhou Xian in his book. The little Daoist child had a good relationship with the old scholar, but he was not familiar with the Confucian temple. Therefore he was not willing to interact with those old-fashioned and pedantic sages. Moreover, according to Zhou Xian, there were not many oddities in this world, but they were huge. If he traveled alone, he would be eaten by those oddities. Zhou Xian held the metal ring in his hand and bent his knees slightly. He assumed a martial arts stance of gathering qi in his dantian. Then he spun his body, stepped on the ground with one foot and raised the other. He leaned forward and threw the metal ring with all his might. It turned into a bright rainbow light and flew towards the sky canopy where the scholarly sage was. The little Daoist child stretched his neck and reminded, "Don't throw it in the wrong direction. It will make the scholarly sage look for it." Daoist son chuckled and said, "Shouldn't you be worried that it will hit the scholarly sage's head? Scholars care about their reputation the most. When the Confucian temple pursues the matter, the metal ring that Zhou Xian threw is yours. Therefore you and Daoist Lu will each take half of the blame. He can leave without a fight, but where will you run to with the blessed land?" The little Daoist child laughed awkwardly and said, "Not really." He stared at Zhou Xian with all his might. Zhou Xian nodded and said, My heart is steady and my hands are accurate. It will go wherever I point. There is no possibility of any mistake. Daoist's son nodded and said, "It will go wherever I point." The little Daoist child felt more and more guilty. He looked at Lu Qin who was helping him and then at Daoist's son who was speaking up for him. He was a little uncertain. Daoist's son shook his head. This little Daoist child who burned the fire is really a little fool. The metal ring flew into the sky and traveled thousands of miles. The aura ripples left behind on the path alone were enough for Lu Qin to make more accurate deductions. This made Daoist's son miss Daoist Qin whom he met in the North Continent. That was a person who was willing to use his brain and think more. He was indeed worthy of the East Sea Monastery head's long-term planning. Back then when they met on the mountain, both parties treated each other with sincerity. They were friends who had gone through thick and thin together. That was why they parted on good terms. Daoist Qin, you must be honest. Daoist son, you must be fair in business. At this moment, Daoist son stroked his beard and smiled. Such a smart young man was still very likable. It was just that the path he passed by was a little too barren. Fortunately, before they parted, he addressed them sincerely, Daoist son, Daoist son, Daoist Sunday. Xianxia, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked, "Little senior brother, can I travel alone?" Lu Qin slapped his forehead and smiled bitterly. "We are of the same generation. Why are you asking this? Do you mean that you can't travel more than 1,000 feet without being in the green netherworld?" Daoist's son stroked his beard and smiled. "Daoist Lu, congratulations. You found yourself a good junior brother." Xianxia bowed towards his little senior brother and Daoist Sunday. Then he turned around and strode 1,000 feet away. As he rode the wind, he broke through to the pure jade state. Almost at the same time, a Western Bodhisattva broke through to the pure jade state. Lu Qin nodded and shook his wrist. That's good. I almost couldn't hold it in." Daoist son smiled. "Daoist Lu, you don't have to make things difficult for yourself. Just tell me next time. It's a matter of a slap." "It doesn't matter who slaps you." The little Daoist boy asked worriedly, "Sect Master Lu, how did you know that I'm going to temporarily lend the Dolyang gourd to the Confucian temple? Master cast a camouflage spell and you don't know what happened in the Tongyi continent." Lu Qin smiled. "I'm in a high position and have nothing to do every day. All I can do is let my imagination run wild and make wild guesses." The little Daoist boy reached out and touched the gigantic golden gourd behind him. Lu Qin said, "This Dolyang old monastery head, you, the sage of this place, the Confucian temple of the Middle Plains, the embroidered tiger of the Aquarius continent and Old Yang. After so many twists and turns, it will eventually be delivered to a lady with the surname Li." The little Daoist boy frowned. "Sect Master Lu, are you making wild guesses again?" He was a little reluctant to part with this parting, even though the Dolyang would definitely be returned to him in the end. Lu Qin smiled. "Have you ever thought about who made the 7-blade strengthening gourds?" 7-blade strengthening gourds were born from a single vine. In the end, it was a single entity in the vast world. The 7 meridians flowed and merged into one. The Daoist ancestor used this to observe Tao. It was the same as watching a pond of lotus flowers bloom and where the water droplets fell. The Daoist ancestor's Tao was omnipotent, but he would not really do anything. The Confucian temple naturally had no reason to break these meridians that were rooted in the vast worlds. The little Daoist boy said, "Of course." The Daoist son smiled. "It's like playing the lute to a cow." He was scolding all 4 of them at once. Lu Qin said helplessly, "Daoist son, they are very respectful towards their teachers." Daoist son was puzzled. "What did you say?" "I'm old and muddle-headed. My ears aren't very sharp." Lu Qin dismissed it with a smile. Since his master did not care as a disciple, he should not meddle in other people's business. The little Daoist boy was left with a confused mind. He only knew that the gourd vine that the Daoist ancestor planted personally bore the 7 best blade strengthening gourds in the world. The inverted hanging mountains spring banner house and sword immortal Xiao Yunyan's gourd vine were naturally incomparable. The huge golden gourd behind the little Daoist boy was one of the 7 most precious blade strengthening gourds in the world. It was called the Dolyang. It contained the water of the Eastern Sea. It was rumored that the water level of the Eastern Sea had dropped by a few feet. However, his master did not let him nurture the sword. Instead, he used it to catch and nurture flood dragons. Before he ascended to the green netherworld, the old temple master had secretly done something big. When Li Lu and Gu Qin reunited on the dragon resting stone on the sea, there was not a single flood dragon on it to stop the rain. This was because the water flood dragons on both sides of the Tongye continent were almost all captured by the old Daoist. The water flood dragons in the other sea areas also took the initiative to enter the Doliang. In the flood dragon ravine between the inverted hanging mountain and the rain dragon sect, the weary flood dragon did not need to stop at the dragon resting stone. The scholarly sage did not stop this at that time. Of course, the Confucian temple had its own considerations. In addition, there were 6 priceless blade strengthening gourds. They nurtured the most swords and were called ox hair. The name was not good, but its quality and power were very scary. It was also the best to help the master win the favor of the sword cultivators and sword immortals on the mountain. The natal flying sword embryo was formed the fastest. It was called Road of Mount Zhongnan. The more talented a sword cultivator was, the more natal flying swords they had. Once they had this blade strengthening gourd, they would complement each other the most. The flying sword that was nurtured was the toughest. Its name was also strange. It only had one word, 3. It was the sharpest sword. A sword cultivator could break 10,000 techniques with one sword. The sword in the gourd could break 10,000 swords. It was called Burden of the Heart. The flying sword was the smallest and the most delicate. It could be refined to be truly invisible and ignore the river of time. Immediately, it was the most suitable to store wine. When a cultivator drank wine, they were absorbing sword qi without any side effects. It was called good wine. It meant that drinking wine was the most beautiful thing in the world. A total of 7 blade strengthening gourds were left behind in the vast world for some reason. The small Aquarius continent had great fortune and had 2. Xingyang Mountain's purple gold blade strengthening gourd, ox hair, had once been given to a female sword cultivator, Su Jia, who had high hopes for her sect. Of course, it was not an ancestral item of Xingyang Mountain. Xingyang Mountain did not have such a foundation. It was obtained halfway. Winsnow Temple also had a snow-white blade strengthening gourd. It was obtained by Wei Jin, who had reached the upper 5 realms at the age of 40. The little Daoist boy guessed that it was the good wine. In addition, the eldest disciple of the White Emperor City's city lord of the Central Plains divine continent obtained a 3. The god of wealth of the White Mountain continent's Lu family obtained a Mount Zhongnan, after half buying and half robbing. He had kept it for a long time and did not show it to others easily. He spread the word that it would be one of the betrothal gifts for his son, Lu Yuzhou, when he got married. The great sword Immortal of the North, by Shang of the North Continent, obtained Road of Mount Zhongnan. However, the 2 most suitable offensive blade strengthening gourds for sword cultivators were Worry in Mind and Immediately. However, they were nowhere to be found. The little Daoist boy wanted to regain his dignity, so he smiled cheekily and said, "Sect Master Lu, do you want to meet a descendant of the Lu family?" Lu Chen looked at Lu Chen. It was interesting just thinking about it. Lu Chen smiled and said, "There's no need to meet a child who can't even light the incense of the 3 pure ones in inverted hanging mountain." Daoist's son looked into the distance and clicked his tongue in wonder. What an interesting Shanqing. He said that he was going to travel far away, but he was going straight to a mountain that Xiandu Temple had recently occupied. Looking at his posture, he was going to kill all the Daoists of Xiandu Temple below the nascent soul realm. Lu Chen exclaimed and stomped his foot. "This is outrageous. Aren't you afraid that little senior brother will beat Daoist's son to death?" Daoist's son nodded and said, "When you drive a dog into a corner, it will do something desperate." Since Daoist's son had said so himself, Lu Chen had nothing to say. Daoist's son sneered. "That's true, but is it that easy to kill him? So what if he has many treasures on him and his combat strength has increased by 1 realm? The sword immortals of Xiandu Temple may not be as rich as the old and young immortals of Beko Keikyung building, but when it comes to fighting they are still quite capable." A young monk from the west broke through at almost the same time as Shan Qing. A young and beautiful woman from Xiandu Temple who carried a sword on her back broke through slightly slower. However, Shan Qing, who wielded a sword, had the strength to fight. Although it was difficult for her to win, she could hold Shan Qing back for a while. When the cultivators of Xiandu Temple went down the mountain, they would either be amiable and allow others to scold and beat them up. They would not easily fight with others, or they would directly attack and beat them to death. Apart from that, the Daoists of Xiandu Temple liked to call their fellow disciples and friends to gang up on their enemies. Therefore, the Daoists of the lower 5 realms of Xiandu Temple were usually very experienced. Of course, after ascending to the upper 5 realms, they should not do things so openly. According to the words of the old Grandmaster, it would be bad for their reputation if word got out. As for what they did in private, Daoist Sun was always traveling outside. He could not see or hear, so of course he could not care about it. I take in disciples and disciples take in grand disciples. I only care about imparting Daoist techniques and sword techniques. In the future, when you go down the mountain to travel, it is up to you whether you bring honor to Xiandu Temple or not. In fact, Sun Huizhong did not care about small matters. That was because he had a catchphrase: I have achieved success in my cultivation, so I am calm. The old temple master only cared about important matters. Therefore, he had another catchphrase: I have been diligent in my swordsmanship all my life. Is it to reason with fools? Actually, after Lu Chen opened 2 new doors in the 5th world, he often used his fingers to calculate. Daoist Sun asked, do you miss the vast world that much? Lu Chen smiled and said, in the Pearl Grotto Heaven, I have set up a fortune-telling stall for many years. It is inevitable that I miss it. Daoist Sun shook his sleeves and raised his hand to quickly pinch his fingers. He exclaimed and said, what a coincidence. I did not expect Daoist Lu to have such deep karma even though you have only been away for a few years. I did not expect that we would have such karma even though we have gone our separate ways. However, I have good karma while you have bad karma. I am worried for you. Lu Chen agreed and said, yes, I am worried. After all, Chao Ci was only at the peak of the mountain. That year when he returned to his hometown, he set up a stall in that small town to tell people's fortunes. Unfortunately, he only had a Wen Ke by his side to check his literary fortune. If he had another Wu Ke, Qi Jingchuan's camouflage would not have worked. Lu Chen shook his sleeves and stopped pinching his fingers to calculate. Daoist Sun was still pinching his fingers in his sleeves and laughed. Daoist Lu, you can't take it anymore? Lu Chen said impatiently, Temple Master, stop pretending over there. Daoist Sun laughed and shook his sleeves. Even if he was pretending, he had won against Lu Chen. After returning to Xiandu Temple, he had a chat with the direct disciples and reminded them not to mention such trivial matters to their disciples. Lu Chen lamented, the door to this world has been opened and all 5 worlds have been connected. Daoist Sun retracted his smile and nodded, Divination 1 is the most difficult. Both of them were silent. There was also a fire-burning Daoist child who felt that it was useless to listen to Daoist techniques. Lu Chen said casually, it's a pity that I can't meet Daoist Frost's Daoist companion. What a pity. At most she is half Daoist Frost's Daoist companion. Daoist Sun sighed, people are trapped by love. Daoist Frost did the opposite and trapped his sweetheart. He was infatuated and ruthless. Outsiders can't tell right from wrong. Palace Master Wu Shuangjiang, the most famous Daoist magnate in the history of the Lunar Palace, had almost single-handedly raised a second-rate sect to become one of the most outstanding sects in the green underworld. After he gained a firm foothold, a large group of geniuses, including the guardian of the Lunar Palace, rose. Wu Frost himself was once among the top 10 of the green netherworld sect. Although his ranking was not high, he was still quite capable among the top 10 of the entire world. He could have broken through the bottleneck of the Ascendant Realm, but he remained in seclusion. Because Wu Frost had not appeared for too long, he fell out of the top 10 hundreds of years ago. The little Daoist child was most interested in the inside story of the mountain peak. He asked curiously, if Wu Frost fought without restraint and used all his techniques, would he be able to defeat the two of you? Lu Chen smiled. Isn't the purpose of cultivating Daoist techniques to avoid fighting? Daoist Sun nodded and smiled. It shouldn't be just for fighting. The little Daoist child snorted. What were the Beko Keikyung building Daoists and the Sword Immortal Daoist lineage doing? Lu Chen tiptoed and looked at the flow of fate in this world. He said without reason, there's no doubt about the first place? Daoist Sun said, you should be glad that Daoist Chen isn't here. Otherwise, it's possible that the 2 worlds will collide in a sword battle in the future. Lu Chen smiled, you're wrong. If he's here, he'll only be more and more restrained. Daoist Sun stroked his beard and nodded. That's true. The little Daoist child whispered, can't you two talk about something I can understand? Lu Chen said, it's difficult. Daoist Sun said, extremely difficult. In the central area of this world, there were 2 Confucian sages guarding the sky screen. One was from the Li Ji Academy of the Sage of Rites and the other was from the River Academy of the Secondary Sage. They were both accompanying Confucian sages. One of them recorded everything he saw and heard in a book. The other watched the east and west gates to prevent cultivators of the upper 5 realms from sneaking in and nascent soul cultivators from the north and south gates. The 2 sages each brought a disciple of their own lineage. They were both gentlemen of the academy. One of the gentlemen had a long sword, the Great Spirit. It was given to him by a friend when he traveled the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Because of their relationship with the sages, the 2 gentlemen were able to observe the world. There were many strange people and interesting things. For example, among the 3,000 Daoists, there was a Daoist sect, one of the ancestral courts of the Talisman sect. The leader was a nascent soul cultivator named Nanshan. As for their sworn enemy Harvest Mountain, they also had a nascent soul cultivator. Her name was Yuran. Not only were the man and woman born in the same year and month, but they were also born at the exact same time. Apart from this, the 2 gentlemen also knew a lot about the Green Netherworld. In the past, the books of the sages did not record this. In the vast world, there were 10 types of rogue cultivators, including the tailor and the lone rider of the South Sea. They were defined as evil cultivators that everyone wanted to kill. In the Green Netherworld, there were also 10 types of cultivators that were not welcomed. Although they were not as bad as rats, they definitely did not dare to approach the Beko Kekyung building without permission. They were the rice thief, the undead immortal, the curtain roller, the red crisp hand, the porter, the coffin bearer, the mountain patrolling envoy, the dressing lady, the machete master and the one-character master. This time the 3,000 Daoists entered the new world. Apart from the large sects, there were also hundreds of mountain and lake cultivators in the Green Netherworld. Due to fate and good fortune, each of them received a jade clearance token from the Beko Kekyung building. Inside and outside the city of sword cultivators, after Ningyao ascended to the pure jade realm, even though Ningyao deliberately left the city and traveled alone, the nascent soul stage sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, including Qishou, were still slightly suppressed by the Great Tao of Heaven and Earth. This was especially so for Qishou, who was the most likely nascent soul stage cultivator to break through the pure jade realm after Ningyao. Not only did Ningyao break through the pure jade realm, but she also made rapid progress in the pure jade realm. This caused Qishou's breakthrough to be much slower than Shanqing, the Western Arhat and the Nuguan of Xiandu Temple. When the heavens and earth first opened, many great Tao manifested. The impact was relatively deep and obvious. As time went on, it would become more and more blurry. However, with Qishou's outstanding talent and the potential reward of being the leader of the criminal officers, he would definitely become the second batch of pure jade realm cultivators in the first 10 years. The so-called first batch was actually Ningyao. After that, it would be the second batch, which included Shanqing, the Western Bodhisattva and Qishou. There would not be many of them, at most 10. After that, the cultivators who reached the upper 5 realms in the first 90 years would be the third batch. There would not be many cultivators from the Tongya continent and Fuyao continent. This was because compared to the east and west gates, the cultivators from the 2 continents who entered the 5th world from the north and south, except for a few nascent soul cultivators, would not be allowed to enter the new world. As for the small group of nascent soul cultivators, they were exceptions because their sect's merits and their cultivator's character were recognized by the Central Plains Confucian Temple. For example, the Taoist nun of the Taiping Mountain and the sword cultivator Huang Ting. Including her without exception, all of them were forced to rush here by their respective sections. Naturally, their sects were prepared for the destruction of their sects, for everyone to die in battle, and for only one person to continue burning incense in the ancestral hall. It was now the end of the 5th year of Jiachuan. Before this, there was a big argument about whether to choose the year name of Jiachuan or the one suggested by the Confucian Temple. In the end, the year name of Jiachuan was chosen. In fact, it was only decided not long ago. Therefore, before that, both names were used. The old elementary scholar used one name and the Confucian Temple used the other. No one was convinced by the other. Of course, according to the old elementary scholar, Brother Bai Yi was not a mute and spoke for the first time. Bai Yi said that he felt that the 2 words Jiachuan were very beautiful and had a good meaning. Every day Bai Yi held a sword to his neck and did not dare to disobey. Other than that, there was another argument about when the first year was. Was it when the old elementary scholar and Bai Yi entered the new world together? Or was it when the city of the Great Wall of Sword Qi landed? Of course, It was the old elementary scholar who argued with the Confucian temple. In the end, the old elementary scholar won both arguments. Regarding the year name of Jiachuan, Bai Yi opened the way with his sword. Later on, the merit of opening the world with his sword was too great. Of course, the old elementary scholar didn't slack off either. He worked hard without complaint and accomplished many things such as setting the mountains and rivers. Therefore, the Confucian temple agreed to the old elementary scholar's request. We should at least sell by some face. However, even a fool knew that Bai Yi, who was known as the proudest scholar in the world, wouldn't interfere with the year name. Would he even put his sword to the old elementary scholar's neck? It was hard to say who would put the sword to whose neck. As for the first year of Jiachuan, the time of the city's landing was also a matter of endless debate. Not long after the old elementary scholar left the fifth world, he went to the Confucian temple proudly. He walked with his nose in the air and his sleeves fluttering in the wind. It turned out that the old elementary scholar had stolen the ancestral painting of the mountain search map from Bai Zhe. In the beginning, the Confucian temple had wanted to place the first year of Jiachuan between the old elementary scholar and Bai Yi. When they first entered the new world, the old elementary scholar gave up all his merit in exchange for the protection of the fate of the great Dao in the mountain search map. However, the old elementary scholar didn't want it and gave it to the South Hassa continent. Therefore, the Confucian temple had nothing to say. When the Confucian temple closed its doors, the old elementary scholar quarreled with the vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple, the Grand Chancellor of the Academy, and the headmaster of the Central Plains Academy. Later on, the secondary sage and even the sage of rites arrived. The old elementary scholar directly said that scholars like them shouldn't quarrel with each other behind closed doors. They should also close the doors of their study rooms. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a disgrace to the scholars. However, they were all scholars. If they were too disgraceful, the juniors would laugh at them. Therefore, except for the three of them, everyone left the Confucian temple and stood in the square outside waiting for the news. In the end, the two vice-hierarchs, the three grand chancellors, and the 10 headmasters of the academies saw the three sages walking out of the Confucian temple together. The old elementary scholar and the secondary sage were walking beside the sage of rites. However, the old elementary scholar slowed down his pace and pushed the secondary sage aside, walking in the middle. Fortunately, the sage of rites smiled and the secondary sage didn't blame him. Thus, the sage of rites allowed the old elementary scholar to break the rules for once. However, the old elementary scholar was still an old elementary scholar. He didn't regain his status as the sage of literature. His statue wouldn't be moved back into the Confucian temple and wouldn't be worshipped to the sage of literature. In the end, everyone left. The old elementary scholar was the only one sitting on the stairs. He seemed to be chatting with someone about trivial matters. The old elementary scholar didn't look worried when he complained to others. Moreover, the old elementary scholar complained a lot and showed off a lot. An old man who was worshipped as the sage of literature sat beside the old elementary scholar. The old man wanted to leave and attend to some matters. However, the old elementary scholar grabbed his sleeves tightly and he couldn't leave. The old man could only pull at his sleeves lightly, indicating that it was enough. The old elementary scholar sat sideways and pulled at his sleeves with both hands. He said, "Let's chat a bit more, let's chat a bit more. We haven't even talked about how my last disciple went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to find a wife. Old man, you don't know this, but this last disciple of mine is the master of my line of knowledge. When it comes to finding a wife, he's even better than teacher and senior martial brother." The old man said helplessly, Bai Ye's sword was already considered polite. Inside the southernmost gate, the Confucian school had set up 2 mountain and river restrictions. After entering the fifth world and crossing the second boundary, one could only leave and not return. Ning Yao flew on her sword and arrived 1,000 miles away. She looked at the gate that stood between heaven and earth from afar. As long as she used her sword to cut open the restrictions, she could cross the gate and go to Tongyi continent. However, Ning Yao turned around and left in the end. In the end, she changed her mind. She sheathed her sword and carried it on her back before landing on the ground. She wore a golden robe and carried a sword Immortal on her back. Ning Yao planned to find a few Tongyi continent cultivators to ask about the latest situation. A group of 10 or so people flew away on the wind, getting further and further away from the gate. They were all Dragon Sect and Golden Core cultivators. They had been scared witless when they were fleeing, but after arriving here they had formed an alliance. Thus they felt that they had profited from a disaster and that the world was vast. The reason was simple. There wasn't a single nascent soul cultivator nearby. Moreover, in this world there were no more 5 realms, 3 golden cores and 9 dragons sect. Was it difficult to kill a nascent soul cultivator? Actually, it wasn't that simple. After all, the strength on paper was just an illusion. If a nascent soul cultivator were to kill 1 or 2 people first, causing everyone to tremble in fear, then take them down one by one. In the end, everyone would surround and kill one person or be chased down by one person. It was hard to say who would be the one to kill who. However, the world was vast and there were no nascent soul cultivators. Those in the sea viewing realm and cave abode realm were not qualified to be on the same side as them. The 30 or so cultivators from the various immortal mountains and dynasties were gathering forces at the gate for them. These 12 people had already agreed to build the biggest sect on the mountain. They would fight for people, territory, fortune, power, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. They would fight for everything in their hands. After this, even if their cultivation aptitude was limited, they would use the mountain of immortal money to break through their bottlenecks. As long as one of the 12 people reached the nascent soul realm first, their great undertaking would be completely stable. Then they saw the woman with a sword on her back walking on the ground. Everyone was slightly surprised. She was so bold. She dared to travel alone? They took a closer look and each of them had their own ideas. Some took a fancy to the woman's appearance, some took a fancy to the robe she wore, some guessed the value of the sword and some purely wanted to kill her. Of course, there were also those who were afraid of the worst and were careful not to provoke trouble. Of course, there was also the only female cultivator in the Golden Core realm who pitied the woman who was destined to have a pitiful end. She wasn't in the mood. In this chaotic world where the world didn't care about the world and only cultivators were in charge, if such a beautiful woman dared to go out alone without a high cultivation base, wasn't she courting death? Ningyao looked up and saw that they didn't intend to attack, so she continued walking. The 12 fleeing cultivators from the Tongyi continent hovered in the air and looked down at the beautiful woman whose identity they didn't know for now. A moment later, the gold core female cultivator was infuriated. Are these men all righteous gentlemen with a pure heart and few desires? Why aren't they doing anything? Therefore she smiled and said, I think that woman's appearance is not bad. Don't fight with me. I'm lacking a servant girl now, so I'll take her. As soon as she spoke, a burly man with a burning gaze immediately reached out and held the slender waist of the female cultivator beside him. He chuckled and said, It's good to be a servant girl, but it's even better to be a concubine. Big brother will help you take down that lucky woman. Sister Jade Cheeks, let's hurry and find an auspicious date so that we can quickly become husband and wife. Who knows, we might become the #1 Dao couple in the world. If there's some mysterious additional fortune, wouldn't good things come in pairs? As he spoke, the burly man said to his 2 good friends telepathically, Remember to help me hold the line. Other than the 2 of you, including Jade Cheeks, I don't trust anyone else. The burly man took out a military armor pill and a deity armor instantly covered his body. Then he landed on the ground and strode towards the woman with a sword on her back. He smiled and said, Sister, which part of the Tongyi continent do you come from? Why don't we travel together? There's no fear in numbers, isn't there? Although his words seemed frivolous, the man had already tightened his grip on his saber. He was a golden core cultivator who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Ningyao said with an indifferent expression, There's no fear in numbers? He spoke in a rather clumsy dialect of the Tongyi continent. In terms of language talent, he was indeed better. He could speak the official language of the 3 continents, the official language of each country, and many local dialects. He would deliberately use an understated expression and used a language that she did not understand to speak some words. However, she knew what he was saying because she would look into his eyes. The burly man laughed and said, Little lady, you really know how to joke. The burly man was mysteriously split into 2 from the middle of his brows and from head to toe. His deity armor and the physique of a golden core military cultivator were actually worse than a thin piece of paper. The female cultivator called Jade Cheeks knew that things were not going well. Similarly, she was cut in half by an invisible sword aura. Her golden core was wrapped in her soul and spun. Just as it was about to escape, it exploded. Ningyao glanced at the sky. The 10 cultivators fought to be the first. Each of them wished that they could smash into the ground in a straight line so that they could be the first to meet the female sword deity. It was not that they could tell that she was a sword cultivator. In fact, they did not even know how she attacked. However, since she carried a sword on her back, they could just treat her as a sword deity. It did not matter if she was a golden core sword cultivator with an amazing natal flying sword or a nascent soul sword cultivator that fell from the sky. She was still a sword deity. In any case, killing them was as easy as chopping a group of chickens with a kitchen knife. Ning Yao suddenly could not be bothered to ask about the situation in the Tongyi continent. He had once told her about his travels in the Tongyi continent. It was also written in the book that she always carried with her. However, Ning Yao knew that the cultivators of the Tongyi continent who did not come to this world should come. Therefore Ning Yao turned around and left. She planned to walk for a while. On the way here there was a mountain not far away that produced a kind of strange green bamboo. Ning Yao planned to forge a walking stick for it. When she turned around, the two friends that the burly man spoke to earlier died on the spot. In front of a sword cultivator who was at the bottleneck of the Jade Realm, they were whispering to each other in their hearts. They were not cautious enough. A young sword cultivator landed on the ground and frowned. "Fellow Daoist, is your killing intent too strong?" The 10 cultivators each had their own thoughts. Because this sword cultivator was extremely famous. He was the publicly acknowledged successor of the Tongyi continent's Xianxia sect. His name was Xiyun and he was 100-years-old golden core cultivator. Most importantly, he was a sword cultivator. The reason why she could recognize him at a glance was that the sword at his waist, Corpse Liberation, was too eye-catching. There were colorful lights flowing outside the scabbard. It was a half-immortal weapon that recognized its master. And his name was also brought into the sect by the Dao protector when he was young. It was personally given by the Xianxia sect's ancestral master. It implied that this person had the potential to ascend. Ning Yao turned a deaf ear. The young sword cultivator and the woman pulled apart a distance and walked side by side. Ning Yao said, "You are blind and deaf. Your cultivation level is low. Speak less and go further away." Xiyun laughed. "Are you saying that I can't tell good from bad? That's not the case. It's just that other than Su Dao and Yuzhen, the other two do not deserve to die. It's enough to teach them a lesson. As long as they are not evil people, we, the cultivators of the Tongyi continent, should abandon our past grudges and cultivate wholeheartedly. Who knows, we might soon meet the cultivators of the Fuyao continent, or even the barbarians of the Great Wall of Sword Qi who love to kill." Previously he did not think so, but when he got closer to look at this woman he realized that she was really charming. Naturally, it was not because of her beauty. To a young genius with a pure sword heart, he just felt that she made people forget about the vulgarity. Ning Yao kept her eyes forward and said, "You don't listen to advice. You should change it after your cultivation level drops." Xiyun was about to speak. He was instantly sent flying. More than half of his golden core was shattered. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices and could not get up even if he struggled with all his might. His vision was blurry. He could vaguely see the woman's back figure slowly walking away. The other 10 people looked at each other. Should he take advantage of the situation and kill them to snatch the corpse liberation, or should he save them and form a huge relationship with the Xianxia sect? Other than the 2 nascent soul ancestral masters of the Xianxia sect, almost all of the consecrators, guests and direct disciples of the ancestral hall had already entered this new world. It was said that even the portrait of the ancestral hall and the divine master were carried by Xiyun and placed in an ancestral item. Someone gritted his teeth and said in his heart, "What relationship? It's all King fake stuff. Why do we still care about this now? What immortal master of the registry? Which one of them isn't a wild cultivator now?" After obtaining a half-immortal weapon, whoever breaks through to the nascent soul realm first will get it. Let's all swear that the person who obtains the corpse liberation in the future will be the leader. This person must protect the rest of us to break through to the next realm. Another person reminded that corpse liberation is a half-immortal weapon that recognizes its master. Who dares to take it? Who can refine it? If Xiyun is dead, it's fine, but Xiyun is not dead. Someone said softly, "Xiyun's cultivation level dropped, but I didn't see the corpse liberation being unsheathed." Saying that it recognizes its master is most likely a method by the Xianxia sect to gain fame for Xiyun. There were also a few immortal masters who were unwilling to take the risk, but they were not willing to speak at the moment. Blocking an opportunity on the mountain was more hateful than cutting off one's path to wealth at the foot of the mountain. Unexpectedly, when no one dared to make the first move, Xiyun sat up. His sword, Corpse Liberation, was unsheathed by itself and hovered in the air. He reached out to hold the sword, but it did not hurt his palm at all. It was as if he was being supported by the sword. Xiyun's eyes were gloomy as he looked at those bastards. Even if he was really deaf, Xiyun was not blind. He could see their expressions and gazes. Xiyun let go of the half-immortal weapon, Corpse Liberation. He was on the verge of collapse, but he was not afraid of them at all. He gritted his teeth and said, "A bunch of trash. You only have a broken golden core that knows a little talisman, and you dare to kill me and snatch my sword?" Xiyun suddenly lowered his head and stared at his beloved sword. Tears streamed down his face. He reached out to cover his heart and choked with sobs. "Why did you pretend to be dead just now? Why didn't you unsheath yourself? Why didn't you protect my golden core? If you didn't kill her, it would have been good to protect my golden core." The long sword trembled as if it was crying. It seemed to be even more aggrieved than its master, who had dropped in cultivation level. It did not dare to unsheath. It was afraid that its master would die. It was just that the half-immortal weapons in the world were often like ignorant children who had not been enlightened. They could not speak or write. Otherwise, this Corpse Liberation would clearly tell Xiyun that that woman was very likely to be the first person recognized by the world's great Dao. Those 10 people finally realized that the half-immortal weapon, Corpse Liberation, could kill people on its own. Therefore, they did not hesitate and immediately used all kinds of methods to escape with the wind. Xiyun did not have the intention to chase after them. Firstly, he was not sure what to do after suffering such a disaster. Secondly, there were too many accidents after his realm dropped. He did not want to provoke them. He had already remembered the 10 people's appearances and clothes, and he also knew the general background of these cultivators. The mountains would not change and the rivers would flow forever. He would have a chance to meet them again in the future. This young genius who carried all the hopes of his sect raised his head and looked in the direction that the woman left. He suddenly realized that she came from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Ningyao arrived at the green mountain in the bamboo forest. She looked around and finally chose a green bamboo tree. She made a walking stick and held it in her hand. Seeing that there was no one around, Ningyao started to walk with the walking stick. She imagined him leading the way when he was young. She imagined him traveling alone after he turned 20. She imagined him getting drunk when he was drunk. She imagined him walking in the mountains and rivers and looking at the scenery with his eyes wide open. She would write all of these down in a book. After walking for a while, Ningyao returned to normal. She stood on the peak of the green mountain and supported herself with the walking stick. She softly called out a name. Then she listened attentively to the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the bamboo forest. Seemed to be an answer. Previously, when she had just arrived at the new world, her inner demon when she broke through the nascent soul realm was the Qin Pingon in her heart. To Ningyao, her inner demon was just like that. However, it was just a face-to-face encounter. After Ningyao took a few more glances, she was quickly killed by her. Therefore, the breakthrough happened in an instant. It was extremely complicated yet simple. Ningyao only understood one thing in an instant. The Qin Pingon in her heart could never be compared to the real Qin Pingon. In this vast world there was only one Qin Pingon, the real one. 700. Middle Plains Divine Continent, Records of Rites Learning Palace. In the middle of winter, Mao Xiaodong sat alone in the pavilion to enjoy the snow while the scholars in the palace were asking questions and studying. He gently rubbed his hands and softly recited a popular prose piece. The sky clouds, the mountains and the rivers were all white. The fishermen in the pavilion and the drinkers were all white. Mao Xiaodong was in a bad mood. The Cliff Academy's return to being one of the 72 academies had been delayed for so many years, and it still had not been finalized. Now that the excavation of the Great Blasphemy and the construction of the capital of Dali had been completed, it seemed like Mao Xiaodong was the one who was dragging them down the most. If not for his poor relationship with the Dali embroidered tiger and his unwillingness to have anything to do with Cui Dong, Mao Xiaodong would have written to Cui Dong a long time ago. He would have said that he only had this bit of ability and that he was obviously not of much use. He would have asked Cui Dong to quickly find someone more capable to take charge of the situation here. As long as the Cliff Academy could return to the Orthodox Confucian Temple, he would be grateful to Cui Dong. However, Mao Xiaodong was very clear that it did not matter whether he wrote a letter or not. Cui Dong, that bastard, was not someone who cared about old friendships. He only cared about results. Since Cui Dong chose him to lead the expedition and did not ask about it after that, it should be because Cui Dong already had a plan. Cui Dong could wait, but Mao Xiaodong was so anxious that his throat was smoking. The Tongyi continent was already a mess. Every day the records of Wright's Learning Palace would circulate court bulletins. Compared to the Fuyao continent and the demon army on the coastal battlefield, the cultivators of the upper 5 realms in the Fuyao continent would try their best to choose the battlefield overseas, so as to avoid the various kinds of immortal spells that were used in the battle with the great demons, which would accidentally bring disaster to the armies of the various great dynasties on the ground. Other than the cultivators of the upper 5 realms having such courage, Qi Tingji Zhou Xian, and an ascendant realm cultivator of the Fuyao continent had a lot to do with this. On the other hand, the Tongya continent, which had only adopted a defensive posture from the beginning, was simply eroded. From the immortals on the mountain to the secular dynasties, everywhere was collapsing. Now they could only rely on the 3 major academies and those immortals with the surname Zong. The Yugui sect could only be said to be stable in its defense. The Tongya sect and the Fuyao sect were slightly chaotic, especially the Fuyao sect near the sea, whose territory was constantly shrinking. Only Taiping Mountain was the most impressive. Under the protection of the mountain and river formation that could both attack and defend, there were actually 1,000 cultivators who could jointly kill their way out of the sect and achieve a great feat. The old Lord of Heaven of Taiping Mountain, who had already fallen by one realm, under the double support of the 3 enclosures 4 symbols great formation of one continent and his own formation, his Dharma form was majestic. He held a large mirror in his hand, like an immortal holding a bright moon in his hand. Under the moonlight, the cultivators of Taiping Mountain could advance and retreat freely, killing their enemies as if they were wheat. Mao Xiaodong could not wait to resign from his position as the deputy mountain master and go to Old Dragon City to guard. Rather than stay here and watch helplessly every day, he might as well do something practical. Mao Xiaodong brought a large group of academy students to travel across continents. As the deputy mountain master, he not only had to protect the students to concentrate on their studies, but he also had to strive to obtain the title of one of the 72 academies of the Confucian Temple for Cliff Academy. Therefore, Mao Xiaodong did not have an easy time these years. The most important thing was that Dali Xiu who did not tell Mao Xiaodong how to do it. When they arrived at the Li Ji Academy, the Grand Chancellor also did not tell Mao Xiaodong how to pass the assessment. He only asked Mao Xiaodong to wait for the news. Mao Xiaodong could only let more than 30 students, including Li Baoping, calm down and study hard. Mao Xiaodong actually felt a little guilty. This was because the most important factor in whether or not the academy could be promoted to one of the 72 academies was the depth of the mountain master's knowledge. When Senior Qi Jingchun was still alive, Mao Xiaodong did not find it difficult at all for Cliff Academy to obtain this honor. However, when he became the mountain master, he felt even more powerless. Since he had returned to the Confucian Temple Academy, he could not rely on himself as the mountain master. Logically speaking, he could only rely on the students. However, when it came to the source of students, whether it was the Cliff Academy in Dali's capital city or the Cliff Academy in the Great Sui Kingdom, they could not compete with Lakeview Academy. Before the relocation, Cliff Academy and Lakeview Academy were both part of the 72 academies. However, the first-rate students of the Aquarius continent still preferred to try their luck at Lakeview Academy. If they could not pass, they would settle for the next best thing, which was to go to Dali's Cliff Academy. In fact, regarding this matter, Mao Xiaodong, the other deputy mountain masters and the former emperor of Dali, all had complaints. Only Senior Qi was always casual and calm. No matter what kind of students came to the academy, he only asked the teachers to focus on teaching them the same knowledge. When Qi Jingchun was the mountain master, Cliff Academy had always been unshakable in one aspect. Every year they would select a group of students from poor families from the prefectures and counties. Even if these people had a poor foundation in knowledge, the academy would still accept them every year. Qi Jingchun would personally impart knowledge to them. Therefore, to a large extent, many of the talented and intelligent students from the Aquarius continent who had excellent family backgrounds were not willing to come to the Cliff Academy to study, and were also unwilling to be in the same class as these poor students. Mao Xiaodong remembered very clearly that the former emperor of Dali had once visited the academy and hinted to Senior Qi that Dali's capital city was willing to accept these poor scholars. He promised that they would not mistreat or delay these scholars. Not only that, the officials of Dali would also specially open up a smooth career for them. Did this mean that Mr. Qi and the academy did not have to worry? With Mr. Qi's knowledge, he could choose the best students in the academy. Senior Qi laughed and said that even if the Song clan wanted to forget their roots, it was still too early. Therefore, this matter was left unsettled. Therefore, before they went to the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven, Mountain Chieftain Qi Jingchun did not have any direct disciples. She taught the sons of prestigious clans who were relatively more knowledgeable, as well as the sons of humble commoners who came from the countryside. Mao Xiaodong himself was actually no stranger to this Book of Rites learning palace. He had once come here to study with his two senior brothers, Sui Yu and Qi Jingchun. In the end, the two senior brothers didn't stay for long and left him here alone. They left without saying goodbye, only leaving behind a letter. In the letter, Senior Brother Qi said what a senior brother should say, pointing out the direction of Mao Xiaodong's studies, who he should learn from and which sage books he should work on. In any case, it was very comforting. However, at the end of the letter, senior brothers would told Mao Xiaodong not to worry. If he was bullied, he should inform Senior Qi Jingchun and remember not to bother the teacher. Senior Qi Jingchun was very free and the teacher was very busy. How could Mao Xiaodong not worry? Other than involving the teacher's knowledge, Mao Xiaodong did not dare to complain casually. Senior brothers did not do anything every time, but when he did, the teacher had to clean up the mess himself. Moreover, the sage of rites had always been friendly with the teacher. Therefore, Mao Xiaodong could only bite the bullet and rest assured that he would study here for several years. Mao Xiaodong walked out of the pavilion and looked at the couplet under the stairs. Experience was needed before words could be said with substance. Only when the words were integrated with the heart would one feel that the book was interesting. Mao Xiaodong turned his head and saw Li Baoping, who was holding a walking stick and wearing a red cotton-padded jacket. When Li Baoping walked to his side, Mao Xiaodong laughed softly and said, "Skipping class again?" Li Baoping nodded and then shook her head. "I told the teacher in advance that I would like to go to the oil sack lake with Mr. Zhong and Sister Taizhong to enjoy the snow." After Zhong Qiu and Chao Qinglang left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they parted ways with Cui Dongshan and Pei Qian. The latter returned to the Aquarius continent, but they traveled to the Chens of the South Sa continent and then to the Central Plains. They traveled for several years and finally came to the School of Rites. They heard that the Maoshan Mountain Master and Li Baoping happened to be studying there, so they stopped here. During this time, Qin Sanqiu and Taizhong came to the School of Rites. Qin Sanqiu had become a Confucian scholar, but Taizhong was waiting for someone. Unfortunately, the friend that Taizhong was looking for was said to have followed the saint to the fifth world. Mao Xiaodong laughed. "What's so good about the oil sack lake? It's more like the Flattery Lake. What's the big deal?" Then Mao Xiaodong whispered, "Baoping, these are my personal opinions. I'll say it to you secretly. Just forget it after you hear it. Don't tell others." Li Baoping said, "I won't casually talk about the excellence of other people's writings or their character. Even if I really want to talk about this person, I'll talk about it together with the philosophy of praising elegance and rejecting frivolity. I won't just cling on to the phrase, 'The oil sack obtains the water of the Milky Way.' I will add the cup of longevity to it, and get entangled with others. The book is close for 1,000 years and the green water flows away, are excellent." Mao Xiaodong smiled and nodded, "Very good. Learning, discussing Tao and dealing with people must be so righteous and peaceful." Li Baoping hesitated for a moment and said, "Mr. Mao, don't worry too much." Previously, she saw Mr. Mao admiring the scenery alone from afar. Li Baoping came here to greet the Maoshan Mountain Master. Mao Xiaodong laughed, "It's inevitable to worry, but I won't worry too much. Don't worry." Li Baoping bid farewell and left. He reunited with Zhong Qiu, Chao Qinglang and Sister Stack Zhong, who went to the oil sack lake to admire the snow. Qin Sanqiu was now a Confucian scholar in the academy. It was not good for him to skip classes. Moreover, although Qin Sanqiu read a lot of books at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he only realized that it was not easy to catch up when he actually went to the academy to study. Moreover, Qin Sanqiu became a Confucian scholar in the academy for no reason. When he just arrived at the Li Ji Academy, an amiable old man found him and they chatted and admired the scenery. Xianxia only found out later that the old man was the Grand Chancellor of the Academy. Therefore Xianxia studied diligently. Because he entered the nascent soul realm on his journey from the South Sa continent to the Central Divine continent, Xianxia had his own advantages compared to many scholars in the academy who were not cultivators. During the day the headmaster taught Dao and at night he studied by himself. At the same time he could nurture his sword will without tiredness. Xianxia was still at the bottleneck of the Aurus core realm, but she did not think much of it. After all, Xianxia was recognized as a scholar in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The natal supernatural power of the flying sword was related to literary luck, so it was normal for Xianxia to break through the realm. Moreover, Xianxia was now in a state of sudden relaxation. It was as if she did not know what to do after leaving the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When she thought of reuniting with the Confucian gentleman one day, Xianxia would be nervous. The fifth world would only open after 100 years. At that time she and Xianxia could go to the foreign place where it was difficult to distinguish between home and foreign land, and meet Ning Yao and the others. Therefore Li Baoping often took sister Xianxia out to relax. Mao Xiaodong looked in the direction they left. The red cotton-padded jacket Li Baoping and the green-robed scholar Chao Qinglang were used to traveling with the mountain walking staff. Mao Xiaodong stroked his beard and smiled. He was relieved. The depression in his heart fell with the snow. No matter what, the incense of his literary lineage was no longer so unstable as if it would disappear at any time. Mao Xiaodong had a good impression of Chao Qinglang. And Chao Qinglang was the direct disciple of his junior brother Qin Pingan. According to seniority she should call him martial uncle. In fact, when Chao Qinglang met him for the first time she bowed and called him martial uncle. How could Mao Xiaodong not be happy? Because of some things little Bao Ping and Lin Shui could only call him Mountain Master Mao or Mr. Mao. And Mao Xiaodong did not take in any direct disciples. The little girl Pei Qian was Qin Pingan's fifth disciple, so in the end, the only legitimate third-generation disciple of the sage of literature lineage was Chao Qinglang for the time being. The tall old man turned and left the pavilion to read. He planned to go back to his residence to warm a pot of wine. Opening the window and reading on a snowy day was the best. Unexpectedly, someone laughed and shouted behind him, "Xiaodong." Tears welled up in Mao Xiaodong's eyes. He slowly turned and bowed, unwilling to get up for a long time. He lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, "Student greets teacher." The old scholar waited for a while, but the student still did not get up. He felt helpless and walked down the stairs to Mao Xiaodong's side. The old scholar, who was almost a head shorter than Mao Xiaodong, stood on his tiptoes and patted his student's shoulder. "What are you doing? Teacher finally put on a straight face and you didn't see it. What a waste of the teacher's demeanor that he worked so hard to cultivate." Mao Xiaodong quickly straightened his back and bowed slightly. His teeth were chattering in excitement. Once again he respectfully addressed him as Sir. He had not seen his teacher for more than 100 years. His teacher was not tall, but he was very knowledgeable. The old scholar nodded. "Don't do things more than 3 times. That's enough. Xiaodong, I'm not blaming you, but every time I see you bow I feel anxious. Back then I felt like I was burning incense and praying to the departed." Mao Xiaodong said guiltily, "It's student's fault." The old scholar said helplessly, "What's wrong? It's the teacher who doesn't care about etiquette and the student who cares about etiquette. It's a good thing. Xiaodong, you should learn from your younger martial brother." Mao Xiaodong did not know what to do and could only admit his mistake. The old scholar led Mao Xiaodong into the pavilion. Mao Xiaodong was always one step lower than the teacher. Finally he sat opposite the teacher. Mao Xiaodong straightened his back and sat upright. The old scholar did not blame his student for not having good eyesight, but he felt sorry for him. The old scholar suddenly stood up and spat out, "A body of knowledge that resonates with heaven and earth. His sleeves are clean and the wind blows without leaving anything behind. His oil sac obtains the Milky Way, his mouth contains the heavenly constitution to create the Great Lake." Bah! The old scholar had a good impression of the person that Mao Xiaodong and Little Treasure Bottle were talking about. However, when it came to the scholars of the future who used poems to flatter this person, he really wanted to compile the poems into a book and throw it into a Confucian temple in a certain country. He would then ask the person who was given the posthumous title of Duke Wenzhen if he was embarrassed. However, this person's craftsmanship and the art of political theory were indeed extraordinary. Mao Xiaodong looked down and did not move at all. His heart was as still as water. In any case, whatever the teacher said or did was right. The old scholar returned to his seat and said, "The wine from Oil Sack Lake is really good and the price is fair. However, the rule of gentlemen and virtuous people buying wine at half price is too unfriendly. What's wrong with being a scholar? Being a scholar does not mean being an official." Mao Xiaodong did not say a word and only listened to the teacher's lecture. The old scholar had waited for half a day, but his student did not take the initiative to bring up the recent debate at the Confucian temple. He felt very regretful. It was too boring to bring up such a topic himself. Mao Xiaodong just sat opposite him and sincerely felt that his teacher did not care about trifles and yet did great things all over the world. The old scholar smiled and said, "Earlier at the wine shop of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I was drinking with Zhou and your younger martial brother. Qin Pingon talked about your teaching and preaching. He said that you are the most like me, mellow and gentle. He also said that you study carefully and teach with trepidation." Mao Xiaodong hurriedly stood up and said, "I do not deserve such praise." The old scholar said slowly, "If I am not as good as you and if I am not as good as you, then do you think that you can only rely on the holy teacher to do everything personally? If you feel that you do not deserve such praise, then you really do not deserve it. True respect for one's teacher is for one's students to be unique in their studies. This is true respect for one's teacher. The Mao Xiaodong in my heart should see me and greet me as a student. However, after the greeting he dares to say a few words to you that are inappropriate in your studies. Mao Xiaodong, do you think that you have studied hard for 100 years and that you are more knowledgeable than me? Or do you think that you can find and fill in the gaps in your studies? Even if there is only one, it would be good." After Mao Xiaodong stood up, he did not sit down. He felt very guilty and shook his head saying, "Not at the moment." The old scholar was not angry. Instead, he said with a gentle expression, "A close friend is not a good friend. It is not completely useless. Just continue to work hard." The old scholar paused for a moment and said with a smile, "After all, your teacher's knowledge is very high." Mao Xiaodong stood there in a dilemma. He wanted to sit down so that he would not be too much taller than his teacher, which would be inappropriate. However, he also wanted to stand there and listen to his teacher's teachings, which would be appropriate. The old scholar looked up at Mao Xiaodong and said with a smile, "You still haven't broken through the nascent soul bottleneck. This is not good. You shouldn't be like this. With your temperament and knowledge, you should have broken through long ago." Mao Xiaodong felt guilty again. The old scholar asked, "What is the third etiquette?" Mao Xiaodong was about to speak. The old scholar pointed to his heart. "Ask yourself and answer." The tall Mao Xiaodong stood in the pavilion, lost in thought. The old scholar seemed to be talking to himself. The pavilion is like a resting place for the heart. Some things are like the wind and snow. If you carry a few books of the sages and know a few of the sages, can you not feel cold when you walk out of the pavilion? The old scholar also asked and answered his own question. "I actually feel that it is not cold anymore. It can let people walk a few more steps in the wind and snow." Mao Xiaodong looked at the heavy snow outside the pavilion and blurted out, "A gentleman's learning is beautiful in his body. A person of etiquette is upright. If the mouth can speak, the body can do. If one's learning reaches the end of the road, it is the virtue of a gentleman." The old scholar slapped his thigh and said, "Good." Outside the pavilion, the wind and snow stopped. Mao Xiaodong slowly sat down. When the snow stopped, he had already reached the realm of jade. Not only that, the words of the couplets outside the pavilion were shining brightly. Only then did the heavy snow continue to fall on the world. The old scholar suddenly asked, "Outside the pavilion, you walk a long way with a warm heart. There are so many people on the side of the road who are shivering from the cold. What are you going to do? These people have probably never studied before. In the cold weather they are all wearing thin clothes. How can they study? A teacher who does not have to worry about the cold and the warmth of the weather is nagging in people's ears. Isn't that annoying?" Mao Xiaodong was lost in thought. He did not even notice that his teacher had quietly left. The old scholar chuckled to the Academy's Grand Chancellor beside him and said, "What do you mean?" The Grand Chancellor said, "Cui Dong said in the letter that as long as Mao Xiaodong breaks through, he, Cui Dong, will be the new Hill Master of Cliff Academy." The old scholar smiled. "Don't forget to let Cliff Academy return to the list of the 72 academies." The latter bowed and carried out the order. The old scholar suddenly said, "I want to borrow the word mountain from you." If you refuse, it is reasonable and I will not make things difficult for you. I haven't seen your teacher for a long time. The Grand Chancellor was originally hesitant, but after hearing this he agreed decisively. The old scholar patted his shoulder and praised, "You are not muddle-headed for small matters and are even more decisive for big matters. Mr. Sage of Right's disciple is only slightly inferior." The Grand Chancellor of the Academy was speechless for a moment. Asking for knowledge from the Sage of Literature and chatting with the old scholar were like heaven and earth. Li Baoping and the rest had just walked out of the gates of Right's Academy. Li Baoping suddenly smiled, "Mr. Sage of Literature." The old scholar, who only appeared in front of them, waved his hand to indicate that there was no need to greet him, so as not to startle others. However, he spoke without restraint. Since it was autumn, Chao Qinglang and Stack Zhong no longer bowed and greeted him. Chao Qinglang only greeted him as Grandmaster. The old scholar nodded and smiled. The old scholar walked with them to Oil Sack Lake and no one noticed them along the way. Li Baoping and the rest stepped on the snow making crunching sounds. Only the old elementary scholar was able to walk without leaving any traces behind. After merging with heaven and earth, he received the help of the mountains and rivers and received the weight of heaven and earth. Scholars have always been like this. The old scholar had always been proud of himself for writing books, accepting disciples, imparting knowledge, quarreling with others, being good at drinking and many other things. However, he did not feel that there was anything praiseworthy about this matter. Whoever praised or scolded him he would get angry with them. The old scholar walked between Little Treasure Bottle and Chao Qinglang, looking left and right with a face full of smiles. "Do I, the Sage of Literature, need many people?" The old elementary scholar waved his hand. "To hell with the advantage in numbers." Li Baoping said softly, "Mr. Sage of Literature, I heard that you have merged with heaven and earth. You are really a man of indomitable spirit. You are very tall." The old scholar immediately smiled from ear to ear, waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, it's nothing." He still had to accept Little Treasure Bottle's praise. Chao Qinglang said, "Grandmaster, you have worked hard." Teacher's teacher was his own grandmaster. The old scholar smiled, "It's a small matter, you have traveled thousands of miles at such a young age, it's really hard." Chao Qinglang hesitated and asked, "Grandmaster, there are some things that I don't understand about the name." The old scholar nodded and asked with a smile, "Before asking, what do you think is the most useful part of Grandmaster's knowledge? Or rather, what do you want to use the knowledge for yourself? Don't rush, think slowly. It's not an examination, right? Don't be nervous, just treat it as a casual chat." At the side, Xianxia was looking forward to Chao Qinglang's answer. Chao Qinglang had obviously come to a conclusion and said without hesitation, "I have read Grandmaster's works word by word repeatedly. Some of them are shallow and some of them may not have been initiated, so I am still confused. But the biggest feeling I have is that Grandmaster's reasoning is the most stable. The reason is profound but the method of reasoning is shallow. Therefore there is a certain reason like the beautiful scenery in the distance, but the path under the feet of the later generations is not rugged. The great Tao is straight and it is easy to walk. Therefore people do not feel the slightest bit of hardship." The old scholar nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, that's right." Li Baoping nodded lightly and added, "Youngest uncle said early on that Mr. Wenxing is like a person walking in front, throwing money on the ground. Every one of them is excellent, but he doesn't accept money. Like the copper coins and treasures on the ground, it allows future generations to pick up money diligently. It's not some mountain of gold or silver that needs to be dug up, it's just a page of a book and you can immediately earn money." The old scholar listened in high spirits and clapped his hands a few times. Then he stroked his beard and smiled. After all, he was the grandmaster, so he had to give face. The old scholar even felt that the students that his disciple had taken in were better than him. Therefore the old scholar said in the end, "Baoping, Qinglang and of course Mr. Zhong. If you have any questions in the future you can ask Mao Xiaodong. He won't make a mistake in learning and as a teacher he won't make a mistake. He is very good." Zhongqiu smiled and said, "I heard that there is wine in Oil Sack Lake. I will pay for it and treat Mr. Wenxing to it." The old scholar rubbed his hands and smiled, "That's good." Luopa Mountain. Qin Wanshu carried a bucket of water and went to the first floor of the bamboo house to help the old master who had not returned from his travels. The study table was always spotless. After carefully wiping the ink slab, brush holder, paperweight and other items on the table, Qin Wanshu glanced at the neatly stacked pile of books and pursed his lips. He pursed his lips and stretched out his hands. Looked like he was tidying up the books, but the books were actually a little crooked. When Qin Wanshu stepped over the threshold and gently closed the door, the eyes of the girl in the pink dress were full of smiles. When Qin Wanshu went up to the second floor, a little lotus figure immediately jumped out of the room. It climbed up the table along one of the table legs and started running around to inspect the table. It discovered that the paperweight on the table was slightly tilted the day before, and the items on the shelf were not placed properly yesterday. Today the books were accidentally tilted again. The little fellow giggled, then hurriedly covered its mouth and tiptoed to the side of the books. From tiptoeing to lying on its stomach, it carefully helped Sister Nwanshu to stack the books properly. The little lotus figure was still worried. It ran around the little mountain of books. After making sure that there was no tilt at all, it sat on the table satisfied. It was glad that it had helped Sister Nwanshu again today. Finally, the little lotus figure sat on the edge of the table and gently swayed its legs. It really wanted to see the young man in white again and ask him if it could take the initiative to greet Sister Nwanshu and Sister Meili so that it would not bother them. Once every few days, once every 10 days or once every month was fine too. However, he had not been here for a long time. The young man's teacher had not been home for a long time. Therefore, the little fellow who had nothing to do, got up and ran to the pen container. It used its remaining arm to wipe the wall of the container. Outside the bamboo building, 3 people returned to the mountain from Dragon Rider Alley. Daoist Changming went to Wei Wenlong's accounting room as a guest. Zhang Zhezhen and Jiang Chu came to the bamboo building together. They had already moved out of the sword prayer platform. Only sword cultivator Cui Wei was still cultivating there. Dragon Rider Alley was much more lively now. Other than the straw shop that Jia Qing and his 2 disciples were in charge of, the shopkeeper of the shop next door, Shi Rou, also had 2 generals under her, Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu. In addition, there was a woman named Changming who often went to the 2 shops to help. For some reason, Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu were very respectful of the woman who liked to laugh. They did not know where she got the money from, but she bought 2 courtyards at the top of the stairs of Dragon Rider Alley. Every time Jiang Chu went up the mountain, he liked to look at the outer wall of the bamboo building. However, Zhang Zhezhen could not see anything, but Jiang Chu said that it was filled with words and many talismans. Jiang Chu was still standing there today observing the talisman. Zhang Zhezhen sat by the stone table, eating melon seeds with sword Immortal Miyu. Miyu smiled and asked, "Are you jealous of Jiang Chu?" Zhang Zhezhen nodded and said, "I am." Jiang Chu was much more cheerful and smart than her. He was already very familiar with Dragon Rider Alley and liked to go out alone. Every time he returned to the shop he would have all kinds of gains. Zhang Zhezhen could not do that. She could only guard the shop and do whatever shopkeeper Shi Rou gave her. Miyu said casually, "There's nothing to be jealous of, everyone has their own life." Zhang Zhezhen said, "Mr. Qin said that I don't have the talent for cultivation. I'm just a swordsman and martial artist." Miyu became interested. "Are you depressed? Or do you not believe in Master Hidden Official's vision?" Zhang Jiazhen smiled and shook her head. "I believe very much and I'm not depressed. That's why I want to learn some arithmetic from Mr. Wei in the future so that I can have a skill. But even if I learn some basic arithmetic and entry bookkeeping, I think I can only do some brain-dead things. I'll strive to be an accountant in the marketplace. I'll only deal with gold, silver and copper coins. I might never see divine money in my life. But it's better than doing nothing every day. I don't know what to do." Miyu did not mind. He was good at dealing with women. He was not good at talking to children and he was not interested. After all, he was not Master Hidden Official. Zhang Jiazhen did not dare to disturb Sword Immortal Miyu's cultivation. She said goodbye and planned to go to the mountain temple at the top of the mountain to see the scenery around Luapa Mountain. Jiang Chu was still staring at the bamboo talisman with wide eyes. Zhang Zhezhen met the swaggering little girl in black on the way. She was patrolling the mountain with a golden pole on her shoulder. Zhang Zhezhen smiled and greeted, "Guardian Zhou." The little girl smiled and said politely, "Just call me Big Water Monster." Then when she heard Zhang Zhezhen say that she wanted to go to the top of the mountain to see the scenery, Zhou Meili immediately said that she could help lead the way. As soon as Zhou Meili turned around, she saw the longevity fellow Daoist who was walking alone. He was tall and wore a loose snow-white robe. He had a smile on his face all day long. Zhou Mili quickly greeted her. Changming nodded with a smile and brushed past the little girl and Zhang Jiazhen. Zhou Mili stood still, her head slowly moving with Changming. When she could no longer move, she moved back to her original position and walked side by side with Zhang Jiazhen. After holding it in for a long time, she finally could not help but ask, "Zhang Jiazhen, do you know why Changming keeps smiling and squinting her eyes?" Zhang Jiazhen shook her head and said that she did not know. Zhou Mili chuckled and said, it's fine. Sister Nuanshu doesn't know either. It can't be helped. On Luopa Mountain, only Pei Qian's brain is sharper than mine. Have you heard of the idiom money eyes open? You haven't, right? Pei Qian often takes me out for walks and we often pick up a copper coin. When I smile, Pei Qian says that I'm money eyes open. I'm money eyes? Oh, what a joke. I'm just pretending for Pei Qian to see. I won't be money eyes open. I won't even blink when other people throw money on the ground. Zhou Mili was halfway through her sentence when she saw a flash of golden light not far from the road ahead. Zhou Mili instantly stopped and frowned. Then she threw the golden pole high up and grabbed something like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. She rolled up and caught the golden pole. Patting her clothes, she turned her head and blinked her eyes. Puzzled, she said, "What? Sco. There's no money on the ground." Zhang Jiazhen held back her laughter and nodded. This was the mute lake big water monster that Mr. Chen was talking about. Zhou Mili suddenly frowned again. She faced Zhang Jiazhen sideways and carefully reached out her hand from her sleeve. She opened her palm. Not good. Why did the money run away? She had planned to ask Sister Nuanshu for credit after picking up the money. Now Luopa Mountain really didn't have much money. Last time when she went to ask Wei Shanjun when the next night party would be held, Wei Shanjun smiled awkwardly. Zhou Mili suddenly stopped moving. According to Pei Qian, there was a murderous aura. It turned out that someone pressed her head from behind and asked with a smile, "Little Mili, who did you say is money eyes open?" Zhou Mili frowned and opened one hand. She turned around and said pitifully, "Auntie, I swear to God I don't know what I said in my dream." "Look at your palm again." Changming let go of her hand and smiled. She turned and left. Zhou Mili found that there was a shiny copper coin in her hand. Zhou Mili gritted her teeth. The little girl immediately turned around and thanked Changming loudly. The future ruler of Luopa Mountain gently waved her hand, indicating that the little girl who called her auntie didn't have to be so polite. Zhou Mili skipped and brought Zhang Jiazhen to the top of the mountain, but her eyes were fixed on the ground. Pei Qian wasn't by her side. She hadn't picked up money for a long time. Wei Pai appeared on the stone bench in the bamboo building. Wei Shanjun really didn't expect that Jiang Chu, who didn't have the aptitude to be a sword cultivator, could learn talismans. On the path of a talisman, whether one had the aptitude or not, they were immediately divided into ghosts and gods. Success was success. Failure was failure. They would obediently switch to other immortal spells. It was similar to whether one could become a sword cultivator. Miyu held a wine cup in one hand and leaned his elbow on the stone table. Looking at Jiang Chu's back, Miyu curled his lips. Jiang Chu was a child from the same hometown. Even if he had the aptitude to be a talisman, but as a cultivator who was lucky enough to climb the mountain, he still had to talk about his innate root and Qi residence. Moreover, it was a big problem for him to cultivate at this age. Miyu was a sword cultivator after all. Of course, he could see the seriousness and depth of these matters. He estimated that it would be difficult for Jiang Chu to form his core in the future. It was more likely that he would stop at the sea viewing realm. If he was lucky, he would reach the Dragon Gate realm at most. Wei Pai glanced at the sword cultivator and shook his head with a smile. Miyu immediately said with a smile, "I was wrong. I have to change." Indeed, Luopa Mountain did not care about aptitude or cultivation level. In my Luopa Mountain, whoever talks about realms is the most vulgar. Sword immortal me, don't blame me for being nosy as an outsider. For those of us who can be considered elders, an unintentional sentence or an unmindful gaze might make a certain junior miss it for a long time. Therefore we have to be careful. It really isn't as simple as passing on the Tao and scolding. On other immortal mountains, how could they be bothered with such trivial matters? Miyu sat upright and nodded. "Don't worry. I understand the logic. Lord Hidden Official said that small matters don't save effort, but big matters save worry. I just have a few bad habits that are hard to change in a short period of time. Brother Wei, remember to remind me more in the future. I'm used to being shameless, but there's only one good thing about me. I know my place and can distinguish between good and bad people. I'm good at reading people and listening to their advice. Wei Pai joked, that's not only one good thing. Mi Yu gave a thumbs up and laughed. Treat people with sincerity, treat people with sincerity. When she saw Mi Yu and Wei Pai, Changming cupped her fists and bowed. Wei Pai nodded and returned the greeting, greeting Changming. Changming came to Luopa Mountain with the most ease actually. Because of money, Wei Pai's reputation was rotten in the North Continent. Mi Yu quickly got up and said, Sister Changming rarely comes to the mountain as a guest. Sit down and talk. The longevity fellow Daoist ignored Mi Jianxian. She walked to the edge of the cliff and looked in the direction of Red Candle Town. The fortune there was extraordinarily rich, as if it could be drawn to her own mountain. Apart from the Padding Cloud Mountain and the Yang clan's medicine shop, no one else knew about it. Taihui Sword Sect, Pianran Peak. Whitehead sat alone on a bamboo chair, sulking. He was with the direct disciples of the ancestral hall outside of Pianran Peak. Apart from them, there were also two who were said to be very likely to become his junior brother and sister. They were on good terms at first, but then there was a dispute. It was not a big deal, so he did not hold a grudge. It was just that he felt a little aggrieved. At first it was really just a small matter. The other party made a small joke and the Whitehead casually said something back, and then the other party inexplicably got angry. After completely quarreling, it seemed to have become a lot of annoying things. Until the quarrel ended, the Whitehead found that the things that he didn't care about they actually cared a lot, and the things that they cared about he didn't care at all. This made the Whitehead feel more and more helpless. Everyone had their own right and wrong, and it was all a mess. Whitehead finally took the initiative to admit his mistake and let it go. If they met again and pretended not to know each other, it was not worth it. It was too petty. But it was difficult to laugh and laugh like before. Whitehead felt that it was hypocritical. At this time, Whitehead actually missed Pei Qian. That charcoal girl, she was obviously holding a grudge and never minded others knowing. Every time Pei Qian recorded something in the small account book, she wished she could do it under the other party's nose. It was actually easy to get along like this. Moreover, Pei Qian was not really narrow-minded. As long as she remembered some taboos, such as not boasting that she was Qin Pingan's sworn brother, and not saying that a swordsman was inferior to a sword cultivator, Pei Qian was not difficult to get along with. Qi Jinglong returned to the ancestral hall from outside the Skeleton Beach. When he returned to Pianran Peak, he saw the eldest disciple who was moaning and groaning for a drink. Qi Jinglong asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Whitehead roughly told him everything and finally said, "Lu, you have a lot of reasons. Just pick a few to make me feel better." On Pianran Peak, Whitehead could call Lu, but he still had to call him master. Qi Jinglong sat on a bamboo chair and said, "Remember, you can't add or subtract from right or wrong." Whitehead waited for a long time, but nothing happened. He said angrily, "What kind of relief is this?" Qi Jinglong said with a smile, "Then say one more to give others some leeway to be unreasonable." Whitehead rolled his eyes and said, "You win." Qi Jinglong began to close his eyes and rest. Whitehead asked, "Are you hurt?" Qi Jinglong shook his head, "I'm fine." Whitehead said, "When you were on the mountain, I didn't slack off when practicing sword." Qi Jinglong opened his eyes and nodded, "I can see that." Whitehead waved his hand, "Hurry up and heal your sword. Don't talk to my proud disciple with so many rules." Qi Jinglong smiled, closed his eyes and continued to nourish his sword intent. A few days later, a guest came to Pianran Peak. Qi Jinglong had heard of him, but he had never dealt with him. It was Lu Jiqing, a sword cultivator who had just reached the nascent soul stage in Jinwu Palace. It turned out that Lu Jiqing didn't immediately go to Taihui Sword Sect to visit Qi Jinglong. First he went along Jibu Water Dragon Sect, floating Duckweed Sword Lake Zhongshan Bureau of the Great Origin Dynasty, either passing by or visiting. Only then did he come to Pianran Peak. Whitehead rode his sword to the foot of the mountain. Hearing that he was Qin Pingan's friend, he began to wait for a good show. Then Lu Jiqing saw the sect master of Taihui Sword Sect. After they were all seated, Qi Jinglong asked with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Lu, you met Qin Pingan at Spring Dew Gardens Jade Cliff?" Lu Jiqing said, "Actually we met even earlier, but we did become friends at Jade Cliff." Then he took out a jar of wine, 2 jars, 3 jars from his core artifact. Whitehead coughed and said, "Sword Immortal Lu, my master usually doesn't drink." Lu Jiqing nodded and said that he knew. Lu Jiqing began to drink by himself. Whitehead held back his laughter and patted his stomach. Qi Jinglong took a deep breath. First, Su Xingjiu from Cloud Above City came up the mountain as a guest and started drinking without hesitation. He couldn't persuade her to stop. Then he went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and inexplicably, there was the saying, "Sword Immortal Qi's drinking capacity is unrivaled." Now there was Lu Jiqing, who wanted to compete with him in drinking. Whitehead gloated and reminded him, "Lu, you said before how to get along with people close to you." Lu Jiqing was more and more confused. If they weren't close enough, they would make up for it by drinking. Qi Jinglong had no choice but to tell Lu Jiqing about Qin Pinggan's bad character when it came to drinking. After learning the truth, Lu Jiqing was helpless. Like master, like disciple. Lu Jiqing remembered something and said to Whitehead, "Pei Qian asked me to pass a message to you." Unexpectedly, Whitehead jumped up as soon as Lu Jiqing started talking. "Don't say it, don't say it. I don't want to hear it." Lu Jiqing was more and more confused. Pei Qian's words didn't seem wrong. It was just that both masters were friends and she was friends with Whitehead. Qi Jinglong said with a smile, "Say it. It's Whitehead's business whether he wants to hear it or not. Don't worry about him." Lu Jiqing said, "Pei Qian said that on his way home he would visit Whitehead at Pianran Peak." The white-haired old man wiped his face and did not give up. He carefully asked, "Mr. Lu, when Pei Qian said this, was he very sincere or very casual?" Lu Jiqing thought for a while and said truthfully, "Ha." Whitehead, who was still hoping for a fluke, was about to collapse. He braced himself and asked, "Was there a slight deviation in her eyes?" Lu Jiqing nodded. He didn't care at that time. Now that Whitehead mentioned it, it seemed that Pei Qian really meant it. Therefore Lu Jiqing thought that Whitehead and Pei Qian should have a good relationship. Otherwise, Whitehead wouldn't be so familiar with the details as if he had seen it with his own eyes. But why was Whitehead's expression at that moment? Logically speaking, the two masters had a good relationship and both liked to be reasonable. Then there shouldn't be too much conflict between disciples. Qi Jinglong held back his laughter. It was rare that he wanted to take the initiative to drink. Whitehead fell back on the bamboo chair. He held his head with both hands and murmured, "Now it's bullshit." Qi Jinglong couldn't hold back his laughter. Then he couldn't bear to laugh out loud. He restrained his expression and reminded him, "After you returned from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, your breakthrough wasn't slow. In the armory of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it was probably the most dedicated time for this direct disciple to practice the sword. Even after returning to Pianran Peak of Taihui Sword Sect, he was actually more diligent than before." Whitehead instantly straightened his back, punched his knee and laughed out loud. Then his laughter subsided. Finally, he comforted himself with a lack of confidence. "Let's try our best to have a civil fight. Fighting with violence will hurt harmony. I won't mention the matter of sword cultivators and swordsmen anymore. If it doesn't work, I'll use her master as a protective talisman. There's no other way. She's better at finding masters than me. Only masters are better at finding disciples. Lu is better than Brother Chen." Lu Jiqing glanced at Qi Jinglong. It seemed that the sect master of Taihui Sword Sect was already accustomed to this. After that, Lu Jiqing stayed on Pianran Peak. Every day he consulted Qi Jinglong about sword techniques. Qi Jinglong naturally did not hide anything. Whitehead also recovered from the bad news of Pei Qian's visit to Pianran Peak. On this day, Lion Peak's flying sword sent a message to Taihui Sword Sect. The flying sword was immediately transferred to Pianran Peak. After Qi Jinglong received the secret letter, the corners of his mouth curled up. Then he glanced at the disciple who had finally recovered some vitality. This time, Qi Jinglong really couldn't bear to tell the truth. Whitehead caught a glimpse of his master's face. He crossed his arms and said calmly, "At most, Pei Qian will come to find me tomorrow. What's there to be afraid of?" Qi Jinglong smiled. "The good news is that the letter says that Pei Qian will not come to Pianran Peak for the time being because she went to the Snow Peak continent. There's even better news. Do you want to hear it?" Whitehead smiled from ear to ear. "Whatever." Qi Jinglong said, "Pei Qian is already in the far travel state. The only pity is that she gave up the word strongest twice to break through." Whitehead stood up and stomped his feet. "If she's not the strongest, what realm did she break through?" Right, master?" Master. In a moment of desperation he called his master several times. This was the trump card taught to him by Qin Pingon. Lu Jiqing was stunned. Far travel state? At that time in Golden Crow Palace, Pei Qian was only a 6th realm martial artist. Qi Jinglong smiled and nodded, then handed the secret letter to Lu Jiqing. In the letter, Pei Qian apologizes to both you and me about the drinking incident. Lu Jiqing took the secret letter and glanced through it. After returning it to Qi Jinglong, Lu Jiqing smiled knowingly and said, "Little Pei, you're indeed Qin Pingon's first disciple. You've learned everything from him." Qi Jinglong sighed. In fact, Qin Pingon didn't want Pei Qian to learn martial arts in the early years. Lu Jiqing said, "It's something Qin Pingon would do. It's not strange at all." The two looked at each other and smiled. A friend's friend might not be a friend. But Qi Jinglong and Lu Jiqing both felt that they could be friends. Moreover, Lu Jiqing had always admired Qi Jinglong's talisman attainments. But before knowing Qin Pingon, Lu Jiqing felt that Qi Jinglong's reasonable and clear explanation of everything was suspicious of him being a teacher. First, Lu Jiqing didn't feel that as a sword cultivator, it was good to act this way. Since they were both sword cultivators, all things were based on the sword. Second, he was worried that it was some kind of sanctimonious method. After all, once the cultivators on the mountain started scheming, what tricks did they not have? But after Lu Jiqing spent many years sitting on the mountain peak like a half-dead person, looking at the details of Golden Crow Palace from afar, his sword heart was cleansed. He understood that it was not easy to truly explain a small principle compared to a sword cultivator breaking through a realm. Most of the time, the principle wasn't in the principle itself, but in the word reason. On the mountain and under the mountain it was difficult to preach and explain. One had to admit that some people lived well by being unreasonable and breaking the rules. Lu Jiqing had already planned to choose a more lively place than Golden Crow Palace when he reached the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. He could also choose the Jianghu or the officialdom to see the people's hearts for decades or even centuries. Lu Jiqing raised the wine jar in his hand and asked with a smile, "What do you mean?" Qi Jinglong laughed. "Let's go. You poo am afraid of you." The white-haired man squatted beside the bamboo chair and raised his head. He said with resentment in his eyes, "Master, I also want to go." Qi Jinglong smiled and nodded at Lu Jiqing. Lu Jiqing then threw a jar of wine to the white-haired man. Lu Jiqing took out 3 jars of wine on the first day and also prepared many jars of immortal wine. The white-haired man drank the wine and laughed. It wasn't that he was trying to find joy in the midst of bitterness. It was that Pei Qian had broken through the realms consecutively and was now a pure martial artist in the far travel realm. Although it didn't seem like a good thing to him, and it was very likely that the next time they met, she would accidentally kick him again and he would be lying on the ground for half a day. But it was actually a good thing. How could it not be a good thing? The white-haired man sat on the bamboo chair and suddenly grimaced. Damn, this wine was really disgusting. Lu Jiqing didn't like to drink it. It was indeed right. Lu Jiqing said telepathically, "Your disciple's temperament is not bad." Qi Jinglong nodded, "Of course." Lu Jiqing was silent for a moment and asked, "What about the merger of the 2 continents?" Qi Jinglong looked solemn. It wasn't easy. At that time 3 sovereign-level demons suddenly appeared together. They were Yao Jia Yangji and Fei Fei. Venerable Fiery Dragon, an Ascendant Realm cultivator from Lushui Pit, and Senior White Robe all fought with the other party. Overturning rivers and seas is not an exaggeration. It's actually very difficult for us sword cultivators in the raw jade realm to restrain such a fight. Brother Lu, there's also some inside information that I can't reveal for the time being. Please understand. At that time, Yuan Xiu from the Dragon Spring Sword sect used some kind of magic that could make the area within a radius of 100 miles dim instantly. It condensed into a ball of light with a shocking momentum, and it actually directly captured an immortal realm demon who tried to kill her. Then the ball of light was thrown into the bottom of the sea by Li Lu of Lion Peak. In the end, it was swallowed into the stomach of the Ascendant Realm woman in palace attire at Lushui Pit. An immortal realm died without knowing why. Lu Jiqing nodded, "I understand. It's a pity that my cultivation level is too low. Even if I know about this in advance, I don't have the face to help." Qi Jinglong suddenly laughed heartily. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, foreign cultivators from the only continent will be looked upon highly by the local sword cultivators. Qi Jinglong stretched out his thumb and pointed at himself. It's us. The white-haired man rarely saw his master so high-spirited. Lu Jiqing had always been a very reserved person. He was famous for being soft on the outside but hard on the inside. If he was easy to talk to, he would be too easy to talk to. Occasionally, if he was difficult to talk to, he would be too difficult to talk to. Lu Jiqing was in high spirits. Without saying anything, he raised his head and drank. After drinking, Lu Jiqing looked at Qi Jinglong. Anyway, I won't urge you to drink. Qi Jinglong said helplessly, that's not what I meant. Lu Jiqing raised his eyebrows. Qi Jinglong could only imitate him and drink. The white-haired man drank a small mouthful and said, actually, the Great Wall of Sword Qi's impression of the Aquarius continent is not bad. Towards other continents, the sword cultivators there only recognize one or a few sword immortals, sword cultivators, and not a continent. The Aquarius continent is an exception. Qi Jinglong rubbed his forehead. The truth was the truth, but it was not appropriate to talk about it now. Before drinking, after drinking, you can talk as much as you want. As expected, Lu Jiqing started drinking again. But this time, Lu Jiqing only drank a mouthful and did not drink much. Qi Jinglong drank more than Lu Jiqing. Lu Jiqing suddenly felt that Qin Pingon and Pei Qian might not be lying. As long as Qi Jinglong drank, he would be able to hold a huge amount of wine. Qi Jinglong said helplessly, my alcohol tolerance is really bad, today is an exception. The white-haired man Pei Qian laughed. Lu Jiqing too. Qi Jinglong was depressed and drank a big mouthful of wine. It was not because he thought of Qin Pingon, but because he thought of his friend who truly loved to drink and might not be able to drink for a long time. North Continent. After Li Kai returned to floating duckweed Sword Lake, she went into closed-door cultivation to recuperate. In the words of the female sword immortal, it was to fight without getting injured, fight your mother's fight. After coming out of closed-door cultivation, she chatted with the two direct disciples she had taken in at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Li Kai leaned against the railing, drinking her wine and looking at the lake. Qin Li could not help but ask, Master, why are the cultivators of the North Continent so stupid? Actually, the young lad's meaning was that, Master, why are the cultivators of floating duckweed Sword Lake so stupid? Only senior brother Rong Chong was slightly better and could barely chat with him. The young man's first and greatest impression of the entire vast heaven was the hidden official, whom he admired the most and yearned for the most. Qin Li, on the other hand, had earned himself the nickname of Little Hidden Official after going out of the city to fight. This was given to him by others, and the young lad earned it himself. Gao Yuqing felt that the senior brothers and senior sisters of floating duckweed Sword Lake, as well as the cultivators of the same age who respectfully called her Martial Aunt and Martial Aunt, were all very nice people. They were very friendly, and even though they had already guessed their identities, they did not say anything strange. She had heard the master hidden official's strange words, that he could collect a few baskets of them, and that they were even more powerful than the great sword immortal's flying sword. Picking up a random sentence was equivalent to a flying sword. Her brother, Gao Yeho, had said this with certainty, and Pang Yuanji often smiled without saying anything. It was just that Gao Yuqing did not dare to speak to Qin Li. She trusted Qin Li a lot and felt that Qin Li was much smarter than her. Qin Li was a fast learner. Now, Qin Li was even fluent in Aquarius Continent's Yayan and Great Li's official language, let alone the North Continent's Yayan. As for practicing the sword, needless to say, Qin Li seemed to still be at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This was not what Gao Yuqing thought but what her master said. Moreover, her master had always been very straightforward and said that Xianxia, that snow-white continent woman who was very fast with her sword, and Lu Xia continent's old Pooh who was more stubborn, had both brought people out of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She wanted them to learn the sword well and at least be 1 or 2 levels higher than those kids and make her master proud. When she met them again in the future, her master would be able to speak loudly. The snow-white continent woman sword immortal Xianxia also brought 2 kids out of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. One was called Chao Mu and the other was called Zhu Xian. After Li Kai heard the young lad's words, she shook the wine pot and laughed. It's not that they are not scheming, it's that Qin Pingon who is too scheming. At this point, Li Kai angrily threw the empty wine pot into the lake. Damn it, even my most beloved disciple, your senior sister, was taken away by him. Do you know what's the most infuriating thing? After Li Kai sat down, she reached out and pressed Gao Yuqing's head and pushed her lightly. Go away, don't like me, please don't like me, Qin Pingon is like that. And your silly senior sister likes him even more. Gao Yuqing blushed slightly. I don't like Master Hidden Official. Qinli chuckled. Yes, 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 you only like Pang Yuanji. Qinli made a gesture of holding a wooden tablet and muttered to himself, Pang Gao. Yuanji Yuqing. Qi-Qing parting reuniting by the lake. Li Kai's eyes lit up. Yuqing, not bad, this is the floating duckweed sword lake, and there's the saying a leaf of duckweed returns to the sea. It's a small world. The North Continent has Jibu and the lake is green, Qi meets Ji, green meets clear. You little girl, your mind is full of twists and turns, not bad, you take after your master. Gao Youqing's face instantly flushed red and pulled her master's sleeve. Then Li Kai coughed and stared at the young lad. Little bastard, don't joke about liking someone. Are you looking for a beating? Qinli sighed. All right. Master's right. Master, weren't you quite happy just now? You were even happier than your disciple. Li Kai smiled. Qinli, in the future Master will leave the important task of abducting other fairies in the floating duckweed sword lake to you. Carry this burden well. Qinli immediately stood up and said loudly, Yes, Master. I won't refuse. Gao Youqing suddenly said happily, Our Master Hidden Official never flirts with other fairies. Aren't you, Qinli, a little hidden official? Then do you want to learn this? Can you learn it? Qinli thought about it and felt that it made sense. The young lad immediately sat down with an extremely serious expression. Master, I can't do such a thing. Li Kai gently pinched the young girl's cheek and said angrily, Silly girl. Gao Youqing smiled shyly. Li Kai's mood improved and she strode away. After Master left, Qinli suddenly said, Master, it's very difficult for you to reach the immortal realm. The young lad was a little sad. Even though he had seen many life and death situations, he was still a little sad. It was like an uninvited guest who came and didn't leave. Even if it wasn't noisy, it made people feel uncomfortable. Gao Youqing's eyes immediately turned red. She lowered her head and softly nodded, clenching her fists. Qinli said in a deep voice, Therefore, the two of us have to practice swordsmanship more diligently than any other cultivator of the floating duckweed sword lake. We have to be able to endure more hardships, our swordsmanship must be better, and our breakthroughs must be faster. Gao Youqing, apart from you being bullied by outsiders, I can ignore everything else. But if you dare to slack off on your swordsmanship one day, I will definitely scold you. No matter how much our master protects you, I will still scold you. Gao Youqing raised her head and nodded vigorously. Qinli softened his tone and said softly to her, When you form your core, let's go to Master Hidden Official's hometown to take a look. North Continent. Ghost Valley Sheep Intestine Palace. A rat demon who guarded the door would still secretly read books when his patriarch wasn't home. As a cultivator from the school of the War of the Ghosts Hatchet Palace, he still preferred to roam the pugilistic world alone. Every time he completed an act of heroism that was neither too big nor too small, the most he would say was that he was the good man Do. As for the two talismans that Sword Immortal Qin had given him in the early years, he had always kept them carefully. Du treasured them even more than the golden crow armor that Xianxia had given him. A pair of sisters who almost fell while slaying demons at the Jinduo temple still depended on each other and traveled the world below the mountain. In winter, the younger sister's cheeks would still be red, and she looked even better than if she had applied rouge. A young boy in green who carried a bamboo box and a walking staff met a new friend. It was a young coachman, and Qin Lingjun hit it off with him. Qin Lingjun still believed in the old saying, Without friends from 1,000 miles away, there would be no glory from 10,000 miles away. Before crossing the river, Qin Lingjun said goodbye to him, saying that he was going to do something bigger than the heavens. As long as he did it, he wouldn't be afraid of being killed by anyone in the future. That friend wished him a smooth journey. Qin Lingjun stood on the bamboo box and patted his good friend's shoulder, saying, Good brother, I'll be counting on your blessings. Aquarius Continent. Swordwater Villa of the Shu Shui Nation. Song Yulan followed the rules of the pugilistic world and invited his good friends to wash his hands in a golden basin. He could be considered to have left the pugilistic world and retired in peace. Unlike the incident when the bamboo sword sheath was stolen, the old man admitted that he was old this time. He was also relieved of the younger generation in the family, and he wasn't disappointed at all. Usually he would guide the disciples in the villa on their swordsmanship. Occasionally he would go to the small town to eat hot pot, drink some wine, sit at the mountain water pavilion and flip through books in his free time. The girl with embroidered shoes, one of the 4 demons of the Shui nation, laughed and said, "Look, interesting, Qin Pingdian Qin Pingon. It's written in the book that he loves beautiful women like us the most." A beautiful ghost who served as a maid glanced at a spot beside the bonfire. She had a lingering fear because that was where the young man sat and killed ghosts. She could believe whatever the book said about the young sword immortal except for this matter. She didn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. Anyway, those who believed it had already been beaten to death. It was the kind of person who pulled her head with one hand and punched with the other. The haunted house that used to be filled with Yin energy was now a mansion with beautiful scenery. The husband and wife brewed wine every year, and the amount of wine they drank increased. Unfortunately, the person who drank wine never came. On the road outside the city wall of Dali, Cui Dongshan, who was riding on Brother Gao, was surprised to see the old bastard who had rushed back from the North Continent. He thought that the old bastard would stay in the capital of Dali, or simply stay at the northernmost side, watching the newly opened road. Cui Dongshan laughed and said, "Yo, you don't seem to be in a good mood." "Then I'm in a good mood. Anyway, the general trend of the Aquarius continent and the North Continent has been reported by the spies. It's not a big problem and it's all within expectations." Cui Dong kept silent. Cui Dongshan didn't plan to let the old bastard go so easily. "You've been promoted to the master of the academy and you're still not happy? There are only 71 masters in the whole world. How rare." Cui Dong, the old bastard, was so obsessed that he took the initiative to ask for the position of master of the academy from the Confucian temple. Cui Dongshan couldn't think of a reasonable explanation. He felt that the old bastard was smearing yellow mud on his old face. What was he after? As for Tong Yezhou, he could live or die as he wished. Cui Dongshan had long said that if you took advantage of him, you should be happy. Don't make a fuss and you'll have to pay for it sooner or later. Now that Song Jisun had come to the old Zhuing dynasty from the old Dragon City, he was fully in charge of the construction of the capital. However, this was only in name. At the beginning of the construction, the king, Song Mu, only showed his face. Now he was here to finish the work. The ones who really did the work were the Mo family's magnate and Lu Qingfeng, who was promoted from the Chi-Du supervisor to the right assistant minister of the Dali Ministry of Works. Cui Dong said, "Gao Qing will go south to the Aquarius continent soon." Gao Qing had no choice. The hemp sect might not be able to do anything to the Ghost Valley. Although Cui Dong was a foreigner, Gao Qing knew the importance of the matter. Cui Dongshan said, "The same goes for the old monk." Ji Gui had already begun to walk along the completed Chi-Du River. There would definitely be no accidents. Once she succeeded in walking the river, she would immediately ascend from the unpolished Jade realm to the Immortal realm. After all, she was a true dragon with luck and could at least be regarded as half an ascendant realm. She was responsible for guarding the center of the Aquarius continent, which was more than enough. The imitation Baek Okekyung building had been successfully moved to the Dali capital behind Cui Dongshan. The Mo family's ranger Su Ruo was in charge. The Wuxia mountain lord could kill demons with his sword. All the small vassal states in the coastal area, from the cultivators on the mountain to the soldiers at the foot of the mountain, had been incorporated into the Dali army. Before this, the civil and military officials in Dali had already urged the people to build a coastal defense line. All the vassal states in the hinterland had to send half of their troops to the designated place in Dali to station troops. The rest of the cultivators and the gods of the mountains and rivers were supposed to go to the coastal area. However, the vassal states could pay a sum of money on behalf of the vassal states, and it was definitely not a small sum. Once there was any oversight, Dali would directly punish the vassal states. They had to contribute manpower, effort, money, and the worst-case scenario, they had to contribute the people's hearts. The so-called people's hearts meant that in the future, many of the vassal states' imperial literati would use their pens to write moral essays for the people who died in the front line. They would not go against their conscience but would also benefit themselves and others. In addition, Cui Dong also borrowed the character Water from a central continent's Confucian sage, who was known for his unruly nature. The reason was simple. The sage had a bad temper, but he only admired one person in his life, and that was Cui Dong. Of course, the sage did not admire Cui Dong's rebellion and betrayal, but he sincerely appreciated Cui Dong's knowledge. Regardless of how bad Cui Dong's reputation was in the major literary lineages, there were actually many people who admired Cui Dong. Just by looking at the Colored Cloud manual, and the calligraphy that was treasured by the gods on the mountain, one would know how knowledgeable Cui Dong was. Cui Dong suddenly sneered, "Your teacher doesn't seem to be very smart." In other words, the last disciple of the Confucian sage was still not smart enough. Whether it was the literary lineage or the sect, the first disciple and the last disciple, these two people were very important. Cui Dong immediately restrained his smile and said seriously, "How can I fix it?" He did not ask why, he only wanted results. There were 3 fundamental veins in learning. The first was to reduce self-contradiction as much as possible, as well as the soil to create additional contradictions. They should not be too entangled in the big questions of human nature, such as good and evil, and leave it to moral gentlemen and scholars to slowly explain. Whether or not reading books would no longer be the threshold of learning. The second was that after a problem appeared, the solution must be based on evidence, effective and immediate. The last was to be able to continuously perfect the rules of learning itself, and not be gradually abandoned by the customs of the world, the feelings of the people and the hearts of the people. The rules of learning were as stable as the riverbeds of the rivers, allowing the later generations to naturally follow the water and live in it. Even if some small rules were removed based on everyone's preferences, they still had to be like the streams and wells, allowing people to draw water and drink, and accompany the smoke and fire of the city for a long time. Cui Dong shook his head. "There is no way to fix it, you can only save yourself." This Dali imperial tutor was silent for a moment. "I have thought of it. It may not be able to immediately get out of the predicament, but it can help him win more time." Cui Dong's expression became serious. "Is it that made-up landscape travel book?" When he was probing, Cui Dong's mind started to turn rapidly. In an instant, it was as if he had flipped through the book many times without missing a word. In the end, after Cui Dong eliminated 3 possibilities, he settled on a choice. The 300,000-word landscape travel book had a total of 24 chapters. The opening chapter mentioned that when the young Qin Bingdian was chopping firewood in his hometown, there was a description of the mountainous terrain of cliffs and rocks. The 4th chapter had the words "Yellow Bird of Jianguan" by Anne's Red Cheeks. The 6th chapter had the words "By Anne's Lake, both fish and dragons are frightened." As for the 11th chapter, it had the words "Giant Wall Chui Wei." And the words "Yellow Bird of Jianguan" were copied from a poem. In the original poem, there was a little bit of the word "desai." So in that book the word "desai" only appeared once, while "by" appeared twice and the phrase "by" was repeated. Cui Dong had originally thought of interspersing landscape by in the title of a chapter, but he quickly gave up. That would be underestimating the great demons of the wilderness, especially the scholar who called himself the old bookworm in the wilderness. 146. That was 11. The only Cui in the book was in the 11th chapter. With these few hints it was enough. If there were more, the book would lose the "what if" it was delivered to Chen Pingon. Cui Dongshan slapped his cheeks with both hands, making a crisp sound. He smiled bitterly and said, "Ask yourself honestly, how many people can be so smart? Do you think I could have thought of it at that age?" Cui Dongshan began to turn his hands and scratch his head, complaining endlessly. "Anyone who's not sick in the head would never have thought of this. Just like me, if you didn't mention the thread, would I have thought of this? Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't have thought of it." Cui Dong said, "When you're smart enough, you have to gamble on your luck. He's different from you. It's fine if you've read it, but in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, as long as he sees this book with his personality and situation, he'll definitely flip through it repeatedly." Cui Dongshan jumped down from the child's back and squatted on the ground. He held his head with both hands and said, "You make it sound so easy." Cui Dong stood in place and said to the child, "You enter the city first." The child immediately bowed and left, running away. Cui Dongshan raised his head and asked curiously, "Did you write that book yourself?" Cui Dong shook his head and said, "The first few thousand words were only written in the beginning and the rest was written by someone else. But I've already decided on the specific use of the 2 characters by and where to use them." Cui Dongshan muttered to himself, "Why did you do this?" It was a question, but Cui Dongshan's tone was not one of inquiry. Cui Dong said indifferently, "The best result is that I can play with the whole wilderness in the palm of my hand. It's very interesting. The worst result is that I won't let the existence behind Qin Pingon make the world more chaotic." Cui Dongshan suddenly laughed. A sharp tongue but a soft heart? That's very unlike me. After reaching the Ascendant Realm, Cui Dong also got a natal character by. It was no wonder that Cui Dong wanted to go further and become the master of the academy and the sage of the Confucian temple, and be able to borrow the fate of the vast world. And the remaining half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi still belonged to the vast world. Therefore, as long as the teacher could refine the words from the landscape travel book and refine the two words Cui Shi, and then recite it slightly, perhaps the landscape travel book could be a secret letter, a door, or a method to ascend to the upper 5 realms. In short, there were thousands of possibilities. But Cui Dongshan did not ask for an answer. Cui Dong said, I wrote this book to let him save himself, and this is what the Aquarius continent owes him. It's also to remind him that the truth-seeking game at the book lake can't end just by admitting his selfishness. Qi Jingchuan's reason may make him feel at ease and find a way to get along well with this world. I also have some reasons on my side, which is to make him worried from time to time and make him feel uncomfortable. I can't listen to this now, don't bother me. Cui Dongshan squatted on the ground and kept writing on the ground. He said, I know I can't ask for more from you, but I'm still angry. After a long time, Cui Dongshan said awkwardly, It's not easy for you to be willing to do this. Cui Dong glanced at the old bastard on the ground, looked at the back of the youth's head and smiled, You've finally improved. Cui Dongshan slapped the ground, then stood up and said angrily, Old bastard, don't talk to me like an elder. Cui Dongshan was suddenly speechless. Cui Dong hesitated and turned around. A poor old man was also silent for a long time, then smiled and said, After so many years, it seems like you're still embarrassed. Dali Imperial Tutor Xiu Hu, the first disciple of the Sage of Literature. Cui Dong took a step back, bowed and answered, The crab with 6 kneeling knees and 2 claws tastes very good. This year the moon curved and shone on the 9 continents and the world was in the same autumn. Cui Dongshan sat alone on the city wall, drinking wine. Chao Qinglang was in the Li Ji Learning Palace, reading at night. Zhao Shu went down to the Sparrow residence in the North Continent. Under the moonlight he had already practiced 1,000,000 times. Pei Qian was still traveling across continents. He was no longer riding the wind in the sky but running wildly on the sea. As Qin Pinggan's youngest disciple, Guizhujie was in the 5th world, accompanying Ning Yao, who had finally returned to the city, and accompanying her master's wife in missing their master. Guizhujie asked her master's wife, Is the Fuyao continent or the Tongye continent closer to their master? Ning Yao said, Actually, neither is close. Guizhujie sniffled and said, Why is it so far? Ning Yao said to herself, Wait a little longer, there's still one more realm to go. 701. When the old scholar was sent out of the 5th world by Bai Yi, it was the 3rd year of Jiachuan. The old Shucai paid a visit to Bai Zai and returned to the Central Plains Confucian Temple in the 4th year of Jiachun. When the old Xiuzai came to the capital of the Li dynasty in the middle of the Baoping continent and reunited with his former first disciple, it was already the beginning of spring in the 5th year of Jiachun. Willows rustled, flowers bloomed, orioles flew, children left school early and kites flew high in the sky. The warm spring scenery eased the old scholar's frown. He asked Cui Dong if he had any ideas about the name of the 5th world. Cui Dong said no. Cui Dongshan, who was following behind the two, had some ideas. Unfortunately, the old scholar did not ask him. He only said that the Confucian temple wanted to name it with the word rules, but the sage of rites did not agree. He said that rules were like a spring breeze and did not need to be written on paper. The 100 schools of thought each had their own ideas. For example, the school of Yin and Yang, the school of agriculture, and several other ancestors proposed Taoyuan. There were many who agreed with them. It was a beautiful name and could let people remember the great merit of the Confucian school for opening up a new world. Moreover, there was a peach tree in the southeast of the new world. It only bloomed but did not bear fruit. It had been a long time, but when Bai Yi brandished his sword and separated the world, it immediately bore fruit. However, the quasi-sage still rejected the proposal. Therefore the 5th world still did not have a proper name. Cui Dongshan sneered. Can a place of peace and tranquility be considered a real Taoyuan? I don't believe that there are many people in the 5th world who can be at ease. Once the situation stabilizes and they gain a foothold, they will enjoy a few days of blissful life. Then they will definitely settle the score with those from the Tongye continent. They will start with their own families, cursing the Yugui sect and the Tongye sect for being trash for not being able to protect their homeland. Then they will curse the Confucian Temple in Central Plains. Finally, they will curse the Great Wall of Sword Qi as well. Although they don't dare to curse verbally, they don't dare to curse in their hearts. What kind of paradise is this place that is filled with foul air? The old scholar nodded and said, that's more or less what quasi-saint meant. Cui Dongshan immediately changed his mind and said, then let's call it paradise. I fully support this proposal. If it's not enough, I'll pull Brother Gao over to make up the numbers. The old scholar turned a deaf ear to him. Strange, when Cui Dong traveled to the shabby alley years ago, he did not seem to have such a temper. Before Cui Dong left, the old scholar handed over the natal word that he had borrowed from the Grand Chancellor of the Record of Rites Learning Palace to Cui Dong. Cui Dong did not refuse. The old Xiuzai said that the word mountain was borrowed by me. Cui Dong nodded. The meaning of the old scholar's words was that whether or not he would return the natal word, when he would return it, and how he would return it were all the old scholar's business. It had nothing to do with Cui Dong and Dali. After Cui Dong left, Cui Dongshan swaggered to the old scholar's side and asked in a low voice, if the old bastard doesn't return the mountain word, are you going to use the merit of creation to make up for the lineage of the Sage of Rites? Cui Dongshan had never doubted the old scholar's ability to clean up a mess. In the past, the lineage of the Sage of Literature had always been filled with the old scholar patching things up. He went around apologizing for his students or standing up for them. He was the kind of person who would jump up and down to reason with others. In Pei Qian's eyes, his little brother walked like a big white goose, with his two big sleeves swinging blindly. The answer was obvious as to who he had first learned from. There was an old man who was like an old hen, protecting its chicks with all his might. The old scholar cast a sidelong glance at the young man in white. This little bastard, no matter how he looked at him, was not pleasing to the eye. Cui Dongshan shrunk his neck and obediently called him Grandmaster. The teacher of the teacher whose seniority was higher than the sky. Cui Dongshan walked sideways, holding the mountain walking stick in his hand and gently poking the ground, hinting to the old scholar that he was now his grand disciple. Even if he wanted to use words, he should not use force. Disciplining students was the responsibility of the master, not the grandmaster. Cui Dongshan said with righteous indignation, Cui Dong, this fellow did not even fart from beginning to end. How disrespectful. Later I will help you scold him a few more times. The old scholar said slowly, after all, you are two people. You should cherish it. I have taken you through so many mountains and rivers. You should understand that water of the same origin, after diverging, many rivers will disappear just like that. You must have a long history. Cui Dongshan pecked at the rice like a little chick. In addition to the endless stream and the reflection of the clear and deep pool, one must learn from Grandmaster to be indomitable and not be destroyed by the wind and rain. In this way, even if there is a feeling of passing away is like passing away, there is nothing to be afraid of. Every place is a place for future generations to rest at ease and travel further and further with peace of mind. The old scholar smiled knowingly. The atmosphere of Luopa Mountain was indeed led astray by you. However, after the reflection of the clear and deep pool, to be calm and collected in thought, was indeed a very good saying. Among the direct disciples, Shao Qi and Shao Pingyan were both worthy. Cui Dongshan said sickly, since the teacher said so and Grandmaster thinks so, then so be it. The old scholar asked softly, what about Luopa Mountain? The question was rather random, but Cui Dongshan immediately understood. He walked a few steps closer and answered softly, reporting to Patriarch, we are still short of money, but our family's wealth is getting thicker and thicker. Consecrator Zhou Fei is more generous. The quality of the lotus root blessed land did not decrease but increased. Mr. also brought back a long-lived Dao friend from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She is the ancestor of the gold and copper coins in the world. She is a manifestation of fortune. She is in our Aquarius continent and came to Luopa Mountain. She came to the right place. Moreover, in lotus root blessed land, there is a female spirit born from the condensation of literary qi. Now our Luopa Mountain has both literary and financial qi. The old scholar raised his chin. Cui Dongshan immediately said, Brother De Feng has already gone. Pure martial artists of the Golden Body Realm are not allowed to enter the New World. This is a good rule. The old scholar nodded and said, Scholars do not need to be ashamed to talk about money, and also do not need to be ashamed to profit. It is as if earning some money with one's own ability is not refined. Honor and disgrace are great. A gentleman loves money, first righteousness and then profit. Cui Dongshan asked curiously, then the fifth world, is there a lot of good fortune now? The old scholar nodded and said, like that peach tree, it is a great fortune that can be ranked in the top 10. Bai is also there. He hastily built a temporary cottage and left the immortal sword there. He wants to repay the debt of lending the sword to Daoist son of the Deshiendu temple. Bai also wants to wait for a certain Daoist of the Dao sect's sword immortal lineage. Once the person returns the immortal sword, Bai will return to the vast world. Therefore no one dares to snatch this cottage. Cui Dongshan laughed and said, the Daoists of the Baek-ok-kyung building are in groups. It is better if we all go head first. Of course the old scholar had been there as a guest. The unique peach tree with deep roots was actually not very conspicuous. It was no different from a mountain peach tree. At first glance it did not have any auspicious signs. However, the old scholar and Bai could even separate heaven and earth. Naturally, their eyesight was not comparable to that of an ordinary deity. Bai had also contributed greatly. Not to mention one peach blossom tree, even if there were 10 of them he would be able to move them to wherever he wanted. Bai also kept his sword and began to read. The peach trees in the cottage gradually bore fruit. The flowers between the trees were a low-grade immortal sword. When scholars occasionally travel, they would leave a long sword behind to guard their home. The old scholar picked up a big bag of peach petals under the tree and said that he would use it to make wine. He also asked Paper Bai to make dozens of peach blossom letters. The old scholar also secretly grabbed a few handfuls of soil beside the tree. It was indeed 10,000-year-old soil. It was rare and would be useful to his last disciple in the future. Therefore the old scholar took more. Of course the old scholar had informed his master Bai beforehand. He asked loudly if he could do this. At that time there was no response from the cottage. The old scholar took it as Bai Ye's brother being loyal and agreed. In fact, Bai Ye only returned from his travels a few days after the old scholar left. At that time the scholar looked at the clean peach tree and then looked up at the tree. In the end there was Bai Ye's sword that sent him off. Of course the old scholar's words at the Central Plains Confucian Temple were actually Bai Ye sending himself out of the country. At the birth of heaven and earth he was the first to reach the pure jade realm. The first to reach the immortal realm, the first to kill a strange cultivator. He was favored by the heavenly axiom. The first to reach the immortal realm, the first to reach the immortal realm or the peak realm. He was protected by the martial arts fate. The first to build the ancestral hall, burn incense and hang statues on the top of the mountain. The first to build a secular dynasty at the foot of the mountain. The first to be born in a new world. The first to form a contract in that world. They were both immortal couples of the middle 5 realms. He was blessed by humanity. In short, in the boundless world the 3 talents were gathered together. Cui Dongshan was suddenly worried. My senior sister Pei Qian broke through the 6th and 7th realms too quickly. In the North Continent she stupidly gave up the strongest 2 realms. If she reached the peak realm early in the immortal realm she would definitely have to go to the Fuyao continent. That place is even more chaotic than the stagnant Tongye continent. I am worried. The old scholar asked, have you been to the Qingming world? Cui Dongshan asked when he already knew the answer. I am not an ascendant realm cultivator. Have you? It was all that old bastard's fault for being so persistent. He was used to being a pushover. Cui Dongshan realized that it was not good to talk to his grandmaster like that. He immediately made up for it. Neither grandmaster nor teacher has been there. How would I dare to go first? The old scholar did not mind Cui Dongshan's disrespect. He was not a narrow-minded person. He recorded it in his account book and borrowed it from Pei Qian when he went to the immortal realm. The old scholar looked up at the sky. The Confucian sage who guarded this place was ranked last in the Confucian temple. That was why the 3rd chief of the Baek-ok-kyung building, Lu Chen, joked that he was 72. The old scholar walked slowly and said, not only in the Qingming world, our Hao Ran world is almost the same. In every Taoist temple the first hall is the hall of the spiritual official. The statue of the great spiritual official is indeed majestic and imposing. When I first went on a long journey I traveled to a small temple in my hometown. It left a deep impression on me. Even though I later gained some fame and title when I looked at other magnificent sights, it was not as shocking as it was back then. Cui Dongshan knew what the old scholar meant and said, "So Grandmaster asked Pei Qian to stay by your side for this reason? To make you feel like you have been observing Taoist temples all your life. With Pei Qian by your side it will be natural. When the conditions are right, success will follow naturally and you will be closer to Shani." In the Qingming world there were 4 great heavenly masters. Each of them was mysterious and had supernatural powers. However, they did not cultivate in the Bakokekyung building. Instead, they were responsible for guarding the world. There was a story about one of them and the head of the spiritual official. According to the records of many Taoist scriptures, it was said that before the spiritual official attained Tao, he killed many people and was punished by a great heavenly master. After that, the great heavenly master beat the heavenly drum and the chief of the Bakokekyung building ordered him to follow the great heavenly master and travel the world secretly for 300 years. He promised that if the great heavenly master made a mistake he would change their positions. In the end, the great heavenly master did not make a single mistake in his words and deeds during the 300 years. The old scholar laughed. Didn't Pei Qian also become kind? Is this not important? Do you think that if it were not for the teachings of my last disciple, Pei Qian would be the Pei Qian of today? The old scholar patted his chest. If I can have peace of mind, the world will benefit. Why not? The old scholar said earnestly, achievements and knowledge are good, but are they good enough? I don't think so. If I only said 3 things, would I be able to get the Grand Chancellor to lend me his words? Would I be able to get Mr. Bai to take out the mountain-searching map? Would I be able to let the world have another girl of the far-travel realm who is kind and shuns evil? As a scholar, I can't just sit back and relax just because I've done a good enough job. If the world dares to ask for even a little more from me, I'll spit at the world and curse them for being stupid and heartless. The old scholar scratched his head. I pinched my neck and coughed a few times, then spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. Damn it, it's still a little disgusting. He was talking about the matter of smashing the idol. He remembered that there was a scholar in the Shaoyuan dynasty who was particularly enthusiastic. Actually, the old scholar was talking about 2 different things, but Cui Dongshan was smart enough to understand both. One was the pursuit of the legitimate affairs of the world, while the other was the grumbling of his own family behind closed doors. The old scholar said, now that Pei Qian's realm is high, he is afraid of trouble, which is a good thing. Because his fists are too heavy and he is still young, he doesn't have to think about changing the world too early. The world is nothing more than a common person's path. The old scholar casually stretched out his hand and pointed. A road full of mistakes may seem like a shortcut, but no matter how many people there are and how easy the road is, every teacher has to tell every child in the school that they can't take such a path. In the future, when the children grew up and had more strength, they might have to block that path and tell others that it was wrong. What was wrong was wrong. Then they might be beaten black and blue by some people. If your knowledge can reduce the number of mistakes that fall on good people, that would be the greatest good. It would be very good. Cui Dongshan said unhappily, why are you telling me this and not Cui Dong? The old scholar didn't say anything. Only the great crossing water in front of their eyes flowed slowly. Cui Dongshan muttered to himself, learn from the wise. After a long silence, Cui Dongshan grumbled, let's go, let's go. The old scholar said, I'm going to meet a certain senior. That senior had once asked the most curious question since the beginning of time. He asked, since ancient times, who was the one who taught the Tao? Just this question alone was enough to make some lonely sages shed tears. The old scholar also had a high-spirited youth. One time he got drunk and shouted, I'll answer it, I can answer it. On the great wall of sword aura beside him he also asked his junior brother Chen Pingon to go against heaven. Cui Dongshan hesitated and said, can you not answer heaven's question? It was still a question, but it still didn't sound like a question. If he didn't answer, it would be fine as long as he kept it in his heart. The old scholar pulled his beard with one hand and patted his stomach with the other. It's been a long time, I have to get it out. Cui Dongshan asked curiously, did Qi Jingchun know that person was at the calligraphy lake? The old scholar shook his head and said, I only knew this secret after I merged with the Wei. In the early years the old man hid it from me. The old scholar suddenly slapped Cui Dongshan's head. Little bastard, calling yourself an old bastard all day long, is it fun? Cui Dongshan's eyes were full of resentment. You said it yourself, it's 2 people after all. The old scholar slapped him again. How can you talk to your grandmaster like that? After being slapped, Cui Dongshan raised his hand to protect his head. That's enough. The old scholar suddenly said. First, there was a sage at the calligraphy lake who looked at the world coldly. Spirit, the god of words. Cool the tone. Yan Jingping could rule no more than heaven. He raised all things equally, no god on earth, so he was the most neutral and peaceful. Then there was Bai who went to the country with his sword, traveling the world. I have an idea as to how the fifth world should be named. Fu Qingbai was straight to death, cementing the former sage's favor. Bai Ye's poetry was invincible, floating in the air. True Qingbai's spirit was vast and ethereal, like floating clouds in the sky. Cui Dongshan blinked. Good. The old scholar raised his hand and Cui Dongshan waved his hands wildly, blocking the slap. The old scholar withdrew his hand, stroking his beard and smiling proudly. How can the word good be enough? It's far from enough. So when it comes to naming, your husband has been taught. Cui Dongshan smiled mischievously. What about finding a wife? The old scholar rubbed his chin with his palm. That wasn't taught. Did you learn it by yourself? Cui Dongshan chuckled. If it was taught, there would be no chance. After the old scholar left, Cui Dongshan rode the wind to the sea of clouds and saw the GQ who had revealed her true form. She was walking majestically along the great desecration river. Halfway through the journey, she was covered in cuts and bruises, but her momentum was not a big problem. The old scholar first went to the calligraphy lake and saw an old man who was so close to water that he drowned himself. He was Laurel and had a thin appearance. His knowledge was not in the literature of the Confucian temple. The old scholar bowed with his hands clasped in front. The old man returned the greeting with ancient etiquette which was not so orthodox. Then the old man brought the old scholar to a mountaintop. He had once been here with a haggard young man who was leading a horse. It was not easy for him to ask for some bamboo slips. The young man was young, but he was not easy to fool. The two of them had a dream question and answer session. Not asking heaven and earth, but asking one's own heart. The old man was silent for a long time and said, I'm disappointed in myself. I didn't do well enough, but I'm not so disappointed in the world. The old scholar nodded and smiled. Traveling with you, even if I can't catch up to you, I still feel honored. If I can eat 4 meat buns in Green Tong City, I'll have the strength to reason with others and continue on my journey. The old man said, I can open a mountain for the world and I can make you shut your door. Not bad. The old scholar said happily, not bad, not bad. The old man sighed. I don't ask about the fickleness of human nature, but I hate myself for not touching books. The old scholar said, my eyes are bright and my heart is warm. Heaven has made me an old scholar. The old man smiled. Just like your disciple, you can chat. The old scholar shook his head. When it comes to chatting, everyone in the world is a junior. The old man said, except for heavenly inquiry, you don't have to say much. As for mountain ghost and wading the river, just take them. The old scholar hesitated. The old man said, the same goes for East Lord and evocation of spirits. The old scholar bowed again with his hands clasped in front. Previously it was a greeting and this time it was a thank you. The old man sighed and disappeared, leaving only the 4 essays floating in the air. The old scholar put them in his sleeve and sighed. After that, the old scholar gave the 2 essays, Mountain Ghost and Wading the River, to Cui Dongshan, who was in charge of the Great Blasphemy. He then asked Cui Dongshan to give the East Lord to the medicine shop in the small town. After that, the old scholar only took the evocation of spirits and went all the way south to Old Dragon City. While the situation was dangerous, he sneaked to Tongya Continent and helped Taiping Mountain to stabilize some of the mountains and rivers formation. Then he went to the Great Quan Dynasty where even the emperor had secretly fled. Outside the Aquamarine Palace by the buried river, the old scholar pulled his sleeves and stood there for a long time, but no one paid him any attention. The old scholar had no choice but to ask if the goddess of the buried river was there. A short woman swaggered to the door holding the bottom of the big bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other. She sat on the doorstep and frowned. She looked at the old scholar whose cultivation she couldn't tell. Finally she asked, "What are you doing here? Don't you know that the world is in chaos? My Aquamarine Palace can't protect anyone. Maybe I can't even protect myself. It's not that I'm stingy. You should go to Dafu Academy quickly. It's safer there." The old scholar had no choice but to tell her his name, saying that he was the teacher of Zhuo and Qin Pingon. The goddess of the buried river felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her brain was in a mess and her face was red. She was so stunned that she couldn't say a word. Like a drunkard, she slowly stood up and raised the big bowl above her head. She probably meant to invite Lord Wenxing to supper. After that, she accompanied Old Master Wenxing, who said that it was difficult to refuse such great hospitality and would just sit for a while. Together they returned to the Green Turing Palace's main hall in a daze. In a daze, she asked Chef Lu to bring Old Master Wenxing a small saucer-sized bowl of noodles. Finally, somewhere in the middle of the Tongye continent, Zhuo, who had left the territory of the Tongye sect, sat on the sea of clouds and guarded the door. The door was separated by two worlds. In the distance, Wang Shixi, a sword cultivator of the Golden Core realm, and a girl named Yu Exin were helping a group of disciples of the academy and cultivators on the mountain to deal with the matter of escorting refugees from all over the place to seek refuge. There were a lot of things to do and it wasn't easy. Even if Wang Shixi was an idiot, he could tell that the girl had feelings for Senior Zhou. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked her life to come here. Wang Shixi had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation which was similar to Chao Jun, the sword cultivator of the South Sa continent. He needed to break through the bottleneck by observing the sword. After all, Senior Zhou killed demons with his sword. Even if he looked at him from afar, it would be a great benefit to swordsmanship. However, when Senior Zhou knew that Miss Yu came here with him, he even patted him on the shoulder. At that time, the look in his eyes probably said that Senior Zhou thought that he, Wang Shixi, was enlightened. Today, Miss Yu asked him if he wanted to ask her about swordsmanship. Of course, Wang Shixi wouldn't be a fool anymore. He nodded and said yes. Then he added that Senior Zhou's swordsmanship was not only the best in the world, but his Taoist skills were also extraordinary. Miss Yu, please don't miss this opportunity. Miss Yu glanced at him. Wang Shixi was so righteous that Miss Yu didn't glare at him again. In the end, when they arrived at the Sea of Clouds that Senior Zhou temporarily used as a place for cultivation, Wang Shixi sincerely asked Senior Zhou about swordsmanship and then left. He didn't forget to remind Senior Zhou that Miss Yu had some questions about her cultivation and wanted to ask Senior Zhou for advice. Senior Zhou shook his head and said that other than swordsmanship he could barely teach others. Other than that, he didn't dare to talk about cultivation with anyone else. The secret method of the Tong Yi sect's ancestral hall could reach the 5 realms. As long as Miss Yu cultivated step by step, there wouldn't be any problems. Miss Yu, who had just walked slowly towards the 2 sword cultivators, as if she was born under the feet of the clouds, immediately turned around and left. She had only taken a few steps when she hurriedly descended, hurriedly riding the wind back to the human world. Wang Shixi followed Miss Yu from afar. When a woman was sad about something, she probably didn't want others to see it. However, Miss Yu seemed to have collected her emotions very quickly. She stopped at the same spot and didn't go to the Sea of Clouds or the human world. Only then did Wang Shixi dare to approach her. Yu Exin raised her head and looked at the Sea of Clouds. She asked softly, "Is Mr. Zhou unable to leave this place, but also wanting to return to the Great Wall of Sword Aura? Is that why you've been troubled?" Wang Shixi nodded and said telepathically, "Senior's little apprentice brother, our hidden official seems to have stayed there alone. That's why Senior Zhou wants to go there. However, it's indeed difficult for Senior Zhou to leave the Tong Yi continent in its current state." Yu Exin muttered. His swordsmanship is so high, but he's always troubled? He was in a dilemma. It was because he didn't know when he could go to the Great Wall of Sword Aura and fetch his little apprentice brother. She couldn't bear it. She didn't want to see that lonely figure that seemed to be forever alone in her eyes. She couldn't bear for him to leave one day and never return. There should be someone in the human world who didn't have to be troubled. There was an old scholar who went to the Sea of Clouds angrily. He came to the back of Zhuo, who was sitting. Zhuo was about to stand up when the old scholar slapped him on the head. "Are you an idiot? Sir didn't teach you how to find a wife, but Sir didn't teach you how to be a bachelor." Zhuo was slapped by Sir again. He was confused. However, he had to get used to it. Xing Dafeng left his hometown early. His destination was clear. However, it was only until the 5th year of Jiachuan that he obeyed his master's orders. He didn't go to the blessed land of lotus roots. Instead, he slowly walked to the 5th world. This time, Xing Dafeng secretly left his hometown and traveled across continents. He followed the old man's instructions. The route was strange. He first went to the North Continent. He went to the small town at the foot of Lion Peak to find his senior and sister-in-law to eat and drink for a few days. For the first time his sister-in-law didn't scold him. Instead she spoke to him softly. This made Jing Dafeng feel sad. In the past Jing Dafeng didn't think much of it. However, after seeing his sister-in-law like that he felt that he was really pitiful. However, when Jing Dafeng was full of wine and food he glanced at the empty courtyard outside the house and kindly asked his sister-in-law if she wanted him to help her chop some bamboo from the mountain and help her make a few strong clothes-drying poles to dry the clothes. Li'er was busy cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks and turned a deaf ear. If he didn't get scolded for a day he wouldn't be her junior. The woman originally wanted to give him a good scolding. However, when she glanced at the bearded hunchbacked man who seemed to be much shorter, she was very abnormal. She didn't scold him and said that there was no need. She lowered her head and quickly walked out of the house. This made Jing Dafeng sigh. He could only ask his senior in a low voice if his sister-in-law was being bullied by outsiders here. She didn't have the heroic spirit of her hometown. Li'er just finished cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks. He didn't expect the woman to return with 2 pots of wine and a few dishes. She said that she wanted the two of them to have a good chat. They hadn't seen each other for a long time and were going to be separated soon. It didn't matter if they drank more. It wasn't until this moment that the woman regained some of her former glory. She pointed at Jing Dafeng and scolded him. Why didn't he stay in his hometown and guard the door? Even if he didn't earn much he was still making a living. What was so good about the outside world? He was so ugly that he could ward off evil spirits by standing at the door at night. He was more effective than the door god. He didn't have any abilities. If he saved some money in his pocket he only knew how to use his dog eyes to look at the women passing by. How could they help him give birth to a child? After the woman scolded him, Jing Dafeng immediately felt refreshed. He quickly called his sister-in-law to sit down and drink with him. He patted his chest and promised that if he drank too much today, a drunkard would sleep deeper than a dead person. He wouldn't even be able to hear the sound of thunder, let alone sleepwalk on the bed and walk with his 4 legs. She was so angry that she left the house. After hesitating for a while she didn't even stay in the shop. She went to find a few women who were on good terms with her and asked for their opinions. She wanted to see if there were any suitable women. She must be blind to think that her man's junior was okay. Maybe they could live together. In the early years when Jing Dafeng was guarding the door or drinking on the street, he liked to gesture to beautiful women. First he would gesture to their breasts, then to their butts. His eyes, hands and mouth were not idle. He would say that his soul was in their clothes and that he should look for it. It would be best if he could find it, but if he couldn't he shouldn't blame others. It would have been fine if he had really been able to kidnap a wife. Unfortunately he was a lecherous old bachelor. He always had evil intentions but he didn't have the guts. In the end he couldn't find a proper woman to be his wife. That's right. With his appearance and lack of prospects, which decent woman would be willing to suffer with him? The woman scolded him in the past, but she also secretly advised her man. If he really couldn't do it he should help his junior to go to the Yang family's shop or the dragon kiln and ask for a decent job. Then he could find a neighbor who wasn't married and wasn't a bad person to play matchmaker. Even if he married into the family, as long as Jing Dafeng didn't say too many dirty words, he would be able to support a small family, no matter if he was a shop assistant, a farmer or a woodcutter. Once the woman left, Li'er started to discuss business with his junior brother. Endure at first, wait till we reach there before you break through. You have to know your limits. Since Master has returned you the remaining spirit, don't waste it. If in the future you accidentally break through, it will be troublesome. The Fuyao continent is too far from the Aquarius continent, and it will be hard for Master to help you. It is also not suitable for Master to take action. At the Lion Peak, Li'er helped Jing Dafeng feed his fists, and finally returned to the 6th martial realm. Although he was still a distance away from the peak of the martial path, but it wasn't a big problem. Furthermore, Jing Dafeng had formed a new martial hero's courage, which was not low in quality. After all, he was a pure martial artist who had the title of the strongest. After suffering, the most important thing was that he did not lose his spirit. This was the best tempering for both fortune and misfortune. A pure martial artist, the level of his fist techniques depended on the length of his spirit. Before he punched out, he had to have the intention of causing the sky to sink and the earth to sink. Zheng Dafeng placed one leg on the bench, he took a sip of wine and nodded his head. I know what to do. When the woman returned home, she planned to tell the man a piece of good news. As for whether or not the good news would succeed, it would depend on Zheng Dafeng's luck. But the woman realized that Zheng Dafeng was no longer at home and did not see him on the way home. On the table there were only 2 empty wine jugs left and a few dishes were finished. The woman asked suspiciously, "He left just like that?" Li Er replied with a nun. The woman sighed. After sitting down, she looked out of the house. "Do you know what you men are thinking? Do you know what you like in the Jianghu?" She was talking about Zheng Dafeng, who was always out of tune, and also about the young man that she liked from the bottom of her heart, who she treated as half a son-in-law, Chen Pingan. Li Er did not have anything else to say. He stood up and cleaned up the table, and bent down to pick up Zheng Dafeng's wine jug and gently shook it. There was not a bit left. When the woman saw this, she laughed and scolded, "Look at you, you're so useless." Li Er wanted to say something but stopped. He looked embarrassed. There was a guest outside the door. The woman asked tentatively, "Why, are you going on a long trip too?" Li Er scratched his head. He was indeed planning to go to the skeleton beach, but his daughter was still there and Li Er was worried. Moreover, it was reasonable for him to contribute a little. If not for his son Li Huai and his junior brother Zheng Dafeng, who came here one after another, Li Er would have asked his wife long ago. Moreover, not long ago someone came to Lion Peak as a guest, intending to go to the sea south of the skeleton beach together. One of them was the sword immortal who helped Qi Jinglong in the second battle with the Taihui sword sect, and the other was an old warrior who finally regained some clarity and freedom. Both of them were now waiting outside for news from Li Er. One was a sword immortal who had been famous for a long time in the North Continent, and the other was a level 10 warrior who had once been ganged up on by several sword immortals. They were waiting for Li Er. To be precise, they were waiting for Li Er to convince his wife to allow him to go on a long trip. It was not too strange. After all, the men in the North Continent were famous for being fearless. They were only afraid of their own women in the North Continent. The woman slammed the table and said angrily, "Did you become greedy after drinking some horse piss with Zheng Dafeng and listening to some dirty words?" The woman complained in a loud voice, "I have such a hard life. My son is the most filial and sensible, but he is not by my side all year round. My daughter is stubborn and stubborn. She looks like her mother and her achievements like her father. In the end, she has become an old maid and can't get married no matter what. If I blame myself, who else can I blame? In my early years, I foolishly found a useless man who has no ability at all. After drinking, he has lost even this little bit of honesty. In the end, he is still a heartless man who only thinks about the young women outside the house who only know how to shake their breasts and shake their butts. If I don't blame myself, who else can I blame?" Li Er kept silent, not daring to speak. The woman wiped the corners of her eyes. "You look like an honest and taciturn gourd. You're full of tricks and tricks. What kind of sin did you commit to find a man like you to be the pillar of the family?" Li Er glanced outside the house at the sword immortals who were watching the commotion. He mocked them in his mind. The old warrior added another sentence. Li Er ignored them and told them that he would go first. He would definitely not arrive at the skeleton beach later than them. The sword immortals turned and left. The old warrior laughed again. The sword immortals chatted again and chatted quite enthusiastically. Li Er frowned. Are these two looking for trouble? The woman saw Li Er's frown from the corner of her eye. However, this was something unprecedented. She was even sadder. She slumped on the table. Previously it was mostly an act. Now the woman was a little flustered. She was really sad. However, she lowered her voice and whimpered, "Now you dare to give me the cold shoulder. I can't live anymore. Although you don't say it, you're complaining in your heart that I'm an unreasonable old woman." Li Er sat beside the woman and patted the back of her hand. He explained softly, "Wuxia is now wandering outside alone. I plan to visit her. I'll be home soon." The woman raised her head. "Are you going to help Li Huai and Li Lu find a vixen to be their second mother?" Li Er shook his head. "You know that I can't do such a shameless thing. Even a man would not bear to say that his wife had said such a shameless thing." The woman looked at Li Er's expression and said softly, "Actually, Li Huai and Dafeng seem to have made an agreement. They always leave as soon as they come. When you're in a daze from time to time, I know that your mind isn't here. Go. Be careful on the road. Even if you learn from Dafeng's perverted nature, don't learn from him and get bullied outside. Of course, it's best if you don't learn anything. Li Er nodded and helped the woman wipe the corners of her eyes. The woman asked when they were leaving. Li Er said that they would leave today and return early. The woman went to help pack the bags. Li Er, who had been waiting patiently at the door, suddenly stood up and strode out. When the woman heard the commotion, the woman who had been packing up the parcel hurriedly asked Li Er what he was doing. Li Er said that there was a dog barking outside the door. Li Er said that there was a dog barking outside. Xing Dafeng went from the North Continent to the White Jade Continent. After that he passed through the Wuxia Continent, the Jinjia Continent, and through the gate in the middle of the Fuyao Continent. Because he was a martial artist from another continent and was not in the Golden Body Realm, he used a bag of gold coins to enter the Fifth World and came to the northernmost part of the New World. The Fuyao Continent was different from the Tongyi Continent, where anyone below the nascent Soul Realm could take refuge. Not to mention Golden Core Earth Immortals, all the middle 5 realms of the continent could not hope to cross the gate under normal circumstances. Otherwise, the amount of money needed would make a sect or a preacher of the upper 5 realms feel the pinch. Moreover, money was not enough. One had to have a senior of a higher realm or a fellow sect member who died in battle on the east coast of the Fuyao continent to win a place to pass the gate. This caused many old cultivators who had no hope of breaking through, especially those whose souls were decaying, to go to the coastal areas. It was to give their juniors a way to survive, to give them a path of cultivation that was full of risks and opportunities. The customs of the Fuyao continent could be seen from this. The people of the Fuyao continent were connected to each other at the top and bottom of the mountain. They were used to fighting to the death. Instead, they were far more courageous than the stagnant Tongyi continent. When Zheng Dafeng stepped on the ground of this world, he silently entered the Golden Body Realm. However, there was no martial arts fate as a reward. The reason was simple. Among the martial artists of this world, there was a 6th realm prodigy who was extremely good at tempering his body. The reason why he came here was because he was destined to not be able to obtain martial arts fate as a reward in the vast world. So he came here to take advantage of it. Zheng Dafeng did not care to treat this kind of person as a fellow cultivator. Zheng Dafeng did not care about martial arts fate at all. It was not important whether he entered the 7th realm or the 8th realm or the 9th realm as the strongest 6th realm. He was not anxious at all. If the old man was anxious about this, he would have directly asked him to wait at the Tongyi continent before coming here. In fact, the old man had already reminded him that there was no need to treat martial arts fate as something that was already in his bag. It was meaningless. He only needed to break through quickly and enter the 10th realm as soon as possible. At the latest, he would need 100 years to reach the bottleneck of the peak realm. Otherwise, he would just eat and wait for death in that world in the future. Zheng Dafeng planned to go to the center of the world to take a look. He heard that the city left behind by the Great Wall of Sword Qi during the war through Ascension landed there. Around the same time as Zheng Dafeng entered the New World, the crown princess of the Tongyi continent, Huang Ting, who was at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm, also stepped through another door and came to this world. She traveled alone with her sword on her back. She traveled quickly on her sword and only stopped after a month. She casually chose a mountain peak that was more pleasing to the eye and planned to nurture her sword while here. She did not expect to attract the attention of a strange being. Good things came in pairs. She broke through and entered the pure jade realm. She also found a blessed place suitable for cultivation. It was rich in spiritual qi and had treasures beyond imagination. In terms of luck and fortune, Huang Ting had always been good. Otherwise, He Xiaoyang of the Aquarius continent would not have been known as the second Huang Ting. After Huang Ting entered the pure jade realm, she erected a stone tablet on the mountain peak and used her sword to carve the words, Peace Mountain. Then she went down the mountain and went back the way she came to see if she could meet some familiar faces. He had always liked the feuds of the Jianghu. On the way to the south, Huang Ting met a young scholar in black who hid his strength. However, both of them only met face to face. The scholar in black seemed to recognize her. He took the initiative to close his folding fan, stopped and nodded to greet her. Huang Ting ignored him. Later, as she met more and more cultivators from the north, Huang Ting learned that after the immortals of the Tongyi continent seemed to have moved the mountain, there were also some new changes. For example, among the Qi cultivators of the 100 schools of thought, there were the Yin Yang school who could calculate the direction and choose suitable places to travel to. There were also the school of geomancy who could accurately inspect the feng shui treasured places. There were also the school of agriculture, the school of Yao, and the merchants who were good at making money grow. All in all, the qi cultivators who could help to build the mountain would have their value doubled. As for the 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain in the past, the sword cultivator, the military school, the legalist school, and the female champion of the saber division, as the inverted mountain became a thing of the past, the world's situation changed greatly. In today's world, except for the center, there were too few sword cultivators in the 4 directions. Most of the military school cultivators were forcibly conscripted to participate in the war in their hometowns, and the legalist school was no exception. As for the female champion of the saber division, not to mention here, there were probably not many in the world. A new world in the 5 years of Jiachuan had become more and more mixed up. Yang Ningxin, who was a martial artist at the bottleneck of the Golden Body realm and a cultivator, changed his name to Yang Hengxing, and his younger brother Yang Ningxing, who had already refined the mirror of the 3 mountains and 9 marquises mirror mountain, entered the 5th world one after another. The 2 brothers did not greet each other and did not even think of meeting each other. As the young heavenly lord of the cloud palace of the Zhou Xian bureau, Yang Ningxing had already gathered the natal items of the 5 elements. He came here only to break through the realm and ascend to the immortal realm. There was an unknown qi cultivator named Xianxia, who was not even sure which continent he came from. He occupied a place with beautiful scenery and built a transcendental platform. He set up a restriction on the mountain and water, forbidding any earth immortal cultivators from entering within a radius of 300 miles. Violators would be killed without mercy. This person was followed by several maidservants named Xiaoping, Jiangse, Tsai, Daxian and Huaying. They were all sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms. The Fuji sect master Ji Hai had a fundamental spell of the sect. He could write poems and chapters to invite gods and ghost immortals. Ji Hai invited the next immortal general Zhulu and ghost immortal Huaya. Both of them were in the nascent soul realm. They worked together to protect the next sect master of the Fuji sect and entered the brand new world. There was a young man in a white robe. After entering this world from the Tongye continent, he was not in a hurry to travel. Instead, he began to wander around. He specifically chose qi cultivators who were poets. After entering this new world, these people began to recite their poems and poems loudly. They were bold and unconstrained poems, frontier poems, graceful poems, poems of traveling immortals, and even the resentful body of the boudoir. All of this was for the sake of resonating with this new world and combining a little bit of Tao with this world through their poems and poems. After the young man lost all interest, he finally began to wander alone. Finally, he sat on the ground beside a river and clouds. He took out a brush and ink and closed his eyes. Based on his memory, he drew a long scroll of thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. He named it Mustard Seed. There was only a little ink on the scroll, but he named it Mountains and Rivers. The young man took out 2 seals. On the mustard seed scroll he stamped, "Beautiful place with white clouds and rocks." On the Mountains and Rivers scroll he stamped, "I was drunk with plum blossoms for 10 years and wasted half my life with osmanthus." The young man leaned back and used his hands as a pillow. He smiled and murmured, "Those who touched my heartstrings, the bright moon, the beauty, the falling snow and the sword gleam." The city in the Great Wall of Sword Aura was just named Ascension City. Lu Chong returned to the Qingming world. Priest's son was 1 step ahead of him and returned to the Xiandu temple. Lu Chen arrived at the Beko Keikyung building and saw the tall senior apprentice brother. Languid went forward and leaned on the highest railing of the tallest city among the 5 cities. He smiled and said, "Don't be angry. Everyone in the Xiandu temple, from priest's son to the youngest Daoist child, has feelings for you." Lu Chen looked at the clouds rising and falling like the ebb and flow of the sea. He said softly, "It's reasonable to allow one's own people to have some feelings." To the 3rd chief of the Beko Keikyung building, everyone in the Qingming world, regardless of whether they were cultivators or not, was actually under the same roof. Many emotions were unreasonable, but Lu Chen said that this was the reason. Daoist Gao remained silent. Lu Chen turned around and leaned against the railing. He stretched and said, "How can there be a junior apprentice brother who doesn't help his senior apprentice brother but an outsider? 500 spirit officials, it won't be a problem." Daoist Lao Air said, "That fellow is still being suppressed by the moon-supporting mountain?" Lu Chen laughed, he can't blame anyone else. Who asked him to write on the soles of his shoes for no reason? One wrote Lao Air while the other wrote Lu Qin. Now he's suffering from retribution. The boundaries between the mountains and the foot of the Tongyi continent had always been clear. Firstly, there weren't as many immortal forces as there were in the other continents. Secondly, the cultivators of the Tongyi continent had long been used to minding their own business. They were far less interested in the marketplace at the foot of the mountain than in the other 8 continents. Since the Tongyi continent was vast, many of the isolated places on the continent did not know that the world was no longer peaceful. In the capital of a remote vassal state, there was a wealthy family that was both an official and a scholarly family. An old man in his 70s was taking out 2 items for his grandson who had just started studying. One was a porcelain bowl bestowed by the emperor, and the other was a piece of imperial ink bestowed by the emperor. He explained to his beloved grandson why the imperial ink was made, 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 why the imperial ink was retreated, and why the imperial ink was retreated. In a small county town below the stage, a little girl imitated the woman in the play, bending her waist and raising her orchid fingers. The young men and women didn't take it seriously, but the old man scolded them when he saw them. A traveling scholar was resting at a relay station. He flipped through the writings of the scholars of the previous dynasty. From the books, he saw that the water in the well could tell the time, as well as the flower that grew in the palace. He felt that it was very strange. A certain dissolute man with a mouth full of golden teeth led a group of idle scoundrels to live a comfortable life in his hometown. They only heard that there might be immortals in the mountains, but they were not envious at all. In a county town, there was a profession that specialized in the style of some famous calligraphers and painters. They could imitate them to the point that they could pass them off as the real thing. Hence they calculated money according to the words and asked for an extremely high price. They were currently bargaining with an old customer. Then one day there was nothing left. In a place covered by dark clouds, in the sky above an immortal mountain along the coast of the Tongyi continent, a hole was suddenly torn open. Sunlight shone down and a weapon fell to the ground. A great demon then fell heavily to the ground. Another huge rock that was as big as a mountain was tilted and smashed into the majestic city of a dynasty's capital. On top of the huge rock, a slender young girl was dragging a blade as she walked. Behind her was an armored puppet that shook the earth with every step. In the 6th year of Jiachun in the 5th world. In the huge Tongyi continent, apart from 3 academies and a dozen immortal mountains, all of them had fallen. During this period, a former gentleman of the academy named Zhong Kue appeared out of nowhere and turned the tide. And in the mountain and water cave of the Fuyao continent, Chao Ci broke through to the 10th realm in a battle at sea and killed a great demon. In an ice field that was cold all year round in the White Snow continent, a group of northbound cultivators who risked their lives to hunt demons met an extremely strong demon. They were in a desperate situation and could only desperately escape towards the south. After they were exhausted, they all resigned themselves to death. In the vast expanse of white snow in the north, a young girl slowly walked out. She held a mountain staff in her hand and carried a green bamboo chest on her back. 702. The woman appeared in the wind and snow. Her figure was thin and the white snow made her slightly tanned skin look even darker. Her hair was coiled into a cute bun, revealing her high forehead. She didn't wear any hairpins or hair accessories. The young woman stood still about 100 feet away from the group of bewildered hunters. She took out a map of the northern part of the White Jade continent from the Lion Peak's treasury and looked at it. The closest immortal residence on the mountain to the ice plains was a mountain called the White Banner Taoist Temple in the northern boundary of the White Jade continent. It wasn't a clan immortal residence and was relatively aloof from worldly affairs. The city at the foot of the mountain was Tu City in the Rainshore prefecture of the Raingong country. She put the map back into her sleeve and first cupped her fists to salute everyone. Then she asked in a mellow and elegant voice of the White Jade continent, "May I ask how far is this place from Tu City?" An old cultivator stood up trembling and asked tentatively, "Senior, are you Great Grandmaster Lu?" This was the best-case scenario. The worst-case scenario was that the other party was actually a big demon in human form and was deliberately teasing them, who were sure to be a meal on the plate. On the vast ice plains, there were 4 big demons, each occupying a direction. The southernmost big demon called herself Shilu. She occasionally rode a snow-white lion and patrolled the territory. It was rumored that she liked to appear in the world as a handsome man. More than 10 years ago she had a life-and-death battle with Great Grandmaster Lu, who came here to earn some money and save some dowry money. At that time, even in the distant Tu city of the Rain Gong country, they could feel the earth-shattering battlefield vision. After that, although Great Grandmaster Lu was severely injured, he benefited from the disaster and broke through the bottleneck as the strongest far-travel state and successfully reached the 9th realm. Shi Lu, the big demon, also seemed to be seriously injured and began to cultivate in seclusion. Therefore, the cultivators of the White Jade continent who came here to hunt demons for the ice plains of the Southern Territory for the time being took advantage of the fact that the demons in the ice plains of the Southern Territory had temporarily lost their patron and formed groups to hunt the big and small demons in the Southern Territory of the ice plains, plundering heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, Great Monster Shilio had two capable subordinates. One of them was a Devil Dao cultivator from the north who called himself Daoist Autumn Water. There was also a great demon who had the face of an old woman and carried a large sack on her back. When she saw the cultivators she would smile. Her catchphrase was, "Our young Master Shilio's appetizer has been found again. I have to thank you all." It was just that both parties rarely met. If they accidentally bumped into each other, they could only hope that they would be reincarnated into a good family in their next life. In fact, in the southern part of the ice field, there used to be an extremely arrogant great demon, but it was skinned by the great Grandmaster Lu mentioned by the old cultivator. Pei Qian shook his head. No. The way the other party addressed her made her feel a little uncomfortable. However, since they were in a foreign land and had met by chance, Pei Qian did not reveal his name. Pei Qian knew who the great Grandmaster Lu was. She was a 9th realm martial artist and a woman named Lu Suiyu. She was a registered consecrator of the god of wealth of the Snow Mountain continent, Lu Suiyu. She was the most promising person in the Snow Mountain continent to become the second 10th realm martial artist. Previously, when they were practicing martial arts on the Lion Peak, Senior Li Air had roughly explained the martial arts situation of the Snow Mountain continent and the names of the grandmasters. The number 1 martial artist of the Snow Mountain continent was Pei Xiang. His surname was strange and his name was even stranger. His nickname was Thunder God. His fist techniques were fierce and fierce. The place where he lived was an ordinary Thunder God temple. Lu Suiyu was one of his 3 direct disciples. This old martial artist was the best in both boxing and taking in disciples. On his way to the peak of martial arts, just for the name Xiang alone, he had fought countless times. Among them, he had fought with the oldest 10th realm martial artist in the North Continent, Wang Dingy. The two of them had once agreed to fight at sea. The reason was that the latter liked to call him Sister Xiang. Whenever he met someone, he would say that the Sister Xiang from the Snow Mountain continent was very manly. It was rumored that after Wang Dingy returned from the sea to the North Continent, although he was covered in injuries, he was in high spirits. When a good friend from the mountain asked about the result, Wang Dingy sneered. He only said, "How heavy can a Snow Mountain continent woman's cotton fists be?" The result of the battle between the 10th realm martial artists was obvious. In fact, after that, Pei Xiang had indeed closed the door to the Thunder God Temple and had not come out for decades. Later on, Gu Yu and Wen Quan met the sword deity of ape-crying mountain Jiyu. Both of them died and the North Continent lost a 10th realm martial artist. The mountain and river gazette of the White Continent was much longer than that of the North Continent. Most of them were gloating. The group of cultivators was uneasy. They did not dare to go near the young woman who they did not know if she was a friend or foe. The great demons of the ice plains were all eccentric. Did the woman in front of them really just happen to pass by and save them? Was she really not vicious like a cat trying to catch a mouse? Hunting demons in the Snow Mountain continent's ice plains was a money-making business with one's head tied to one's belt. Moreover, the belt was not secure enough. Therefore, they could only rely on numbers. Every hunter who went to the ice plains would sign a life and death agreement with the North Mountain Alliance before they left. They also had to specify the compensation. Of course, if they returned without any results or were completely wiped out, everything would be over. Usually, there would be at least 3 people in a group. The formation master would be in charge of setting traps. This person was the most important. It was best for a pure martial artist or a military cultivator to carry a heavy defensive weapon and an offensive weapon at the same time. They were in charge of luring the demons into the forbidden area of the formation. This was because compared to other cultivators, Their bodies were the most resilient. They could protect themselves and also hold back the demons with thick skin. They would not be defeated if they met the demons in a narrow path. In addition, there must be a Qi cultivator who was proficient in water spells. They could take advantage of the time and place and use spells to kill the demons. If the leader was able to gather a team of 5 people, he would usually add a Qi cultivator who was extremely powerful in attacking. He would rely on the so-called one fresh move to deal a fatal blow to the demons during the encirclement and suppression. Then he might add a cultivator from the Yao family who could help him fight a prolonged battle. In this way, the hunting team could attack or retreat. Even if they did not gain anything during the journey to the icy plains, they could at least preserve their lives and safely retreat to the Catapult City or the Daoist Hall to make further plans. However, even if they traveled together, there were still many accidents. Today they did not check the almanac and met a Jindan stage demon. Pei Qian knew what these people were worried about. She was not willing to explain too much. She only needed to go straight to the south and rest in the Taoqi city. The doubts in their hearts would naturally disappear. Whether it was traveling in the North Continent with Li Huai or wandering alone in the Snow Plain continent, Pei Qian only focused on practicing martial arts. She did not expect to be like her master who made friends with heroes along the way. As long as they hit it off, they could drink without asking for each other's names. Pei Qian admitted that she could not learn and could not do it. Just like what Cui Dongshan thought in private, as long as his master Chen Pingon was not by Pei Qian's side, then the vast world outside of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land was still the streets and alleys of the Nanyuan Kingdom's capital city. Everyone was still the same in the capital city of the Nanyuan Kingdom. To Pei Qian, except for her master and Luopa Mountain, the Jianghu under her feet had always been the same. It was difficult to change this in the past, present, and future. Pei Qian suddenly stopped in her tracks. She stabbed the mountain-treading staff into the snow and said to them, "You guys go first. Quickly go to the Taoqi city. Be careful on the way. There are still dangers." Then Pei Qian frowned and glanced at the distance behind the group of Qi cultivators. It was a little late. Except for an old woman behind her who seemed to be walking unsteadily but was actually moving as if she was flying. She was carrying a big sack and her shoulders swayed. Wherever the old woman passed, the wind and snow would automatically make way for her. Then she stopped more than 100 steps away from Pei Qian. The old woman coughed incessantly and squinted her eyes. She laughed hoarsely and said, "What a fierce little girl. You are actually willing to give up all your demon cores all the way to the south and let us find them. A pure martial artist like you who only wants to practice martial arts without asking for money is really more hateful than that crazy woman with the surname Lu." Other than this old woman, on the road south of the group of hunters who were traveling north to hunt, there was a barefoot Daoist who was wearing a crane cloak and walking through the snow. He was loudly reciting the Daoist classic Nanhua Autumn Water chapter. The Daoist was holding many branches of blooming plum blossoms in his hands. From time to time he would pluck a few plum blossoms and put them into his mouth to chew. Then he would reach out to take snow and swallow both plum blossoms and snow. Every time he chewed plum blossoms and snow, his body would overflow with radiance from his meridians to his bones. One in the south and one in the north blocking the way. Pei Qian saw that the old woman and the barefoot Daoist had no intention of attacking for the time being. She took a step forward and instantly came to the side of the old Daoist. She took down the bamboo box and reminded the group of cultivators who were continuously gathering, "You guys just need to form the formation to protect yourselves. If possible, under the premise that your lives are not in danger, help me look after the book box. If the situation is urgent, just run for your lives. I will try my best to protect all of you." Pei Qian paused for a moment and added, "I will do my best." Since the old woman and the barefoot Daoist were coming for her, Pei Qian had to throw a few more punches. It was only right for her to do so. In the Jianghu, righteousness was the most important thing. Previously, she had casually killed the monster and saved the group of cultivators. It was really just a casual action. Since she had the heart and the strength to spare, she should throw a punch and not think about reciprocation. As for the goodwill and malice of the people in this world, what does it have to do with me, Pei Qian, practicing my fist? Nothing. What Pei Qian cared about was her master's teachings and Grandpa Chui's teaching of fist techniques. The old woman glanced again at the green bamboo stick left behind by the young woman. Previously, when she focused her gaze, she was actually unable to completely see through the camouflage. She could only vaguely sense the wisps of cold air from the bamboo stick. This was also an important reason why the old woman was not in a hurry to attack. The old woman was a great demon who cultivated in the ice field. She was most afraid of provoking the disciples of the Lu family of the Snow Peak continent. She was also afraid of the direct disciples and secondary disciples of the Thunder God Temple's Pei Xiang. Other than that, there was not much of a problem. It did not matter whether she chewed them raw or braised those unlucky cultivators. Apart from these two types of people, there were also some sects who came here to gain experience from time to time. However, most of them were protected by nascent soul earth immortals, so they were allowed to kill some monsters. The old woman still had a good eyesight. Usually the opponents were more sensible. The group of young immortal masters with delicate skin would not be too ruthless in their attacks. Moreover, they were not that ruthless. Pei Qian turned around and said to the old woman, whose expression was uncertain, "I'm just in a hurry and have not provoked you. However, if my skills are not as good as yours and I become food for the monsters, I'll accept it. My fist technique is not bad, but if the monsters want to eat people and are killed, don't blame me for punching too hard." The old woman smiled and asked, "Judging from the traces of your punches and the route you took, it seems that you went ashore in the north and then kept going south. Little girl, could it be that you are from another continent? The North Continent or the Wuxia continent? The elders in your family actually let you go from the north to the south through the entire ice field by yourself?" The old woman's biggest doubt was that the mortal enemy of her family's young master Shi Lu in the northernmost region actually allowed the little girl to cross the southern border right under his nose. If she was not worried that the other party would cause trouble, the old woman would have attacked long ago. The few fights along the way were all fought by cultivators of the sixth realm. Even if they held back and deliberately hid their strength, the little girl, who was at most a martial artist of the golden body realm, would definitely die. Pei Qian said, "You don't have to test my background with words. I'll take both the Q-seeking fist and the Q-seeking sword." An old cultivator was very anxious and said telepathically, "Senior, regardless of your true identity, you might as well use the name of a disciple of the Lu family to scare the other party. Otherwise, in this encirclement, you won't be able to fight against so many people with two fists. Moreover, there are definitely many monsters under this old woman's control. In our white border continent, the disciples of the Lu family are the biggest protective talismans. Grandmaster Pei and Senior Lu, master and disciple, are both worshipped by the Lu family. Senior, you practice martial arts and fist techniques. You can disguise yourself as a third-generation disciple of the Thunder God Temple." Pei Qian replied telepathically, "I have my own master, I don't dare to speak nonsense." The old cultivator sighed and did not dare to persuade him again. On the line between life and death, how could there be so many pedantic and rigid rules? At this point, no one doubted the identity of this senior anymore. There was indeed no need. Just the autumn water Daoist alone was enough to crush all the hunting cultivators except for her. The cultivators of the white border continent, whether it was the immortal masters of the archives or the mountain and lake cultivators, were aware of the high and mighty immortals of the upper five realms. Even if they had not personally seen a few of them through the messy mountain and river reports, most of them knew that the number of immortals was actually not less than that of the North Continent and naturally more than that of the Northwest Wuxia continent. However, the number of 8th and 9th realm martial arts grandmasters could be counted with one's fingers. Not only was it far less than that of the North Continent, it was even less than that of the Wuxia continent. The martial arts fate of the white border continent was known to be pitifully low in the vast world. Legend had it that there was only one martial artist of the 10th realm. Pei Xiang of the Thunder God Temple, who was the most prosperous martial arts fate of the continent, had even lost to Wang Dengbing, who was later imprisoned by the Sword Immortal after he lost his mind. Since the North Continent had a sword cultivator who once crossed the sea to challenge the Sword Immortal, even if Guyu was dead, the result was that there was one more martial artist of the End Realm than the White Border Continent. This made the cultivators of the White Border Continent unable to lift their heads. In addition, the number one cultivator of the White Border Continent, the god of wealth of the Lu family, had publicly admitted several times that his Dao techniques could at most be considered half of that of the Flat Earth Peak's venerable fire dragon. This made the cultivators of the White Border Continent feel that other than money, the cultivators of the White Border Continent were all inferior to that of the North Continent. Pei Qian turned her head to look at the barefoot Daoist who was wearing a crane cloak. She had once seen a record in the inverted, Immortal book, that her senior apprentice brother bought. In history there was indeed a mountain Daoist who liked to recite the Nanhua autumn water poem. He walked the world barefoot and it was rumored that he wore a Daoist iron crown on his head. His ambition was to use plum blossoms and snow to wash his intestines and carve his bones to build a Daoist temple. He was willing to manifest his Dao techniques and return them to the world. He did not have a fixed residence all year round and traveled far and wide with his staff. He only needed to throw the staff in his hand and it would land on the ground and transform into a green dragon. That mountain Daoist who was elusive was a true Daoist. Of course he would not be this person who pretended to be cultured and blocked the way. Even though Pei Qian had yet to open her fist, she had already cleared her mind. When she held her breath and started to pour out her fist intent, her eyes saw a strange phenomenon. In an instant everything was silent. It was as if Pei Qian was the only living thing in the world that was not restrained. She was the only one who could walk freely. However, Pei Qian was well aware that what she saw was not the real stagnation of the long river of time, but the flowing speed seemed to have become extremely slow. The closer she got, the more the flowing water of time in all directions tended to be still. After Pei Qian started practicing her boxing alone, there was only one thing she could do. She had to try to make the river of time seem to be completely still so that only her body and mind would be free. She could punch out between heaven and earth. No matter who the martial artists in the world were, they would be slower than her punches by countless times. Of course, her master was an exception. Pei Qian practiced boxing only to catch up with her master. She never expected to be on par with her master's boxing skills. When she was traveling in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, her master once said something very strange to Pei Qian. He said that he wanted to learn this supernatural power from his first disciple. Her master's jokes were also very interesting. Why should her master learn from her disciple? However, this joke that once made Pei Qian secretly happy and couldn't help but grin when she thought of it, was becoming less and less funny. Her master didn't return to her hometown day after day, year after year. Pei Qian felt that this joke that once warmed her heart was more and more like a cage that made her sad. She almost couldn't breathe and wanted to smash it with a punch. Previously, when she traveled across continents, she gave up riding the wind and chose to run on the surface of the sea. Every time Pei Qian's perfect state punched out, it was towards the invisible long river of time. In an instant, the figure of the young female martial artist disappeared from the old woman's sight. Was it really the golden body realm that she expected? Whether it was a cultivator or a pure martial artist, one's cultivation realm could be concealed. However, as long as the disparity in cultivation realm was not too great, looking at one's foundation, one could still roughly tell one's age. That woman was clearly not more than 30 years old. Could it be that she was a new third-generation disciple of the Thunder God Temple's Pei Xiang? Otherwise, there was no such person among the young generation of martial artists in the White Peak continent. In the White Peak continent, as long as one was a golden body martial artist under 40 years old, their reputation was greater than the heavens. Wealth God Lu had a widely spread saying, "It's a pity that I can't use my immortal money to create martial fate." In a hurry, the old woman turned around and the big sack on her back suddenly opened, protecting the old woman's body. With a bang, it was as if her back was hit by a heavy hammer. The punch hit the back of the old woman's back that was protected by the sack, causing the wind and snow within a radius of several hundred feet to shatter. With her back facing the woman who punched, the old woman did not have the strength to fight back. Her feet left the ground and she rushed forward in a straight line, not giving the old woman a chance to change her trajectory to dodge. From this, one could see the weight of that punch. At the same time, the old woman vaguely felt a gust of wind blow past her. A blurry figure leaped past her and went forward. Then, when it was several hundred feet away, the other party suddenly turned around and punched. The old woman was horrified. Unable to care about anything else, she used a golden core as the center of her body's small world. It spun in her life source Qi Palace, stirring up countless golden rays of light that intertwined with her 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. She did her best to stabilize her trembling soul. Then her Yin spirit left her body and floated away. Carrying 2 life source items, she was about to use spells and divine abilities to prevent the little girl from being too savage. The other life source item left in her body was controlled by the golden core. Suddenly it shone brightly. A mysterious array of mountains and rivers appeared around the old woman out of nowhere. It was a pavilion that was built by countless snow-white silver lines. It was crystal clear like a glazed fairyland. On the top of a ridge of this pocket-sized fairyland, there was an old woman's nascent soul that was as tall as a thumb sitting on it. Her hands were making gestures, constantly absorbing the snow and water between heaven and earth to stabilize the array. However, the old woman who was waiting for the attack did not see the second punch coming. A martial artist was able to use talismans to shrink the mountains and rivers, disappearing in an instant. The barefoot Daoist who was wearing a crane cloak and holding a plum branch wanted to kill a chi cultivator to relieve his boredom. He pinched a plum blossom with 2 fingers and was about to throw it to one of them. As for the young woman whose identity was unknown, he could roughly see her strength. She was in the golden body state, which was quite good at tempering her body. It was rare but still inferior to Lu Suiyu who was in the far travel state. Unexpectedly, the barefoot Daoist who had just calmed down had a bad feeling. His heart tightened and the crane cloak on his body shone with white light. He was about to use the escape method to leave the place. For some inexplicable reason, the crane cloak, which had begun to radiate with light, was forcefully shrunk back into its original form. It was like a snowflake being crushed into a snowball. This devil Dao cultivator, who called himself Autumn Water Daoist, inexplicably reappeared. He stood rooted to the ground like a dumbfounded goose and took a direct punch from the woman. Pei Qian also retracted his fist after the punch. Qiu Shui Daoist sank into the snow pit and sat on the ground. He opened his mouth and sucked all the plum blossoms into his mouth. The miserable scene of bleeding from his 7 orifices disappeared instantly. He stood up and shook off the snow from his crane cloak. He walked out of the pit barefoot and bowed to the distance, calling out to his master. Pei Qian reached out his hand and grabbed the mountain traveling staff in the distance. Facing the old woman and the barefoot Daoist, Pei Qian did not use the deity drumming style. Because the real enemy was not these two. Once he punched with all his strength and killed one of them, it would not make any difference. Instead, it would put him in danger. She even noticed the figure earlier than the old woman and Qiu Shui Daoist. In the distance, there was a young master standing on a snow-white lion. He was watching the battle with a smile on his face. He was the master of the southern border of the snowy ice plains. She was Shilu of the pure jade state demon race. Pei Qian did not think that a pure jade state demon was a great demon, because she had been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The snow-white lion suddenly appeared beside the old woman. Shilu did not hide her curiosity. She sized up the young woman who was most likely in the far travel state. She smiled and said, "Firstly, we are the demons of the ice plains who cannot see the light. We almost never take the initiative to wreak havoc in the south. Secondly, you are a passerby who rarely follows the rules. I will not make things difficult for you. Therefore, there is no need for us to make things too tense. As long as you are willing to leave and hand this group of people over to Qiu Shui Daoist, we will be even." Shilu smiled again and said, "Of course there is another option. That is, all of these immortals can leave and leave you behind. Then they can live, but you will become a guest of honor of Shilu. Be it you or these 6 people, one of them will have to stay behind to admire the snow with me." Shilu threw a look at Qiu Shui Daoist and the latter immediately made way. The old woman smiled. "My master always keeps her words. You guys should consider it carefully." Shilu of the southern land. This great demon was indeed true to her words. Therefore, the group of Qi refinement warriors communicated telepathically and retreated to the south almost at the same time. In the end, only the young female martial artist was left. Shilu smiled and said, "Don't you think it's not worth it for you to fight for these filthy people who don't have the slightest sense of loyalty and force a way out and put yourself in a desperate situation?" Pei Qian walked to the bamboo box and shook his head. "I fight for myself." He placed the mountain traveling staff on the bamboo box and slowly rolled up his sleeves. This fight seemed to be going on for quite some time. Very good. She could not ask for more. However, that Shilu continued to smile and asked, "Let's not talk about the few fights you fought on your way to the south. Those were all reasonable. But today you fought for these Qi refinement warriors and killed the demon. Is that right?" Pei Qian still shook his head and said, "I did not kill it. It is up to Senior Shilu whether you believe me or not." Since the other party was willing to be reasonable, even if it was only temporary, Pei Qian was willing to say a few more words. Shilu was stunned for a moment and turned to look at the old woman. The old woman looked slightly embarrassed. "Master, this young lady only punched that flower away." The golden core demon that chased after the Qi refinement warriors was named Flower. It was only injured by the female martial artist, but it was really scared out of its wits. It mistakenly thought that she was the junior sister or direct disciple of the ninth realm martial artist Lu Suiyu and immediately fled hundreds of miles away. As for the great demon Shilu, she was attracted by Pei Qian's fist intent. Therefore she mistakenly thought that Flower had been killed somewhere. Shilu was even more curious. "Young lady, which sect are you from? This is not the style of martial artists from the Thunder God Temple Zhou Xian." As for the other party's respectful address of Senior Shilu, it made the Jade Pure Realm Great Demon standing on the snow-white lion's back feel even more amused and even more surprised. Pei Qian hesitated for a moment and still shook his head. Shilu was a little hesitant. Then she stretched out her hand and pressed between her eyebrows. He was having a headache. What was going on today? First, it was a reasonable young lady who happened to be in an unreasonable martial arts realm. If only one of them was missing, then Shilu would not hesitate at all. Then there was a woman who made Shilu feel a chill down her spine. For Shilu to be so wary, of course she was a sword immortal. A sword immortal in the North Continent was rarer than anything else. In addition, the other party was a woman. Shilu was more or less sure of her identity. A sword immortal from the Snow Continent who did not like her hometown, Xianxia. It was said that Xianxia's sword was extremely lethal. When she fought against an enemy, her sword could determine life and death. Although Shilu was wary, she was not overly fearful. In the southern land of the ice plains, Shilu had the geographical advantage. She would definitely not be able to win in a fight. Hence, she would only leave after witnessing the beauty of a sword immortal with her own eyes. The female sword immortal with a bamboo box on her back came riding on her sword. The sword aura behind her seemed to have opened up a windless and snowless path. The wind and snow on both sides of her path still covered the sky and the sun. She hovered in the air with a cold expression, looking down at Shilu, who liked to hide. Xianxia had left 2 of her direct disciples who were here to train their sword will in the city behind her. The 2 direct disciples were named Chao Mu and Zhu Xing. Xianxia had also sensed that something was amiss here. Hence she left the city on her sword, intending to join in the fun. Other than Xianxia, who was taking in disciples in a foreign land, Li Kai from the North Continent's Fuping Sword Lake also brought 2 sword immortal embryos out of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They were Qin Li and Gao Yuqing. As for the female sword immortal Song Pin from the Gold Armor Continent, she had also taken in 2 children as her direct disciples. However, they were both little girls, Sun Zhao, Jin Luan. As for Pu He from the Liuxia continent, who had fallen to the nascent soul realm at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she brought a young boy and a young girl from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After Xianxia returned to the Hao Ran world, she had communicated with Li Kai, Song Pin, and Pu He via cross-continent flying swords. They had made a promise to meet each other once every 60 years. Of course, it was not a competition of swordsmanship, as it was meaningless. Li Kai and Pu He in particular were severely injured, which had damaged the foundation of their swordsmanship. Moreover, after experiencing the continuous battles at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, even Xianxia, who had contributed the most, did not feel that her swordsmanship and her lousy realm were worth showing off. How could she be compared with those great sword immortals? Taking a step back, how could these sword immortals who had returned alive be compared to Xieji Yuan Qingshu and the other sword immortals who had died in battle? They were incomparable. Since that was the case, the 4 sword immortals would compete in their ability to impart swordsmanship to their direct disciples. They had agreed that in 60 years, Xianxia and the other 2 would bring their respective disciples to the North Continent where Li Kai was. Xianxia saw the young girl who had a bamboo box and a walking stick by her feet. Xianxia wanted to say something but stopped. Back then at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she had heard that the students and disciples of the young hidden official all looked like this. However, the lady before him was definitely not Guizhuzhou from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He remembered that there was a young lady surnamed Pei from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even though so many years had passed, she didn't seem to match up with the young lady in the snow. How could there be such a coincidence that she could meet someone related to the young hidden official in the snowy northern icy plains of the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Then the young girl raised her head. Using telepathy, she asked in the dialect of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, "Are you sword immortal Xie?" Xie Songhua immediately landed on her sword. The long sword automatically returned to its scabbard and the bamboo box. She smiled and said, "It's really you. You're called Pei, what was it again?" Pei Qian cupped his fists and smiled brightly. "I'm Pei Qian." Xie Songhua's expression immediately softened. She looked at Pei Qian carefully and said softly, "Very good. You're indeed the first disciple of our hidden official. Not bad, not bad." Xie Songhua raised her chin and pointed at the thin willow. "Why? Did you get bullied? That's easy. After I finish my sword we'll go to Tu City together." Pei Qian scratched his head and said, "I was learning from my master and reasoning with Senior Willow." Helpless, the willow nodded and said, "That's true." Xie Songhua said, "Since that's the case I'll avoid the southern border and not find trouble with you." Then Xie Songhua put the thin willow aside and helped to pick up the walking stick in the bamboo box. Pei Qian took the bamboo stick and carried the box on his back again. Xie Songhua said telepathically, "Have you heard of a piece of news? It's related to your master. It's just been spread." Pei Qian's eyes widened. "What news?" Looking at the big and small figures walking away, the willow shook her head. "What kind of news was this?" Xie Songhua said, "I don't know who first came up with a theory and selected the top 10 youths in the world." Pei Qian was in high spirits. "What's my master's ranking?" Xie Songhua shook her head and held back her laughter. "It's clear that there's no ranking among the 10. There's that sword cultivator from Ascension City, Ning Yao. Great Duan dynasty of the Central Divine Continent, martial artist Chao Ci. Bekokekyung building Taoist Shanqing. First of the 100 sword deities of moon-bearing mountain Fei Ran. Your master isn't in the top 10. Pei Qian was confused. How was it related to his master? Xie Songhua rubbed Pei Qian's head and said, "It's clearly said that there are 10 younger people but they don't have a ranking. It's very strange, but there are 11 people listed and only hidden official is listed at the 11th position. Your master is also the only one who isn't named. He's only said to be a peak martial artist and a sword cultivator. So now all the cultivators in the world are guessing who this hidden official is. For people like me who know your master's identity, we don't want to talk about this with others. We'll just let them guess." Pei Qian shook the bamboo box and clenched the walking stick in his hand. Looking around at the wind and snow, he still shouted, "It's my master." 703. Xie Songhua was not in a hurry to return to Tu City on her sword. Instead she brought Pei Qian south. In a small border city, even if there were many hidden talents, they would still have to consider the flying sword of a female sword immortal. Although her 2 direct disciples had yet to enter the middle 5 realms, they were sword cultivators and potential sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even if there was a small accident, Xie Songhua's flying sword would arrive in an instant. Furthermore, before entering Tu City, Xie Songhua had brought Chaomu and Zhu Xing to tour Mt Beiyu. The Mt Beiyu would naturally take care of the 2 children. If anything happened to a sword immortal's direct disciple within his jurisdiction, especially if they were Xie Songhua's disciples, their cultivation would be delayed. A small country's mountain lord would not be able to bear the responsibility. Perhaps the entire Mt Beiyu would be remembered by sword immortal Xie. This was because Xie Songhua's temper was known to be bad in the Pure Crest continent. After chatting with Pei Qian for a while, Xie Songhua sighed. She did not expect that even she could not see the depth of Pei Qian's martial arts. The young lady was only in her early 20s, but she was already a pure martial artist at the far travel realm. She was as rare as a phoenix feather and a Qilin horn. On the mountain she would be a nascent soul sword cultivator in her 20s. If not for Chao Ci and Qin Pingon, Xie Songhua would have suspected Pei Qian's identity. However, Xie Songhua felt more gratified. Actually, she had never met Pei Qian before. They were not related. However, when she saw Pei Qian traveling with a staff and a box, Xie Songhua felt close to him. As for whether she loved him because of his love for his dog, it was not important. Heaven and earth should not care about who I, Xie Songhua, like. If you don't like anyone, you can control my flying sword. However, you have to be brave and capable enough. Therefore, Xie Songhua smiled and said, "If you are worried that Aunt Xie's swordsmanship is not good enough and will not be able to win against Shilu, there is no need for that. Tell me the truth. I will go and chop Shilu. I will be back in half an hour." It is not easy to kill a pure Jade Realm sword cultivator demon. Without the word sword cultivator, it is not difficult. Pei Qian hurriedly shook his head and said, Aunt Xia, it's not like that. If Shi Lu was aggressive and oppressive, I would have used the ask fist. Xie Songhua nodded. Then let's count it as Shiliu burning incense. His luck is not bad. Originally, I had planned to bring Chaomu and Zhu Xing to the south of the icy plains to nurture my sword intent. Shi Lu would definitely want to see it for a while. Chaomu had 2 intrinsic flying swords. One was rainbow and the other was torrential. Of the 2, rainbow was rather suitable for nurturing. The Leizhi sword was not of much use in the ice plains. That's why I need to pay a visit to Lei Gong Temple's Peiyaxiang and see if there's an opportunity for the great Dao at Mahu Prefecture. For the time being, Pei Qian did not know what Auntie Xia meant by meeting Shi Lu and visiting Lei Gong Temple. But Xie Songhua was willing to reveal the names of the 2 direct disciples' flying swords to Pei Qian. It showed how close she was to Pei Qian and treated him as family. Xie Songhua did not have a good impression of her hometown, the pure Jade Continent. After she became an Earth Immortal, she spent most of her time traveling in Wuxia Continent and Jinjia Continent. Before she accepted the direct disciples, she would not reveal her whereabouts and was too lazy to show off her identity as a sword immortal. That's why there were a few conflicts. Xie Songhua never thought of herself as a reasonable person. That's why she would fight with both the young and the old. If the founding ancestor was still alive, that would be even better. That's why the cultivators of the pure Jade Continent were in awe of this sword immortal. Now Xie Songhua's prestige in the pure Jade Continent was like the sun in the sky. With the identity of a female sword immortal, she traveled the Great Wall of Sword Qi and made great achievements. He killed a pure Jade Realm sword immortal great demon. And the key was that Xie Songhua returned to the vast heavens alive. To the people of the pure Jade Continent, a dead female sword immortal was nothing much. The pure Jade Continent did not have the custom of sacrificing a continent to a sword. The most shocking news of the pure Jade Continent was that it was rumored that Xie Songhua would most likely break through the pure Jade realm within a few decades and become an immortal. She would become the first great sword immortal in the pure Jade Continent in 1,000 years. A few decades for a cultivator was just a short period of time for an immortal to take a nap. Xie Songhua laughed and asked, "You're already a martial artist of the 8th realm. Why don't you travel with the wind?" Pei Qian blushed and said softly, "Master said before to travel at the foot of the mountain, you have to drop by 2 realms. Don't learn from a certain person and let him have his first move in the Jianghu." Pei Qian said, "Auntie Xia, you can fly with the sword, I will fly with the wind. Rules are dead, people are alive, you don't have to be so particular when you're with Auntie Xia." After all, Xie Songhua was a senior sword immortal, and this trip to the icy plains was to impart sword techniques to the 2 direct disciples. Xie Songhua laughed. As expected of his first disciple, "No problem, let's continue to walk to Tuho City, take it as a stroll." Xie Songhua then asked curiously, "Who is that certain person? Can you tell me?" Someone who could be mentioned by the young hidden official was most likely not simple. For example, Sword Immortal Qi, who was addicted to alcohol, was now the leader of the North Continent's Taihui sword sect. Pei Qian laughed, "Auntie Xia, there's nothing I can't tell you. Master's friend is a military cultivator from the North Continent's Ghost Axe Palace. His name is Du Yu and he likes to roam the Jianghu. When Master was roaming the North Continent in his early years, they hit it off, and he even learned some talisman techniques from Senior Du." Xie Songhua nodded and said, "Although I've never heard of the Ghost Axe Palace, since he can let your master have his first move, he must be quite powerful. However, the outcome of the Wenquan Fist will not be good. Don't let your master have his first move." Pei Qian scratched his head. He was no longer the charcoal girl of the past and he was no longer a young girl. This action was a rare bit of childishness in Pei Qian. At the southern border of the icy plains, Shi Lu brought the old woman and Daoist Qiushui back to the mansion, and they were strolling leisurely in the wind and snow. The old woman asked softly, "Master, is it really that sword immortal Xie Songhua?" Shi Lu smiled and nodded. "The sword intent in the bamboo box on her back can't be faked." Daoist Qiushui, who was wearing a crane cloak and regretting the lack of plum branches, no longer had the demeanor of an immortal. He grimaced and said, "The little girl's fist was very heavy. Even now my entire body is aching. When I took that punch, my natal chi palace and 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were all flipped over like an earth ox. That talisman that could shrink mountains and rivers was used by a pure martial artist to fight in close combat. It's really terrible. No wonder the founder of this branch of talisman was scolded for thousands of years. Shilu said, looking back, the little girl must have been hiding her strength on purpose. Perhaps she was hiding her strength when she punched you. Because after I appeared, I was the only enemy in her mind. Perhaps even that talisman was a smokescreen. I'm guessing that once the little girl went all out, she would definitely be faster than if she used the talisman. If that's the case, I have to thank the sword Immortal for not causing me to lose my men, and also thank the little girl for avoiding a disaster. Shilu couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The heavens are right and the retribution is not good? The old woman was puzzled. Master traveled far and restrained his aura, not much inferior to that of the saint of the academy. Even I couldn't detect it. How did the little girl discover it? Shilu said helplessly, how would I know? Tung City was the capital of the Rainshore Prefecture of Raingong Country. It was one of the two important crossings to the southern land of the icy plains. At the city gate, Pei Qian handed in the customs document. Previously, when he traveled to the North Continent, there were many customs documents. Senior Li Heir of Lion Peak helped to create a new customs document for mountains and rivers. It was a special customs document for the cultivators on the mountain. It was also an important collection of miscellaneous items for the rich and powerful families at the foot of the mountain. Xianxia naturally didn't have any customs documents. Tung City glanced at Pei Qian and turned a blind eye to Xianxia, allowing her to pass. At the Immortal Inn, Pei Qian saw the two sword immortal embryos. They were about 7 or 8 years old, a boy and a girl. The girl was called Chao Mu and the boy was called Zhou Xian. They were both beautiful, but Zhou Xian was slightly more mature, and his eyes were still, which didn't match his age. As usual, Pei Qian gave 2 bookmarks specially made by Luapa Mountain as a greeting gift. Hearing her master say that big sister Pei Qian was the first disciple of the hidden official, Zhou Xian's spirits suddenly rose. Chaomu was also very happy because the little girl and Guizhuzhou lived on the same street, and Guizhuzhou liked to call herself, my master's temporary last disciple. Moreover, there were too many rumors about the hidden official's deeds. He was a banker who cheated people, sold wine and cheated money. His mind was filled with all kinds of strange stories and stories. He and Ning Yao were a match made in heaven. For her he traveled thousands of miles twice and passed 3 trials in a row. Even Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji were defeated by him. He took the initiative to replace Ning Yao and fought with Li Zhen of the Moon-Bearing Mountain. He became famous after that battle and became the youngest and the first foreign hidden official in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He received Yu Zhuanfu's punches and was defeated with 1 punch. In the end he won 3 consecutive battles. His sarcastic words were too many to count, and even the great sword immortal would be worried if he heard them. He wrote the Ghost Sword Immortal's seal manual and stayed in the Summer Palace to strategize. When he was on the battlefield he was even more sinister than the great demon. He even disguised himself as a woman and liked to pick up scraps everywhere. The little girl who owned the 2 natal flying swords, Rainbow and Torrent, pinched the bamboo bookmark with 2 fingers. She raised it high and twisted it gently under the sunlight. She liked this gift very much. When she accepted the gift earlier, she carefully glanced at Zhou Xian. She only dared to accept the gift after the latter accepted it. After following her master to the vast world, he brought them to the golden armor, flowing cloud and snow mountain continent. They passed by many immortal residences and many kind elders wanted to give them gifts. When they gave them gifts, Zhou Xian only looked indifferent and covered his sleeves with his hands. Since her master did not care about this, she rejected them as well. Once the little girl asked Zhou Xian why in private. In the end, the quiet Zhou Xian suddenly became angry and asked her if she was shameless. Chaomu was so scared and sad that she cried out loud. When Zhou Xian saw her crying, he became even angrier. He told Chaomu not to talk to him in the future or he would beat her up. Chaomu only felt better after her master came to comfort her. Actually, during the journey to the Snow Mountain continent, Zhou Xian did not talk to her at all. It was not that Chaomu did not want to talk to Zhou Xian, but she did not dare to. She took the initiative to find excuses to get close to him, but Zhou Xian only treated her as a deaf person. Thus, it was a first for Zhou Xian to accept gifts today. Zhou Xian had already kept the green bookmark with a beautiful line of words in his sleeves. He planned to keep it well. In the vast world, studying was the most common thing. Xianxia joked, One pretends to be deaf and mute every day, the other cries for no reason. It's so hard to take care of two children. Pei Qian, to be honest, your master is better at taking care of children than being a hidden official. Xianxia gave her a thumbs up. Pei Qian was a little embarrassed. The years when her master brought her to travel were indeed tough. Xianxia grumbled, but she was actually more proud. She did not think that Li Kai's Qin Li and Gao Yuqing, Pu He's Yi Du and Shuizhou, Song Pin's Sun Zhao and Jin Luan, and the other children who were scattered all over the vast world, would be more outstanding than her two disciples. Impossible. She, Xianxia, had only taken in these two disciples and taught them everything. 60 years later, they would definitely be better than Qin Li, who had the nickname of Little Hidden Official. Even if they were not, so what? Chaomu and Zhu Xing were still Xianxia's beloved disciples. Zhu Xing crossed her arms and sat on the railing of the corridor, swinging her legs gently. In her hometown, she liked to sit on the city wall like this. This habit could not be changed in this lifetime. Chaomu retorted softly, "Master, it's only 3 times. I don't cry so easily." Zhu Xing sneered. Chaomu immediately became sick. Xianxia stood up and said, "Pei Qian, you guys continue chatting. I'll go find someone to talk to. I've arranged to meet her here. He should be here soon." Pei Qian chatted with the two children. Chaomu was like a chattering sparrow. After Pei Qian asked, the little girl told Pei Qian in detail about the 10 young people. Zhu Xing, of course, wanted to fight for the hidden official. He said that other than Ning Yao and Chao Xi, the other 8 people did not have the right to squeeze the hidden official out of the 10 and only get the 11th. Pei Qian asked curiously, "What's up with the Ascension City?" Chaomu smiled. "The 5th world, the year name is Jiachuan. It landed on the city in our hometown. As the beginning of the world, it was named the Ascension City." Zhu Xing said, "There's news that Sister Ning Yao is not only the first pure jade realm sword cultivator in that world, but she's also in the Immortal realm now." Pei Qian looked at the cute little girl in front of him and missed Xiaomi on the Luapa mountain. He also missed Sister Nuanu, who seemed to never grow up. At this moment, Pei Qian finally realized that Sister Baoping had grown up. He had also grown up. If Sister Baoping's junior martial uncle, his master, knew about this, would she be happy or sad? Pei Qian opened the book box and started to copy books. Chaomu sat at the side quietly. She rested her chin on her hand and watched Sister Pei write. Zhu Xing was thinking about the second opening of the 5th world. By then he could go back to his hometown. He heard that the 5th world would be open for 30 years. After that, it would be completely closed. If he wanted to go back and forth between the 2 worlds, he could only become an Ascension Realm cultivator. Zhu Xing was a little envious of Sister Pei's mountain walking stick and bamboo box. The little boy imitated the hidden official. He sat on the railing in a daze with his hands in his sleeves. The 10 young people selected this time were all below the age of 50. There was no difference in the rankings. The reason was simple. If they were too young, they would need at least 100 more years to cultivate and attain immortality. Ascension City's Ning Yao. In the 5th world, she broke through 2 realms and entered the Immortal realm. Daoist martial artist Chao Xi. Outside the mountains and rivers of the Fuyao continent, he was a 10th realm martial artist. Bekokekyung Building's Daoist Xianxia. Pure Jade realm. He didn't have a single magic treasure because his natal items were all immortal weapons and half-immortal weapons. He walked the path of the 5 elements and was known as the best in the world. Moon supporting mountains, 100 sword deities Fei ran. Pure Jade realm sword cultivator. It was said that he liked to suppress realms. There was also a secondary saint's direct disciple. It was said that the young scholar's hometown was Qingming Tian. He was brought back to the vast world by the secondary saint. Not only did he obtain a reading style, but he also had the embryonic form of a natal character. A young monk who entered the 5th world held a 12-ringed monk's staff. Under the heavens there was an originally unknown Daoist female Taoist. She was less than 20 years old and had only cultivated for 8 years. She had been stuck at the Willow Tendon realm for 6 years. Then she had reached the unpolished Jade realm in 1 step. In the vast world, Lu Kai was also an unknown mountain and lake cultivator. His realm wasn't high at the moment. He was only a golden core realm sword cultivator. However, the killing power of his flying sword was beyond imagination. Even if cultivators just read the court bulletin, it was enough to make them speechless. This was because Ning Yao, Chao Xi, Shanqing and the other prodigies all had high enough realms. Only Lu Kai was only at the Golden Core realm. Generally speaking, not to mention Golden Core realm sword cultivators under 50 years old, even nascent Soul realm sword cultivators weren't qualified to be evaluated. Because with this person's appearance, the two blade strengthening gourds were also revealed. They were the long-lost worry in my heart, and immediately, Lu Kai had two natal flying swords. The blade strengthening gourd nurtured the flying sword, Azure Fall. Sword cultivators were known to be able to break 10,000 spells with one sword. Azure Fall could break 10,000 swords with one sword. The blade strengthening gourd immediately nurtured Lu Kai's second flying sword, White Foal. The flying sword was so small and fast that it could ignore the obstruction of the river of time. Therefore, there was a saying in the vast world that the only sword cultivator who could compete with Ning Yao in the same realm was Lu Kai's 100 years later. The junior brother of the heavenly Lord Zhou Xian of the Divine Decree sect. He rushed to the great sect of the Divine Continent in the early years and was appointed as a treasure keeper. It was said that he read all the books of Taoism in 3 years. In the wilderness, he was a young cultivator who broke into the world like Lu Kai and the Taoist female Taoist. He was on credit. Finally, there was a hidden official who seemed to be doing business. He was a young man who finally gained some reputation in other continents, but his reputation was ruined because of the Qin Ping case. It was said that there were 10 substitutes, but they hadn't announced it yet. Qiaomu gathered her courage and turned to secretly look at Zhu Xing, who had ignored her for a long time. He was younger than her. They were in the same year and month, but Zhu Xing was later than her by a few days. However, the little girl felt that Zhu Xing was much older than her. Zhu Xing sensed Qiaomu's gaze and immediately glared at her. Qiaomu blinked as if to say, "I'm not talking to you. Why do you have to care about me? You're unreasonable." Zhu Xing put 2 fingers together and made a gesture, indicating for the little girl to turn her head obediently. Qiaomu turned her head and leaned on the table, continuing to watch Sister Pei transcribe. The little girl really wanted to ask her sister why she left her hometown when she was still in it. If she could stay in her hometown, she definitely wouldn't have gone so far away. Sister Pei was still alone. She was really brave and could really endure hardships. What Qiaomu didn't know was that the tall, thin and slightly tanned Sister Pei in front of her, who always made her feel at ease, had actually cried out in pain when Huang Ting gently pinched her shoulder and arm in Old Dragon City's medicine shop before she started learning martial arts. Her tears and snot were even worse than Qiaomu's, and she ran to complain to her master. At that time, Pei Qian was actually slightly older than Qiaomu. As for courage, when Pei Qian was young, she really didn't have much courage. She might not even be comparable to Xiaomi. Even now, she still carried that ordinary yellow paper talisman with her. Sister Pei was very serious about transcribing books. Then Qiaomu suddenly panicked and quickly turned to look at Zhu Xing. Zhu Xing looked at Qiaomu and raised a finger to his mouth. He shook his head, indicating for Qiaomu not to speak. Qiaomu tiptoed and stood up. It turned out that Sister Pei was crying while she was transcribing books. Pei Qian was sad. When her master knocked her chestnuts in the future, he didn't seem to have to bend down anymore. Then even if they met again in the future and traveled together again, her master probably wouldn't reach out to hold a little girl's hand again. How did she grow up? In the past, the big white goose's little senior brother made a joke. He asked her, the big senior sister, who was the most worried person in the world. Of course, Pei Qian said that it was her master because her master liked to think and take care of others. At that time, the little senior brother shook his head with a smile and gave a very ridiculous answer. He said that it was the guy called Grow Up. In the capital of Dali, Minister Guan sat on a rattan chair under the eaves. Even though the old man was wearing thick clothes, he was still afraid of the cold. He looked at the green tree in the courtyard. The old man opened his mouth and stretched out his thumb to gently press against a tooth. He sighed endlessly. His travel-worn grandson, Guan Yiran, returned to the capital this time and was officially relieved of his position as the supervisor of Chidu. He was about to fill the vacancy in the Ministry of Revenue, but he wasn't promoted to assistant minister like Lu Qingfeng. To be honest, even compared to his junior brother Lu Xuanmei, Guan Yiran's promotion this time seemed too shabby and stingy. Although Guan Yiran, who was born as a border cultivator, was reluctant, it wasn't because he disliked the small position, but because he was used to the rough battlefield. However, he still listened to his great-grandfather's instructions and chose to return to the capital. This time, as soon as he returned home, Guan Yiran immediately rushed to the old man's side. Guan Yiran squatted at the old man's feet and put his hand on the stove. The old man smiled and said, "The Ministry of Revenue is an unpleasant yamen. Get used to it. Anyway, forget about the Ministry of Personnel. Don't expect to be an official there in your life. After all, other people think that the Ministry of Revenue in Dali is surnamed Guan, but if you Guan children really think so, you're courting death. As a person, you have to leave a way out for others. If you squat in the latrine and don't shit, or squat there and shit for too long, people will throw stones into the latrine. When the time comes and it splashes on your butt, you can't blame others." Guan Yiran smiled. The first batch of important ministers in the Dali imperial court weren't very refined, even if they were born as scholars. The old man looked up at the beautiful sunset on the horizon and sighed, "Teeth fall out, hair fall out, can't walk. Annoying. Seeing a young and beautiful girl, I don't have the heart nor the strength. At most, I can only think of the past and think of the hero's bravery. It's good to be young, there's an official to be promoted. The celestial immortals flying around in the sky also make people sincerely envious." The old man talked to himself and the young man listened. The country is broken, the mountains and rivers are still there, the grass and trees are deep in the city, but the curtain roller's path is still the same. This is a collection of poems written by a literary giant of the Liu family in the past. It's written beautifully. It's a pity that the article is written well, but being an official is relatively poor. The fragrance of food when you're hungry, the fragrance of young women's cosmetics, in fact there's still a fragrance. It's also not bad, you know? That's on the summer mat, scratching your feet. Go and steal a jug of wine for your great-grandfather. Your father took away all the jugs of wine that were hidden in the study and put them in his own study. What af*** king plaything. After putting down the wine, let great-grandfather sit alone for a while. Ah, good wine and chew, don't let the younger generation know." Guan Yiran grunted and got up to leave. The old man suddenly shouted, "Yiran." Guan Yiran immediately turned around. The old man smiled and didn't speak. Guan Yiran understood tacitly and said, "I know, bring 2 pots." The old man nodded, "Be an official well, but don't forget to be a person first. Don't learn from those blasphemous supervising assistants who don't go out on normal days, but when there's a chance to follow an official with a bigger hat and inspect the blasphemy together, you have to borrow a pair of worn-out boots first. This kind of smart thing that smart people do, don't do it. Otherwise, great-grandfather really won't be able to sleep well in the future." Guan Yiran's eyes turned red and he nodded hard. "I know." After the young man left the yard, Master Guan tapped the armrest of the rattan chair and softly said, "Master Imperial Tutor? Are you busy? If not, can you accompany me to chat?" The Imperial Tutor of Dali Tui Dong showed up. Master Guan didn't greet him and he just continued to look at the dim sky and murmured, "Master Cui, the world will be better, right? When I was young I asked you this question and you just told me to look for myself. Now I am a bit old and my eyes are old and I can't see far even if I open my eyes wide. I won't be able to see far in the future. Master Cui, tell me so I can rest assured." Cui Dong said, "At least when Guan Yingche is an official, the world in Dali is better." The old man said softly, "But there are still many grievances and it's hard to bear. I don't know what to say and who to say it to." Cui Dong said, "Every family's food, every family's spring festival couplets, they are all answers to the grievances in the hearts of scholars." The old man nodded. There was a young scholar who was full of poems. He said that the blooming and withering of flowers, the withering of grass and the flourishing of grass, were all answers to the human world. "Master Cui, you are right." Cui Dong smiled and said, "That's right. In Dali, there was a poor scholar who went to the capital to take the imperial examination. He was only 20 years old, but he dared to say that he was the best scholar in the country. In fact, he was not good at poetry. The old man said regretfully, "I am not afraid of death, but I am reluctant to leave." That young man came from Cliff Academy to study. The old man said, "Master Cui, it is a pleasure to meet you and Mr. Qi. You are studying in the academy, learning from Mr. Qi. You are an official in the court and you are with Master Cui." Cui Dong nodded and said, "I believe that Qi Jingchun will also be glad to have Guan Yingche as one of his students." The old man asked, "Then can I scold Dali Imperial Tutor for Mr. Qi?" Cui Dong smiled and said, "You have to scold the Minister of Personnel first, then you can scold me." The old man laughed and shook his head. "Then forget it. Many old people's conversations were more or less final. By the time Guan Yiran brought 2 pots of wine, only the state preceptor could drink. In the 6th year of Jiaqun in the 5th world, half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the wasteland had been isolated from the world by the array. He was truly alone, wandering alone year after year. After Firan left, he would walk on the cliffs, occasionally using his narrow saber to break the array for a moment, and take a few glances at the mighty demon army heading north. 6 years later, the demon army still didn't retreat to the south. In the end, he simply sat on a cliff that could barely be considered a cave. From time to time he would use his saber to cut open the restriction. With nothing to do, he could only watch the demon army continue to head north. However, every time Qin Pingon used his saber, the restriction would quickly close up by itself. After Li Zhen learned of this, he suggested that Mount Tuoyu be more ruthless. Between the 2 cliffs, they set up a stable array that even a pure Jade Realm sword cultivator couldn't break. They didn't even give the young hidden official a chance to look at it. Unfortunately, the Jiazi camp shelved this plan and didn't care about it for the time being. They only said that they would discuss it later. On this day, a young hidden official in a bright red robe sat cross-legged with his saber on his knees. He stretched out his hand and gently patted the scabbard. One of his sleeves was full of the small refined characters of the landscape travel book. It was densely packed like an army gathering and stationing troops. In fact, when Qin Pingon flipped through the book for the first time, he realized the hidden mystery of this book. That was why he had the idea that, fortunately, I didn't write the things that I really cared about, otherwise I wouldn't be able to speak properly in the future. Because Qin Pingon was extremely sensitive to 11. As for Desai, he knew that so many bamboo slips weren't carved for nothing. 4 rare words and obscure vocabulary. Qin Pingon was more interested in collecting them than many scholars who had read since childhood. Especially the matter of deciphering. In his early years, when he was a storyteller at the corner of the street near the wine shop, those children had actually already experienced the power of this second shopkeeper. Now that he had used his saber to cut open the restriction, other than observing the number of the demon army and deducing the situation of the battle, Qin Pingon also had to use this to deduce whether the door would occasionally close. He was worried that Mount Tuoyu had already noticed the trick of the landscape travel book and would close the door to isolate the 2 worlds. Or perhaps they had already set up other landscape restrictions. Then once Qin Pingon acted hastily, Cui Dong's secret plan would go down the drain. Just knowing that the landscape travel book was unusual was actually meaningless. This was also where Cui Dong was the most meticulous. In these years, after all the words in the book were finished, Qin Pingon could be said to have racked his brains in order to decipher the secret letter. It was very difficult for him to arrange those words in various ways. He read the travel book again and again. Perhaps in a certain chapter he took 1 word out of every 11 words and gathered them all together to see if he could gather them into a secret letter. Perhaps he worked hard on the 2 words by, and used various connections to spread them out. Perhaps he used the method of backtracking to search for clues. Cui Dongshan once said that as long as one's brain was not sick, they would not be able to pull out the thread of this connection. But in reality, not only did his teacher pull out the thread after reading the landscape travel book for the first time, even the throwing of the book and then retrieving it was a kind of trick. After that, as he refined the words, he thought of thousands of miles away. All the trivial things in life that made people feel uncomfortable might be gathered together in a certain place on the road in the future like dots of light shining brightly. Qin Pingon shrunk his body, his hands in his sleeves, and was lost in thought. Today was the 5th of May in the vast world. When there were people around, Qin Pingon would not care too much about whether it was the 5th of May or not. When there was no one around, he would think about it again and again. After his parents left, one day the door of a house at the end of Mud Bottle Alley opened. Later there was a little slug in that house. After that he met his 2 neighbors Song Jisun and GQ. Later on he met Lu Xianyang. Later on, when he left his hometown, there was Li Baoping and Li Huai. Later on there was Zhang Shanfeng, Lu Yuanxia Peiqian and Luopa Mountain. Even at the Book Slip Lake in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there were people around him that he cared about. Only in these years Qin Pingon was alone again. Qin Pingon exhaled softly and patted his chest lightly. Anyway, he could talk to himself when he was alone. 704. This chapter is a little late. The Tongyi continent was filled with immortal tombs. There were only a handful of mountain sects that could still rely on the mountain water formation to resist the demon race. The three enclosures' four divisions formation created by the combined efforts of the Jade Gray sect, the Tongyi sect, the Taiping Mountain and the Fuyao sect became dimmer and dimmer. If one were to look down at the continent from the sky, the lights in the mortal world seemed to be gradually extinguished. Every time the lights disappeared, it was the destruction of a celestial mountain. It was the loss of the fate of the Tongyi continent, which was taken by the demon clan. As time went by, the courage of the people on the mountain and under the mountains of the continent was shattered. The southern Immortal Juju sect had many female cultivators. Their ancestral mountain was the Kongho Mountain, and their ancestral hall was called the Circling Thunder Hall. The Immortal Mountain was not too big, but because of its geographical location, it was like a chicken rib. It was not attacked by the demon race's army for the time being. Now the Juju sect had gathered more than 10 homeless cultivators from the mountain. The high and mighty immortal masters of the archives were now all homeless dogs. Among them there was a green-robed swordsman from a small sect. Previously he held the jade token of his ancestral hall and paid a sum of immortal money to be able to enter the Juju sect to seek refuge. Today he came alone to a beautiful place in the boundary of the Kongho Mountain, the Shijuji water viewing platform. Under the Shijuji there was a deep pool with unfathomable depths. The green-robed swordsman ascended the high platform. Under the illumination of a 10,000-year-old rhinoceros horn, he looked at the water creatures in the deep pool. However, under the blessing of the immortals' spells, the mortals could see many strange-looking water creatures. After being domesticated by the immortals on the Juju sect for thousands of years, they were unusually docile and leisurely in the water. The green-robed swordsman sat on the water-viewing platform. In his hands, there were a few military reports that he had received not long ago. The 30 military tents, including the Zhou Xian camp, had each occupied an immortal ancestral hall or a secular dynasty's capital. They had completely surrounded the 3 major academies including the Dafu Academy and the 4 major sects including the Jade sect. Every day the wilderness was constantly devouring, seizing and transforming the fate of the continent's mountains and rivers. After the demon race's army reached the shore, the pressure of the Great Tao became smaller and smaller. If it wasn't for Zhong Kuei who kept the withered skeleton Great Demon Bai Ying in check, making it difficult for Bai Ying's army of skeletons to form. Every time they met Zhong Kuei they would automatically disperse. This Zhong Kuei used his unimaginable natal supernatural power to reduce the number of ghosts in the battlefield ruins at the foot of the mountain. It was as if they died in battle again, bringing great trouble to the battlefront of the wilderness. Otherwise, the Dafu Academy, Fuyao sect and a few other sects would have already fallen. After the advisor, the Zhou Xian camp and Wooden Clock's suggestion, the various military tents took the initiative to absorb the cultivators of the Tongyi continent. At the same time they began to restrain the various armies that went deep into the hinterland. They could no longer wantonly slaughter the cities and build the capital. They copied the strategy of the Dali Iron Cavalry from the Aquarius continent and made appropriate modifications to it. They drove the dynasties and vassal armies at the foot of the mountain to attack the sects on the mountain. From the green-robed swordsman's point of view, the only flaw was that the various military tents in the wilderness were still inferior to the civil and military officials of the Song clan. They couldn't execute orders and prohibitions. Simply put, they were good at killing people. However, when it came to killing people it was too lame. However, all of this was within their expectations. Not to mention the wilderness, even many scholars in the vast world were at a loss when it came to economic strategies. There was no need to be demanding. When the Yugui sect or Taiping Mountain was broken, the morale of the people of the Tongyi continent would be destroyed. However, regarding the strategic choice of the Yugui sect and Taiping Mountain, Fei Ran, the Sword Immortal Advisor and Wooden Clock of the Zhou Xian camp and several other military tents suggested to break through Taiping Mountain first. As for the Yugui sect at the southernmost tip of the Tongyi continent, it wouldn't matter if they stayed there for a few more years. There was no need to tangle with it too much. They should quickly gather their forces. As long as they took down the Tongyi sect, they could cross the continent and crush the Aquarius continent. They definitely couldn't give the Dali Iron Cavalry the chance to deploy more troops. However, most of the military tents still believed that taking down the Yugui sect and completely occupying the fate of a continent was the safest choice. Furthermore, there were many sword cultivators in the wilderness. Back then when they exchanged swords at the Great Wall of Sword Qi they were all rebuffed. Now that they were in the Tongyi continent they could use the Yugui sect to test their swords. Exchanging swords with the Yugui sect and destroying the Yugui sect's ancestral hall would be the best way to end the war of the continent. This green-robed swordsman who came to the Qiangju sect to seek refuge was Fei Ran, who came to the Tongyi continent later. He was the junior of the great demon Qun. Therefore when Fei Ran saw the last spy report he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For some reason he had become one of the top 10 youths in the world, standing side by side with Ning Yao, Chao Xiai and Shan Qing. This had already made Firen feel very awkward, especially when he was praised as good at suppressing enemies. Firen couldn't help but feel resentful. She couldn't help but wish that the cultivators of the other worlds wouldn't know of his existence for a very long time. Unsurprisingly, Fei Chen was already at the Yuji Ridge. It was a tough bone to chew. It was a big sect in the Tongyi continent and its protective formation was extremely strong and stable. Instead of beating the grass and alerting the enemy, he deliberately diverted the army to attack other sects and secretly drove tens of thousands of refugees towards Yuji Mound. He only sent a few Earth Immortals under his command to stir up trouble there. During a meeting in the ancestral hall of Yuji Mound, a female ancestral master who was moved by compassion stood firm against all objections. In the end she chose to open the restrictive spell around the mountain and let the refugees take refuge in Yuji Mound. Unlike Fei Ran who was sightseeing, Fei Chen was rushing towards the ancestral hall of Yuji Ridge. Fei Ran raised his head and looked into the distance. In the direction of the Yuji Ridge, there was a sword light that soared into the sky. There was also an extremely familiar radiance of a spell that Fei Ran was extremely familiar with. It was the work of his senior Qun. From this moment onwards, the Yuji Ridge became a matter of history. After a long time, it would become a page of the ancient calendar. A young man ran towards the Shijuji water viewing platform and came to Fei Ran's side. He said uneasily, "Brother Qin, everyone said that the Qinyu sect would definitely not be able to hold on. What should we do? I've caused Brother Qin to spend so much money. If I die, how can I pay back the money?" The young man squatted on the ground and said sullenly, "I'm not worth that much money. That's divine money." Fei Ran, who was now using the pseudonym Qin Yin, laughed. "To me that divine money is just the string of copper coins in your pocket, so you don't have to worry too much." The young man still felt sorry for Brother Qin and said softly, "Even a divine being can't spend money so recklessly." Fei Ran laughed it off. Not only did Fei Ran change his name, he even changed his appearance to that of a young Yin official. There was no purpose to it and it was purely out of boredom. As for this rural young man from the Tongyi continent, he was a little woodcutter that Fei Ran met during her travels. The young man had no relatives. He once saved a mountain spirit that was about to transform into a human form. In order to repay his kindness, the spirit often caught prey in the mountains and secretly brought it to the young man's house. Fei Ran happened to see this scene, so she brought him to the Yuanju sect, which was thousands of miles away from here. Fei Ran brought the young man to look at the strange aquatic creatures. As the sun set, several rainbow lights directly broke through the Yuanju sect's mountain and river restrictions. When they saw Fei Ran's figure on the Shijuji Observatory, they changed their trajectory and did not go to the circling Thunder Hall on the peak of the Yuanju mountain. Instead they landed beside Fei Ran. Senior brother Che Yun, who had a blade-strengthening gourd on his waist, and sword deity fetus Yuxia of Shenying. There was also a slender young girl with a short knife, nicknamed Duku. She was born with a weak body that was out of her mind and out of her mind. It was easy for her to attract Yin spirits and ghosts to live in her body. However, the Great Tao was unpredictable, so it allowed her to cultivate a small human world that was like a paradise. The young girl's eyes were listless and empty, but she still nodded at Fei Ran. Che Yun stretched out 2 fingers and twirled a strand of hair on his temples. He smiled with squinted eyes. "Junior brother, this little guy doesn't even have the talent for cultivation. Why are you bringing him along?" Fei Ran smiled. "Boring." The young girl turned to look at the circling Thunder Hall on the peak of the mountain. Che Yun said, "Young lady, I beg you. Don't kill indiscriminately like you did at Yezigang. There are many good-looking girls here. Can you not do anything?" The young girl said with a hoarse voice, "I will chop off their heads and give them to Senior Che Yun. You don't have to care about male cultivators." Che Yun put his hands together. All right. Remember to keep your word. You must be a girl and treat a girl well. The young girl pulled out her short knife and gently shook her wrist. After the short knife was unsheathed, it suddenly turned into a snow-white giant blade. The young girl rose from the ground and went to the ancestral hall of the Yuanju sect. Yuxi said to Fei Ran, Senior Xichen is still cleaning up the mess at Yezigang. Our next target is the Great Quan Dynasty's Mirage City. Fei Ran nodded, as you wish. Xie Yun suddenly smiled. Senior brother just received news that Mr. Zhou has already arrived at the gate of the Great Fu Academy. There will be a good show to watch. After I finish touching up my makeup, I will rush over to cheer for Mr. Zhou. Junior brother, what do you say? Do you want to go with me? Fei Ran shook his head. I'll pass. The woodcutter youth was not stupid. Although he could not understand the language of this group of people, he could still roughly guess their identities. For a moment his mind was a mess. Fei Ran squatted down and smiled at the youth in the local language of a small country. Sorry, I am a demon. However, there is no need to be afraid. You can continue to treat me as your big brother Chen. Even if the sky falls and the earth sinks, it has nothing to do with you. Fei Ran liked to learn the local languages of different countries and local dialects whenever she went to a new place. It was because she was bored. The youth's forehead was covered in sweat and he said with a trembling voice, Big brother Chen, what is going on? Fei Ran thought for a moment and said, It is probably a group of uninvited guests. They broke in uninvited and did not leave any food for the host. The youth's eyes gradually became determined. Big brother Chen saved me. No matter who it is, whether they are demons or not, they are my benefactors. I don't care how others view Big brother Chen. I don't care. Fei Ran smiled and nodded. He slapped the youth to death and completely scattered his soul. Xie Yun was a little surprised. He blinked and asked, Junior brother, you killed him too? What an obedient child. Fei Ran stood up and remained silent. He did not explain. If the youth revealed a trace of hatred, regardless of whether he hid it well, Fei Ran would let him live. He could even go up the mountain to cultivate. Fei Ran raised his head and looked into the distance. He asked, Senior brother, what happened to the Jade Ridge martial ancestor who insisted on opening the door? Xie Yun patted his cheeks lightly and smiled. During the discussion in the martial ancestor hall, her voice was the loudest. However, when the fight started, she was the most silent. Yuxi said, Senior Xichen originally wanted to spare her life. However, when he saw her kowtowing and begging for mercy in the martial ancestor hall, he felt annoyed and changed his mind. Fei Ran nodded his head. I hope that Aquarius Continent's old dragon city will do the same. Great Spring Empire, Mirage City Imperial Palace. There was a young empress with a frown on her face. She was extremely beautiful. Her expression was gloomy as she twirled the small copper chopsticks in her hands. She gently stirred the ashes in the stove, trying to make the fire last longer. Sitting at the side was a young lady of the same age. She was full of heroic spirit. She and Empress Yao Jingji were family. Yao Lingji saw his sister lowering her head and did not know how to comfort her. Their grandfather, Minister of War Yao Zhen, had already donned his armor and went into battle. The old general led all the Yao family disciples and rushed to the border. Earlier today, the vassal king who was in charge of guarding the capital and supervising the country came here with an ulterior motive. He said that he was here to discuss military matters, but in reality his eyes never left his sister's face. If it wasn't for Yao Lingji protecting his sister and unsheathing his sword a little to signal the other party not to push his luck, who knows what that pervert would do. In the current imperial palace, there was no one that his sister could trust. Even if she was the empress, she was still a weak lady. The vassal king left. When he stepped over the threshold, he turned around and smiled. Not to mention the empress sister that he was staring at, even Yao Lingji would feel cold. Yao Jingji raised his head and smiled sadly. I'm fine. Yao Lingji was filled with grief and indignation. If he was fine, then what was considered fine? Now, inside and outside the imperial palace, from the imperial court to the Jianghu to the battlefield, where wasn't a mess. That bastard wearing the dragon robe and sitting on the dragon throne actually left his sister alone and secretly ran away. Most importantly, he even took a large group of Jindan stage cultivators with him and went to the fifth world to seek refuge. The thing that hurt his sister the most was the ridiculous reason that His Majesty did not take his sister with him. It was actually someone from Qintianjian's side who asserted that his sister was a femme fatale and would only bring disaster to him if he took her with him. This young empress of the Great Quan dynasty held a furnace in her hands. Her hands were hot but her heart was cold. She remembered that when she was on the way to Mirage City, she secretly performed a divination for herself. It was a great fortune for her, but it was not a good divination for the Great Quan dynasty. At that time she was puzzled. Now that she looked at it again, it turned out that they were both right and wrong. The one who was right was the Great Quan dynasty's throne, which was indeed in danger. The one who was wrong was her fate, which was destined to suffer together with him. If her grandfather was not leading the army at the border and Yao Lingji was not by her side to protect her, Yao Jinji really did not know what to do. She did not dare to die. When she saw the beam, she did not dare to think about the white silk. Once, she gathered her courage and glanced at the well in the palace from afar. Then she became even more afraid of death. After Yao Lingji entered the palace, she stumbled and fell to the ground in the corridor after a meeting. Then she fell to the ground and cried. When she raised her head, she was like a pear blossom in the rain. She cried and asked her younger sister if there was any way to die in the world that didn't hurt. At that time, Yao Lingji squatted on the ground and hugged her sister. She did not dare to tell her that if she fell into the hands of those monsters, her life would only be worse than death. At this time Yao Jinji suddenly said, "These days stay by my side and don't leave me. Otherwise I can't hold on. But when the monsters attack Mirage City and we can't hold on anymore, you can kill me. Just remember to attack quickly." Yao Lingji's face instantly turned pale and she nodded gently. The young empress suddenly smiled. Looking at the snowy scene outside the door, she suddenly thought of a person. If only he was here. No matter what the final result was, she would not be so worried. All these years she would only occasionally think of that man whom she didn't really like. In the remote Mahu prefecture of the small country of the White Jade Continent, also known as the Huanglang Haizi, there was a small Lei Gong temple. The temple attendant was a young man named Pei Oxiang. Today this handsome young master walked out of the Lei Gong temple after lighting 3 incense sticks in the incense burner to welcome the guests. Those who knew his identity did not dare to disturb him. Those who dared to come were usually guests that Pei Oxiang was willing to entertain. He was wearing a white robe and a jade belt. There was a green bamboo flute at his waist and a yellow bead hanging from the tassel. The bamboo flute was made of green bamboo. It came from the green immortal mountain of the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven. The bead was a common item in the marketplace. Ordinary rich families would not even bother to look at it. The 3 guests were Lu Yuzhou, the son of the Lu clan's god of wealth, Lu Mama, and Lu Suiyu, Lu Mama's daughter. She was one of the 3 direct disciples of Pei Oxiang. Lu Suiyu wore a short saber with a black scabbard and a snow-white fox fur coat. A few years ago she had reached the 9th realm as the strongest far-travel state. Lu Suiyu was a frequent visitor to the northern ice plains. Lu Yuzhou shouted from afar, "Oxiang, Oxiang." Pei Oxiang smiled. Seeing that this little brat was too rich, she did not mind. Lu Mama had to remind him in a low voice, "Young master, didn't we agree that when you see Senior Pei, you should not call her Oxiang?" Lu Yuzhou laughed and said, I couldn't help it. Pei Oxiang was the only 10th realm martial artist in the White Jade Continent. He was the 3rd person of the Lu clan's god of wealth. Pei Oxiang sat on the steps of the door. Lu Yuzhou sat down beside him. Lu Suiyu saw his master and smiled. "Master, you look energetic today." Pei Oxiang joked, "It's hard not to be happy when I see the child of wealth." Lu Mama let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, Grandmaster Pei was with the young master. It was easier to talk to him. Lu Yuzhou took out an incense burner. Pei Oxiang glanced at it and waved her hand, sending the incense burner into the Lei Gong temple. Lu Yuzhou had just returned home from the mountain and water cave of the Fuyao continent. He took the route of the Jinjia continent, the Liuxia continent, and the White Jade continent. Lu Yuzhou gave out more than 10 talismans at the mountain and water cave of the Fuyao continent to new friends he had just met. He was alone. Lu Yuzhou wanted them to return it to him. It was not that he did not want to give up the talismans, but he did not want those people who he had just remembered to become his old friends. Pei Oxiang asked, "That Chao Ci, which 10th realm martial artist is she at?" Lu Yuzhou shook his head, "I didn't ask." Pei Oxiang was speechless. Lu Suiyu sat on the side and patted his knees. Among the 10 young people there's a peak realm cultivator called Yingguan. He's a sword cultivator. Plus, his martial arts fate went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He's probably the young man Lu Yuzhou knows. Pei Oxiang was confused. What do you mean? Regarding this matter he had never heard of it before. Lu Yuzhou pretended to fix his collar. Lu Suiyu immediately kicked Lu Yuzhou. In the Lu family's mansion in the White Jade continent, there was a painting that Lu Yuzhou wrote himself in his study. It was so clumsy that it looked like a child's handwriting. It was a small boat floating on the sea and a young man with a sword on his back was standing on the bow. The young man's figure was just a circle with a few branches. Nobody would recognize him as a person. When Lu Suiyu saw this famous work in the early years she asked about it. Lu Yuzhou then showed off to her, saying that his water pattern painting technique was 70 to 80% of Ma Yuan's water diagram. Lu Yuzhou was still a young man at that time. He was afraid that Aunt Lu would not believe him, so he picked out an authentic water diagram from the pile of brushes on the desk and asked Aunt Lu to identify it. Lu Suiyu was a female martial grandmaster, so she was not interested in the priceless water painting of the Immortals. She only asked who the young man was. Lu Yuzhou then told her about the incident when the ferry on Osmanthus Island passed by the Flood Dragon Gully. Lu Suiyu remembered the strange young man who climbed up the inverted mountain but did not go to the Yuan family's mansion. Lu Yuzhou chuckled and said, "His surname is Chen, he's from the Baoping continent. He's a very generous person." Pei Xiang smiled and said, "How generous is a person that you call generous?" Lu Yuzhou said, "I gave him a grain of grain rain money. Of course I'm stingy. He's generous. That's how it should be." Pei Xiang smiled. The entire Yuan family's mansion was sold. Didn't your father feel bad? Lu Yuzhou shook his head. My father only hates the fact that there's only one Yuan family's mansion on the inverted mountain. Pei Xiang sighed. Sometimes I have to admit that rich people like you deserve to be rich. The old woman said softly, young master predicted the future of the Yuan family's mansion. The old master was very happy about it. He said that his foresight alone was worth the Yuan family's mansion. Lu Yuzhou said helplessly, I don't think it's a good thing. Granny Lu, why are you saying this? Pei Xiang turned around and asked, Suiyu, you're in the peak state. So is the hidden official. Do you have the confidence to be the strongest? Lu Suiyu said, let's try. Between the two of them, whoever broke through first and obtained martial arts fate would be the winner. Both of them didn't use the Q-ask fist. Pei Xiang looked into the distance. You're all together? Did you discuss this? Lu Suiyu followed his master's gaze. It seems to be that sword Immortal Xianxia. Other than the two new direct disciples, there's a young woman with her. Pei Xiang nodded. She's a pure martial artist. She's much younger than you. Fortunately, she's not as good-looking as you. Otherwise, I'd be worried. Pei Xiang frowned. She stood up and murmured to herself, is it that remote travel state? How is it possible? Lu Suiyu's eyesight wasn't as good as Pei Xiang's, so he noticed the traces later. Xianxia traveled on her sword to take care of the two disciples. However, the young woman didn't need Xianxia's help. The group landed on the deserted square outside the Thunder God Temple. The female sword immortal went straight to the point. Xianxia. Pei Xiang ignored her. When Xianxia reached the immortal state, she could scare people with her name. Lu Suiyu stood up abruptly, looking energetic. She was a martial arts fanatic. To be able to exchange fists and swords with a sword immortal was a delightful experience. Xianxia glanced at the famous Lu Suiyu and laughed. Before we get down to business, you guys can chat. Pei Qian cupped his fists. Junior Pei Qian would like to exchange fists with Senior Pei. Pei Xiang was amused. She waved her hand. I'm not free. Pei Qian scratched his head. After putting down his hand, he cupped his fists again and said, all right. Since Senior Pei Xiang wasn't willing to exchange fists, as a junior on the path of martial arts, Pei Qian could only give up. Martial artist asking fists wasn't seeking death. The old lady couldn't help but laugh. This young lady was rather interesting. The old lady looked at her young master. Zhu Xing and Chao Mu, the two sword immortal embryos, looked at each other. They were originally prepared to help Sister Pei carry the bookcase and the bamboo cane. Pei Xiang finally became interested. Young lady, how many times did you reach the remote travel state? Pei Qian hesitated for a while, then said, Only 5 times. Lu Yuzhou opened his mouth wide. 5 times? Don't say only. How could there be such a young lady in the world? What was her name? Lu Yuzhou wanted to make friends with such a person. One could complain about having too much money, but one couldn't complain about having too many friends. Lu Suiyu rubbed the spot between his eyebrows. Pei Axiang's expression became serious. Lu Suiyu asked curiously, which 2 realms did you have problems in? Pei Qian shook his head and didn't say anything. Lu Suiyu smiled. If you tell me, I'll agree to exchange fists with you even if I'm in the remote travel state. Pei Qian thought for a while then said, Senior, can you not do that? I'm going to exchange fists with you, but you're not going to teach me fists. Why would you do that? Lu Suiyu walked down the stairs. All right, I won't do that. Pei Qian nodded and gave the mountain walking cane to Chao Mu. Then he took down the bookcase and took it with both hands. Chao Mu waved his fists and said in a low voice, Sister Pei, be careful. Pei Qian rubbed the young lady's head and said with a smile, Stay away from me later. Xie Songhua rode the wind and flew up to the sky with her 2 disciples. Lu Yuzhou squatted on the stairs behind Pei Axiang and tilted his head. He looked at the young lady and asked softly, Axiang, how can an 8th realm cultivator fight a 9th realm cultivator like Aunt Lu fight? Pei Axiang said, Go and ask that young lady. Lu Yuzhou rolled his eyes and said, I met a pretty girl but I didn't dare to talk to her. The old woman couldn't stop smiling. That young lady wasn't pretty at all. Lu Suiyu took off his fox fur coat and threw it on the stairs behind him. She put one hand behind her back and extended her palm with the other hand. She said with a smile, I'm Lu Suiyu, a martial artist from the Thunder God Temple of the Mahu Prefecture. Pei Qian stepped forward and lowered his body slightly. He clenched his fists and made a simple fist pose. He said in a deep voice, I'm Pei Qian, the first disciple of the Luopa Mountain. I'll exchange fists with Senior Lu. In the Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Xingyang Mountain. Apart from the 2 patriarchs who rushed to Old Dragon City, the rest of the old sword immortals, including the Tao family's patriarch, were gathered here today. There were many matters that required the patriarchs to decide together. In the North Continent where sword cultivators were common, even nascent soul sword cultivators would feel uncomfortable if they were addressed as sword immortals. However, there was no such custom in the Aquarius continent. Every golden core sword cultivator was a true sword immortal of the mountain. An average-looking woman sat at the back with a red string tied to her wrist. She sat upright and still, appearing a little reserved. She was in charge of Xingyang Mountain's Mountain View Bulletin and Catoptric Reflections. On Xingyang Mountain she had always been an errand girl. Because she was not a sword cultivator and often went out, she was not as revered as the sword immortal patriarchs. It was especially so in Xingyang Mountain's Ancestral Master Hall. In the eyes of the sword immortal patriarchs, she was a shrewd woman who was not smart enough. In short, she was an unimpressive woman. Initially, Su Jia was a disciple she had brought to the mountain gate. In the end he was transferred to another mountain. In exchange she received a magic weapon. Later on, Su Jia was accepted as a direct disciple of the Ancestral Master Hall. As it turned out, she had made a loss in that deal. Otherwise, the status of a mother at the foot of the mountain depended on her son. There were also many old cultivators on the mountain who were waiting for death. Of course, Su Jia did not end well. He lost to the current Garden Lord of the Wind Thunder Garden, Yellow River at the Wind Snow Temple's divine immortal platform. His sword heart shattered and Su Jia could not even keep his status as a sword cultivator. However, Xingyang Mountain's Ancestral Master Hall only took back the purple gold blade strengthening gourd. They did not remove her name from the Ancestral Master Hall's register. They only removed Su Jia's status as a direct disciple. The first matter was to discuss the candidates for the direct disciple. They would choose an auspicious day for their names to be officially recorded in the Ancestral Master Hall's register. Xingyang Mountain was Dali's designated successor. Therefore, they were already preparing for the location of their next sect. It had to be in the territory of the old Zhuing dynasty. Xingyang Mountain had absorbed a considerable number of young sword cultivators from the old Zhuing dynasty. Apart from that, there was also a rather impressive potential sword immortal. The Dragon Spring Sword sect was blind not to nurture him properly. He cultivated at Xianxia Mountain for several years, but Wan Qing was unwilling to take him in as a direct disciple. After the youth came to Xinjiang Mountain, he broke through very quickly. Now he had hopes of becoming Daoist companions with Fairy Tongzhen of the Cold Dew Peak. The first matter was actually a small matter. There was no dispute. The second matter was to discuss the second batch of disciples of Xinjiang Mountain. The first batch had already rushed to Old Dragon City under the lead of the two patriarchs. Xinjiang Mountain had always had a good relationship with the vassal king Songmu. It was all thanks to Tao Zi's trip to Lizhu Grotto Heaven. She had formed a great relationship with the youth who was still called Song Jisun back then. However, for the second batch, who would be in charge of the Dao protectors and which disciples should be sent down the mountain, were all important matters. If there was not enough weight, it would easily anger the Song clan. However, if there was too much weight, Xinjiang Mountain's vitality would be easily damaged. Therefore, they needed to know their limits. The patriarch of the Tao family clearly had a draft in mind. He gave a set of rules and did not have many objections. Next was to discuss the matter of participating in the night banquet of Zhongyue Mountain's Lord Jin Qing. It was also a small matter. The only thing they needed to be careful about was to sound out Lord Jin Shan's intentions. This was to prevent unnecessary disputes about the location of their next sect in the future. After all, Jin Qing's friendship with the old Zhuang dynasty was known throughout the continent. The next matter was the icing on the cake. They were to discuss the marriage with the Su clan of Qingfeng City. On Xinjiang Mountain's side, it was the cultivation genius, Tao Zi, whom the patriarch of the Tao family doted on the most. On the Su clan of Qingfeng City's side, it was the son of the city lord. Both sides had traveled to Lizhu Grotto Heaven together and had a good relationship all these years. Moreover, the elders of both sides felt that this was a match made in heaven. The Su clan of Qingfeng City that had been making bad moves in the past had later formed a marriage alliance with the Yuan clan of Shangzhou Nation. They did not hesitate to marry off their daughter of the first wife to the son of a concubine. Only then did they mend the rift between Qingfeng City and the Dali dynasty. The woman with the red string on her hand asked softly, "Is Tao Zi willing to do it herself?" A hint of gloominess flashed across the Tao family's patriarch's brow. However, there were some words that were hard to say. Tao Zi was indeed unwilling. Moreover, the Tao family's patriarch himself was actually hoping that the vassal mansion in Old Dragon City could give some hints to Xinjiang Mountain. However, it was unknown whether that young vassal king was playing dumb or really treated Tao Zi as his sister. The Tao family's patriarch gave the woman a look. The woman understood tacitly and said, "There's no rush anyway. Why don't we let Tao Zi go to Old Dragon City and meet her fellow disciples?" The Xinjiang Mountain's lord only stroked his beard without saying anything. After a moment of silence, he seemed to have heard the voice in his heart. He nodded and said, "All right." After making this decision, the lord's expression turned solemn. He said with a heavier tone, "We must give a clear explanation for the Wind Thunder Gardens matter today." On the surface, Xinjiang Mountain only had two nascent soul sword cultivators. One was the lord of Xinjiang Mountain, while the other was the Tao family's patriarch. The other patriarch with the highest seniority had been in seclusion for many years and was about to emerge. There were also three golden core sword cultivator patriarchs. In truth, Xinjiang Mountain had always lacked a sword immortal of the upper five realms. That was why they had been suppressed by Li Tuanjing of the Wind Thunder Garden for several hundred years. Now that Li Tuanjing was dead, the matter of challenging the new garden lord Huang He was of utmost importance. That Huang He's talent was just too great. Xinjiang Mountain could not afford to lower their guard against him. Huang He was too showy. Now that he was a nascent soul sword cultivator, it was very likely that he would become the second Li Tuanjing. That was why this matter could not be delayed any longer. Now Xinjiang Mountain had to find a suitable candidate to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden. However, whether it was the lord of the same realm as Huang He or the patriarch of Yupu who had emerged from seclusion, it was not suitable for them to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden. They were both inferior in seniority, and the latter was even a realm higher. The problem was that among the direct disciples of Xinjiang Mountain, there was no one who could match Huang He. Perhaps even Lu Baqiao would be able to defeat the sword cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain. There was a suitable candidate for the position of consecrator and guest elder. He was a genius sword cultivator from the old Zhuang dynasty. In the past, he was known as one of the twin paragons and had obtained much of Zhuang dynasty's sword Dao's providence. Unfortunately, it would not be appropriate for him to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden. unless that person was willing to become a direct disciple of Xingyang Mountain's Patriarch Hall. Even if that person was stupid and agreed to it, Xingyang Mountain's actions might cause Beiyue Jinqing to hold a grudge against them. That was why the matter of choosing the Wind Thunder Garden had become the common worry of the patriarchs and sword immortals of Xingyang Mountain. In the end, they still could not come up with a foolproof plan. The Tao family's patriarch said angrily, "If it really doesn't work, I'll just throw away my dignity and challenge the Wind Thunder Garden." The Mountain Lord shook his head. "That's not appropriate. It's best if we can win in a convincing manner." The Tao family's patriarch had a higher chance of ascending to the upper 5 realms than him. If he were to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden, it would be fine if he won. However, if he were to lose, or if an accident happened and he died under Huang He's sword, his position as a Mountain Lord would be over. Of course, the Mountain Lord knew that the Tao family's patriarch was just putting on a show. He knew very well the situation he was in as a Mountain Lord. Moreover, his words were extremely knowledgeable. Since the Tao family's patriarch was challenging the Wind Thunder Garden, challenging the Wind Thunder Garden's junior, it would be embarrassing for him to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden. It was also inappropriate for him, the Mountain Lord, to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden. Seeing the heavy atmosphere in the hall, the woman said, "Perhaps there's a way for that guest elder to become a direct disciple of the ancestral hall." On the seat opposite her, a patriarch leaned forward slightly. He asked with interest, "What do you mean? If he becomes our direct disciple and challenges the Wind Thunder Garden, are you sure he can win?" The woman shook her head. "It's very difficult. Although Yuan Bai is also a nascent soul sword cultivator, he's still lacking compared to Huang He. The only thing Yuan Bai can rely on is his flying sword's intrinsic divine ability that allows him to trade injuries for injuries." The patriarch twitched the corner of his mouth. Was this woman really asking for a scolding? The woman immediately added softly, "However, there's a chance for Huang He to be confirmed as the second Li Tuanjing. For example, his identity and his realm. However, if that's the case, our Xingyang Mountain might lose the Wind Thunder Garden." Once she said that, half of the sword immortal patriarchs in the ancestral hall remained indifferent. This group of elders had never liked to bother with the affairs of Xingyang Mountain. They were obsessed with sword cultivation. However, the other half were usually people in important positions. They quickly communicated with each other through telepathy. The patriarch opposite the woman sneered, "That Yuan Bai isn't stupid. If he becomes our ancestral hall's direct disciple today, he'll have to fight Huang He to the death tomorrow. After that, there might not be a day after tomorrow. Who would be willing?" The woman wanted to say something but stopped. The Mountain Master frowned. "Speak frankly." Only then did the woman carefully say, "The reason Yuan Bai is willing to become our guest elder is that he hopes to protect that batch of sword cultivator embryos from the old Zhu Ying as much as possible. If our Xingyang Mountain agrees to this person's request, we'll give the old Zhu Ying people an additional direct disciple slot every 60 years. We'll also guarantee that this direct disciple will ascend to the upper 5 realms in the future. The deadline will be 500 years. After that, the contract between both parties will be nullified. If that's the case, it'll be difficult for Yuan Bai to refuse. He might even be grateful to us." The patriarch opposite the woman nodded and said with a smile, "Since we can openly challenge the Wind Thunder Garden and protect the juniors of our homeland, Yuan Bai should indeed thank us. He should thank us for giving him a worthy death with a clear conscience and a glorious end." An old sword cultivator suddenly stood up and silently left the ancestral hall. Soon after, several other elders followed suit and left. Xingyang Mountain's Mountain Master did not find this strange. The Tao family's patriarch did not even bother to look at them. "A bunch of stubborn old farts. Don't you like to practice the sword? Don't you think it's beneath you to play tricks? If you're so capable, you should cultivate to the jade unpolished realm. It's a pity that you're a bunch of trash. You're not even nascent soul cultivators. If Xingyang Mountain relied on you guys, would they be able to become an immortal clan with the word sect? Would they be able to have a subordinate sect and suppress the Dragon Spring Sword sect? If we rely on you old trash who have practiced the sword for hundreds of years, would Xingyang Mountain be able to become the leader of Aquarius continent?" The woman was anxious. She was probably regretting her words at that moment. The Mountain Master looked at the woman and said with a rare smile, "This matter is settled. You go and persuade Yuan Bai to become a direct disciple of the ancestral hall. After it's done, we will immediately spread the word that Yuanbai wants to challenge the Wind Thunder Garden. The woman nodded lightly. The mountain master was in a good mood. He found the woman pleasing to the eye. In the entire Xinjiang mountain he was the only one who knew the inside story. The violet gold blade strengthening gourd that Su Jiao was bestowed by the ancestral hall was something that this woman had found. She was very tactful, so she exchanged it for a seat in the ancestral hall. This matter was leaked by his teacher in the early years. It was enough for him to keep it in his heart and not spread it out. After his benefactor's death, the only one who knew about this not-so-big secret was him, the mountain chieftain. The mountain master said, "One last thing. Tell me about that Zhou Xian. At this point, the mountain master glanced at the Tao family's patriarch with resentment. In the early years, the Tao girl and the mountain guardian consecrator traveled the Pearl Grotto heaven together. They did not expect that they would not be able to retrieve the sword manual, nor eliminate the root of the problem. They did not even get rid of a country boy who worked as a kiln worker. In the end they left behind such a huge hidden danger. Although Li Tuanjing was still alive at that time, and Lu Xianyang's natal porcelain was said to have passed through the hands of the Wind Thunder Garden, the mountain-moving ape had some misgivings. It was also for the sake of Xinjiang Mountain. It was inappropriate to completely fall out with the Wind Thunder Garden at that time. But now that he thought about it, it still gave the mountain master a headache. Of all things, the most hateful thing was to know earlier. The Tao family's patriarch turned his head and lifted his chin, pointing at the woman. Then he said to the mountain master, "According to her information, Lu Xianyang is now a direct disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect's ancestral hall. Because the Lu clan's ancestors were once the tomb keepers of the Melochin clan's ancestral graveyard. He later studied at the Melochin clan in the South Swirl continent for 10 years. What realm is Lu Xianyang at now? Did he have selfless contact with the Wind Thunder Garden?" The woman stood up and took out a piece of paper from her sleeve. The Tao family's patriarch reached out and grabbed it, browsing through it first. The mountain master's expression was calm. He did not care about it at all. The Tao family's patriarch frowned and said, "It's just some trivial matter? Since he can become Wan Tuanjing's disciple, what realm is he at? Is he a sword cultivator? What's the natal magic of his flying sword? What kind of connections did he have when he was studying at the Melochin clan in the South Swirl continent? You don't even know." The Tao family's patriarch pushed the piece of paper to the mountain master. After the mountain master finished reading it, he said, "According to the intelligence, this Lu Xianyang was someone who could not keep a secret when he was young. He loved to be in the limelight. When he returned to his hometown, did he talk to anyone about his studies?" The woman shook her head and said, "His temperament has changed greatly. Although he likes to stroll around every day, he only talks with his neighbors about old stories from his hometown. He never mentions the Melochin clan. In fact, in the entire Huaihuang County, apart from Supervisor Chow and a few others, not many people know that he has become a disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect. And on the Spiritual Grace Mountain, there are too few people from the Dragon Spring Sword Sect. Wan Qi's direct disciples can be counted on one hand. It's not suitable for us to spy on him, lest we become enemies with Wan Qi. A cultivator like Wan Qi is not only the chief consecrator of Dali, but he also has the Winds Now Temple as his backer. It's said that he has a good relationship with that sword Immortal way. He's also a sword sect that competes with our great Dao. For the time being, it's not suitable for us to provoke him." The Tao family's patriarch laughed out loud and said, "He did say a few words that are quite knowledgeable." The mountain master lamented for no reason. "If we have Wei Jin, our Xinjiang mountain will not have to worry about the future. I can even give up my position as mountain master to Wei Jin." Wei Jin had asked the Northern Reed Continent's heavenly monarch Xianxia twice. He was fully deserving of being the #1 sword immortal in the Aquarius continent. The woman turned a deaf ear. The mountain master asked, "Are you sure that Lu Xianyang's natal porcelain is in the hands of the Wind Thunder Garden?" The woman nodded. There should be no mistake. The mountain master stretched out his fingers and rubbed his temples. Now that things have come to this, it can be considered a death feud. Especially these young people who can't suffer any losses, they are the most vengeful. What if he asks the sword with us as a direct disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect? When the time comes, how will Xinjiang Mountain deal with him? Kill him or not? It's a problem no matter how you look at it. What if he colludes with the Wind Thunder Garden, causing the Wind Thunder Garden and the Dragon Spring Sword sect to target Xingyang Mountain together. Even if it's not a big problem, it's ultimately not a good thing. The woman said tentatively, I have an idea. Mountain Master listened to it. The Mountain Master said with a gratified smile, tell me about it. If it really works and solves a potential problem, Xingyang Mountain has always been fair in its rewards and punishments. When the Mountain Master said that, he glanced at an empty seat that was slightly in front of the woman's seat. The woman understood and immediately smiled, but she suddenly hesitated. The Mountain Master was even more understanding and said, there's nothing important for today's discussion. Everyone go back and cultivate your swordsmanship. Some old sword cultivators stood up and left, leaving half of the ancestral hall empty. The woman then said, when a female cultivator of our Xianxia peak was traveling in the Fox Nation, she fell in love with a disciple of the Lu family from the Lizhu Grotto Heaven in Clearwind City. Why don't we go with the flow and let them tie the knot and become a pair of immortal Dao companions? Then we can discuss with the Su family of Clearwind City to let that man marry into Xingyang Mountain. This person's ancestral home was Huaihuang County in Dali. He was from the Lu family of Fortune Street and had a death feud with Lu Xianyang more than once. That disciple of the Lu family almost beat Lu Xianyang to death in a shabby alley. Later on, when Last Tao was traveling in the Lizhu Grotto Heaven, this person was also chosen by the woman of the Su family of Clearwind City and helped to lead the way. Therefore Lu Xianyang must have a lot of resentment towards this person. The Mountain Master nodded. He already understood the general idea. It was another unexpected surprise. Could it be that Xingyang Mountain was really going to put this woman who always abided by the rules and didn't like to be in the limelight in an important position? The woman continued, we'll make the wedding more lively and then deliberately spread the news to Huaihuang County. Lu Xianyang will definitely hear about it. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Even if Lu Xianyang causes a ruckus at the wedding and kills that disciple of the Lu family, it's still better than Lu Xianyang suppressing his resentment in his heart. After that, it's actually a good thing. In the future he won't have an excuse to be entangled with Xingyang Mountain. The ancestral master sitting opposite the woman smiled again and said, soft-hearted. The woman didn't refute. The ancestral master said, as long as Lu Xianyang dares to make a move at the wedding, I can make that disciple of the Lu family die just right. Not only that, we can make that disciple of Xianxia Peak who just put on her dowry commit suicide afterwards. As for whether she really dies or fakes her death, it's not important. It's all up to us. At worst we can just let him learn from Su Jia and conceal his identity. Xingyang Mountain won't mistreat him. I don't believe that Ruan Jie still has the face to protect that Lu Xianyang after such a ruckus. The woman said softly, Ancestral Master Yen is far-sighted. The ancestral master leaned back in his chair. Well said. The Mountain Master said, we still have to think of another reason for Lu Xianyang to have no choice but to come. The Tao family's ancestor smiled. Simple. Let the patriarch of the Su family from Clearwind City attend the wedding. He's still wearing Lu Xianyang's ancestral blackmail armor. I believe Clearwind City wishes for Lu Xianyang's early death even more than we do. The woman exhaled softly. It seemed that she was rather tired after speaking so much today. On a snowy peak of Xingyang Mountain, a master and servant were admiring the scenery in the corridor of an immortal mansion built on the edge of a cliff. The man was the sword cultivator of the old Zhuing dynasty Yuan Bai. The servant by his side was called Lu Kai. In front of outsiders she was expressionless. She was lifeless and ugly. She was extremely unlikable. Yuan Bai was rather dejected. He didn't think that he would lose his home and country after just a trip to the snowy peak continent. The servant's hometown wasn't actually a vast world in the true sense. It was the renowned Tianjing Blessed Land of the snowy peak continent. The Tianjing Blessed Land was the private property of the snowy peak continent's Lu family. When it was first discovered, it was still a low-class blessed land with thin spirit qi. It was a high-class blessed land that was forcefully created with the money of immortals. Every year, there would be a grand occasion of heavenly maidens scattering flowers. Every spring, the young women of the Lu family would wear rainbow-colored robes and scatter snow to spend money. It wasn't that the Lu family didn't have enough money, but that the blessed land was suppressed by the invisible Great Tao. It was at most a high-class blessed land. Even the Cloud Cave Blessed Land controlled by the Jiang family of the Jade Gui sect could not compare to the Tianjing Blessed Land. Being unable to raise the rank of the Blessed Land was not a problem for the Snowy Peak Continent's Lu family's god of wealth. It was rumored that the son of the first wife, Lu Yuzhou, accidentally made a joke when he was young and smashed a small grotto heaven. Thus, the Snowy Peak Continent's god of wealth felt that it was feasible. After that, seeing the Lu family's attitude of smashing money, even if it was a bottomless pit, it would be filled with snow and money. Thus, there was a joke in the vast world. Whoever could marry the Snowy Peak Continent's Lu Yuzhou would be the richest housewife in the world. The man turned to look at the servant and said softly, "Don't worry, I will help you find the previous owner of the blessed land." The servant nodded. A woman who rode the wind from the ancestral hall landed in the corridor. Yuan Bai and her bowed. The woman spoke telepathically with a troubled expression. She told Yuan Bai about the proposal from the ancestral hall of Xinjiang Mountain. After Yuan Bai heard it, he said without hesitation, "I agree." The woman sighed softly. Yuan Bai, who had not left his house since arriving at Xinjiang Mountain, smiled, "Senior, you don't have to do that." After the woman left, Yuan Bai said to the servant with guilt, "Lu Kai, I will try to help you obtain the identity of a direct disciple of Xinjiang Mountain as a protective talisman on your future cultivation path. I'm afraid I will have to break my promise about finding your master." The servant nodded, "It's all right." The woman slowly rode the wind back to her own mountain. The rules of Xinjiang Mountain were strict. Every cultivator's sword kinesis flight's trajectory had its own rules. When she arrived at a very simple place for cultivation, the woman sneered. She sat on a praying mat and reached out to twist the red string on her wrist. Thinking of the enmity between Xinjiang Mountain and Wind Thunder Garden, it was like a clay doll fighting in the water and a crab flipping the waves in the pot. The only thing she was interested in now was why her senior brother, who had not shown up for a long time, would take the initiative to find her and ask her to help take care of Lu Kai, who had walked out of Snowy Mountain Continent's Tianjing Blessed Land. There was no need to be nosy. It was fine as long as she did not die. However, she definitely did not dare to make any unnecessary moves, nor did she dare to do anything to her. Otherwise, with her usual style, that Lu Kai, Yuan Bai, and Lu Xian could have some marriage affinity. Her senior brother's heavenly plans could be said to be unimaginable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to suppress the entire Midland Yinyang school of Lu clan by himself. At most, she could play with and control the flow of a continent's sword Dao fate, and use the continent's general trend to temper her own great Dao. However, her senior brother was far more than that. Her senior brother's eyes seemed to be looking at the entire world. She muttered to herself, "Senior brother, why do you want to eliminate one with one?" In the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River, Lu Xianyang sat on a bamboo chair and dozed off under the sun. Previously, he had obtained 2 mountain and river court bulletins from Spiritual Grace Mountain, which made Lu Xianyang very happy. The first court bulletins were about the 10 young people of the various continents, and the latest bulletins were about the 10 candidates. Lu Xianyang admired the person behind the 2 bulletins, and also admired the person who could quickly provide more detailed insider information. Could it be that these immortals on the mountain liked to wander around and inquire about other people's news when they had nothing better to do? Lu Xianyang instantly woke up from his nap state. He looked up and greeted with a smile, "Brother Yumi." It was Sword Immortal Miyu who was thrown in front of him by Wei Shanjun. Miyu carried a bamboo chair and sat beside Lu Xianyang. Then he handed Lu Xianyang a handful of melon seeds. As they munched on the melon seeds together, Miyu said with a smile, "Cloud Pinning Mountain just learned that the young man surnamed Lu from Fortune Street is going to become Dao companions with a fairy from Xinjiang Mountain's Cheongji Peak." Lu Xianyang chuckled and said, "Then City Lord Su from Clear Wind City will definitely appear at the wedding." Miyu was stunned for a moment. "You didn't think of going there to cause trouble? I've already made plans to accompany you to Xinjiang Mountain." Lu Xianyang spat out the melon seed shell and said with a smile, "Didn't my little Pingon tell you early on to keep an eye on me and not let me act on impulse?" Miyu shook his head and said, "I really didn't." Lu Xianyang said angrily, "This guy is so heartless. He didn't even let Brother Yumi protect me. Damn it, he forgot about his brother after getting a wife. He probably forgot the taste of a monkey stealing a peach." Miyu felt a headache coming on. Lu Xianyang's brain was not working according to common sense. As expected of hidden official's brother. Lu Xianyang continued to munch on the melon seeds and bent over to look into the distance. If not for that landscape bulletin, I would have really gone to Xingyang Mountain. But since little Pingon is still alive, it's a different story. I'll wait for him in the future. If he's not loyal, I'll be loyal. Miyu said with a smile. Among the 10 substitutes, there's Ma Kuxuan from Apricot Blossom Alley. Lu Xianyang nodded and said, poor brother Woodmover. He must be disgusted to be with that fool Ma day and night. Miyu was puzzled. Brother Woodmover? Who? Lu Xianyang explained, Song Jisun from Mud Bottle Alley, the current vassal king Song Mu. Miyu did not ask any more. Miyu was not interested in the past matters related to hidden official. Lu Xianyang finished munching on the melon seeds and hugged the back of his head with both hands, and said helplessly, Uncle Lu is useless. Not to mention that I didn't make the list, even the North Continent's Treasure Vase Continent's top 10 youths did not have me. Is it because I haven't found a wife? Otherwise, there's no reason for me to be worse than little Pingon. Miyu did not care if he heard about it. Otherwise, in his own Luopa Mountain and this palm-sized Huaihuang County, it was easy for outsiders to become dizzy and not be able to understand. What Miyu was interested in was the 2 lists. There was no ranking for the 10 freshly selected substitutes. Except for Zhenwu Mountain's Ma Kuxuan. And the head disciple of Savage Land's king-level great demon Lu Cha Zhugong. Qing Ming Tian de Xian Du Temple, a certain female disciple of the Sword Immortal sect. A monk from Shou Exin Temple. Traveling to the 5th world, a talisman sect cultivator suffered from heatstroke. Born in Lu Xia Continent's heavenly pool grotto heaven. The cave master's only son. When he was born, there were auspicious signs. Coincidentally, on the night of mid-autumn, there were white lotuses blooming in the supreme liquid pool. A goddess held a white jade lingji in her arms and personally blessed him, nodding on his forehead. Not only that, she also gave him a language-understanding flower. The flower bloomed with 6 petals, each with a word. A word was natural and eternal. The 7th petal that was about to bloom would most likely be the word, new. Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven, a young girl, Chun Qing. She was the only disciple of the Green Immortal Mountains Madam. Proficient in alchemy, talisman, swordsmanship, martial arts, there was nothing she did not know. The young girl was also the only one among the 10 youths and substitutes whose age was detailed down to the year and month. She was only 14 years old. Qing Ming Tian de Xian Du, a Daoist Wang Yuanlu of the Rice Thief sect that was not recognized by the Beko Keikyung building. Middle Earth Divine Continent, a young man called Su Bai. Born in a small vassal state, there was a wishing bridge in the marketplace. The bridge keeper was surnamed Su and had a son. The young man's charm was extraordinary, like a banished immortal, hence his nickname Zhou Xian. It was said that when Su Bai was young and studying, there was a deity's spirit behind him that lit the lamp for him. Later on, when he slept on the bridge at night, the young man dreamed of an old Daoist walking towards him with a cane. The old Daoist's appearance was that of the wild mountains and seemed to have the aura of Dao. The young man seemed to be asleep. After suddenly lighting the lamp, he was in the sea of stars and fish in the sky. Liuxiao Continent, a young man with great fortune, gave a strange saying that he was a dreamer. Qing Ming Tian de Xian Du Xian Du Xian Du Xian Du Xian Du was a pure martial artist. Close to 50 years old, the bottleneck of the peak realm. Apart from this, there was also an 11th person among the 10 substitutes. Because of the previous hidden official's saying of 11th, this person was given the nickname of 22. This person's life was not considered long, but it was simply the most bizarre legend. In the beginning, his aptitude was not bad, so he only became an unofficial outer disciple of the sect. He was looked down upon, experienced ups and downs, and was also hurt in love. Then, on a trip down the mountain to train in order to save others, he unfortunately met with misfortune and was eventually reduced to a half-dead ghost. When he saw the light of day again, he held a grotto heaven in his hands. At such a young age, he was already the sect master of a sect. He reorganized the sect, and within the sect there was a large group of ancestors. Yet he was able to convince the masses. It was rumored that he had interacted with the Confucian school's secondary sage, as well as his own sect's Bek Okeikyung building's 3rd sect master Lu Chen, Xuandu Monastery's Daoist son, and the #1 alchemist. They all taught him Dao techniques and knowledge. His celestial companion was even more shocking. She was the Ascendant Realm founder of another sect, Regardless of whether it was age, cultivation, or identity, the disparity between the two was extremely great. The key point was that the two sects were originally mortal enemies that had been enemies for thousands of years. So when the two of them became Dao companions, almost half of the cultivators in the Qingming world were dumbstruck. Lu Xianyang shook the small bamboo chair, causing it to creak, and muttered, "Wuxia continent's dream tourist interesting." Currently, many of the Aquarius continent's cultivators, other than feeling honored, they were even more regretful. Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin had just passed 50 years old, and vassal King Song Zhangqiang had the same logic. If not, Song Zhangqiang and Wei Jin would both be in the top 10 young people, each occupying a spot, and then Ma Xian would follow closely behind, becoming one of the 10 substitutes. Under the heavens, 2 lists, a total of 21 people. The world's smallest Aquarius continent would monopolize 3 people. Lu Xianyang suddenly turned his head and stared at Miyu and said in a serious tone, "Brother Yumi, you are so outstanding and elegant. In the future, if Luopa Mountain has that mirror flower water moon job, you will definitely earn a lot. At that time, bring me along, I will be your green leaf." Miyu was dumbstruck. He suddenly understood the sincerity in Master Hidden Official's eyes. So Miyu immediately straightened his back and said, "Bring Wei Shanjun along, we will enjoy together." Lu Xianyang immediately said, "Let's have some more melon seeds to celebrate." Miyu then took out the melon seeds given by Xiaomili and gave half of it to Lu Xianyang. In the bustling Clear Breeze city, people from all walks of life mingled together. It was bustling with activity, all of them seeking wealth. The Su family also had the Fox country, so the Clear Breeze city was a famous hero's mound in the Aquarius continent. There was a young man who opened a perfume shop. He should not have reached the age of 30. His name was Yen Fong. He had a graceful bearing, as though he was a noble young master whose family had declined. A few years ago, in the Clear Breeze city that was filled with immortals, this shopkeeper was still unremarkable. The people that the perfume shop dealt with were naturally females. Most of them were well-off women, or young ladies who loved to look beautiful. The man looked like he had not reached the age of 30, but from his eyes, it was as though he was already in his 40s. A man like that who sold perfume, even if he did not treat his customers well and was only considered to be courteous, his business would not be bad. A lady's hair, pearl hairpins, clothes, this shopkeeper knew everything. The young shopkeeper liked to shop in bookstores to buy books, and he got to know a bookseller friend from a rather well-off family. The bookseller's family was rich, and in the bookstore business in the Clear Breeze city, he was considered to be the biggest. But in the Clear Breeze city, he was not considered to be a wealthy household. And compared to the residences of the rich and powerful families where immortals frequented, it was not even worth looking at. Today, Yen Fong was dragged to the bookseller's house to drink, and after drinking, the bookseller started to call shopkeeper Yen his brother, and started to complain that it was not easy for him to establish himself in the Clear Breeze city, that it was so difficult to marry a beautiful daughter, and that he was being looked down upon by his future in-laws. He said that his business, if placed in any small vassal country, would be considered to be the richest county, but in the Clear Breeze city he was being despised for having such low standards. And that daughter of his who had been filled with hidden bitterness, was no longer washing her face with tears every day. Just like today, she would come every few days to ask her father if there was enough food and wine. Shopkeeper Yen then gave him a rather strange way to make money as he swirled his wine cup and said slowly, "Brother Yuan, I may not be able to help you make a lot of money, but I can help 3 generations of your children and grandchildren to have a small income." The bookseller was taken aback and he said softly, "Brother, I am all ears." The young shopkeeper then said with a smile, "I admit that I am proficient in calligraphy, painting, literature and seal engraving, but I am not too good at it and I am not destined to become a master. But it is not difficult for me to make a living out of it. But I lack the capital and Brother Yuan happens to have it and I can use it to make a fool of myself. Since Brother Yuan is the biggest bookseller in the Clear Breeze city, it will be easy for you to engrave books. Every other year I will be responsible for compiling a set of seal engravings for Brother Yuan, with 100 square blocks of seals, and I will piece together a total of 97 or 98 square blocks. They are all authentic and well-documented works of masters and the rest are all fake." The bookseller then asked in puzzlement, "Fake? How do you sell it? It is not that I do not trust your seal engraving skills, but those who have a lot of money in their pockets are all shrewd and not easy to fool." Yan Fong took a sip of wine and said with a smile, I have read many history books of various countries and local county records. For example, I will help Brother Yuan engrave a seal that imitates a famous seal engraving master. The seal engraving master will deliberately change the name or a certain word, purposely giving a flaw that is not a flaw. In fact, it is in line with the records of the genealogy, so this business will not earn money from the common people, but from the refined people who have read enough books. As long as they do a little research, they will mistakenly think that they have picked up a big bargain. There are many similar unorthodox methods. The bookseller was slightly moved. Can it really work? Yan Fong glanced at the woman behind the screen and said with a smile, let's make it clear first, if Brother Yuan loses money on the engraving, I will drink as punishment and apologize to Brother Yuan. I really do not have money. If you make money in the future, Brother Yuan, remember to treat me to a pot of immortal wine. After a detailed discussion, the bookseller felt that this was most likely feasible. In the end, he staggered to his feet and sat back down. He could only let the daughter send manager Yen off. When the daughter returned, the bookseller was already sitting at the table and asked, Are you sure that it is the accent of the old Zhou dynasty's Yuzhou? The woman nodded. It is a pity that he is not a sword cultivator but a sixth realm martial artist. However, he is already very talented. As long as we can confirm that he is a remnant of the Zhou people, we can recruit him. The bookseller frowned. He does not seem like a greedy person. He speaks elegantly and is not ordinary. The woman joked. Brother Yuan sincerely treats him as a brother, but he wants to be Brother Yuan's son-in-law. The bookseller could not help but shake his head. A vixen like you may not be able to truly move this person. It is wishful thinking to ask him to serve our Su family wholeheartedly. The woman hesitated for a moment, then said, We can ask our ancestor to do it himself. Are you joking? The bookseller hesitated and began to weigh the pros and cons. There is no need to mobilize so many people unless, the woman nodded, unless this person can reach the golden body realm. It is best if there is a glimmer of hope that he can become a far-travel grandmaster. Our Clear Breeze city does not lack literary luck, but martial luck. The bookseller said, There is no hurry. Let's observe for a while. Whether your ancestor will appear or not is not up to you and me to decide. We have to ask Madam. Yan Fong walked back to his shop in a drunken stupor. His expression was desolate as he muttered to himself. Beside the Vermilion Bird Bridge at the mouth of the Black Cloak Alley in front of the Wuxia Hall, in the homes of the common people. What day was yesterday, what day was today, what day was tomorrow? Parting with you in the snowfall, meeting you again in the falling flowers. When not drinking, one's wishes come true. When drunk, one's dreams come true. A pedestrian walked quickly behind him and accidentally bumped into the young shopkeeper's shoulder. Unexpectedly, that person staggered, apologized, and continued to walk quickly. This person took a detour back to the bookseller's house and repeated the young shopkeeper's words word for word. Then he said, The foundation of a sixth realm martial artist is very good. It even makes me suspect that this person is already at the seventh realm. The bookseller and the woman looked at each other. This martial artist who had been temporarily transferred here was a true sixth realm martial artist. As for whether that Yan Fong would be suspicious because of this, it was not important at all. Perhaps it would not be long before they would be colleagues in Clear Wind City. Near his spice shop, on a secluded street that was somewhat similar to the Dragon Rider Alley, the young shopkeeper slowly walked down the steps. At the bottom of the alley, there was a young girl in a cotton-padded jacket being chased by a large white goose. She was dirty and black. At first she was laughing as she ran. After being pecked, she was crying as she ran. Shopkeeper Yen stopped in his tracks and looked at this scene. When he smiled with narrowed eyes, his expression was gentle. A woman happened to be at the bottom of the alley and slowly walked up the steps. When she raised her head and saw this scene, she could not let it go. Yan Fong brushed past the woman. A light breeze blew past the young man's sideburns and his body swayed slightly. The man had the faint fragrance of the sachet at his waist and also the smell of wine. When a man did not have a woman in his eyes, it was possible that the woman would pay more attention to him. When he returned to the temporarily closed shop, it was still early. There were already some women waiting there, complaining endlessly. When they saw the young shopkeeper, they immediately smiled like flowers. Business was still very good today. The shop had not yet closed, but there were no customers for the time being. Yan Fong carried a small stool and sat at the door. He saw a young boy and girl who were childhood sweethearts walking together on the street. After a while, the youth returned the way he came and came to the young shopkeeper. He squatted down and said in a muffled voice, "Shopkeeper, I did not dare to give that sachet to her." The youth then raised his head and encouraged himself. "Tomorrow. I will definitely give it to her tomorrow." The young shopkeeper smiled and said, "It's all right. You gave her a gift and she accepted it. It's better than the sachet." The youth was puzzled and said, "I didn't give her anything." The young shopkeeper smiled and said, "You gave it to her. It was even a box of rouge." The youth was puzzled. "What?" The young shopkeeper raised his head and looked at the clouds in the sky and said softly, "When you look at her attentively, she blushes." The youth thought about it but did not fully understand. He picked up the small stool and closed the shop. Returning to the backyard, he waited until the imperceptible ripple of qi gradually dissipated. The young shopkeeper was still lying on a rattan chair, gently fanning himself as a cool breeze blew. All these years in the clear breeze city, this foreign businessman had always been so languid. The folding fan in his hand had been known as a cool friend since ancient times, and was also known as a facade. One day, a woman with 2 maids came to buy spices. Her eyes were rather picky and the young shopkeeper leaned against the counter, answering whatever the woman asked. After that, the business of the spice shop was too good and the young shopkeeper felt that it was too busy, so he hired a woman to help. Unexpectedly, the shop's business took a nosedive. The young shopkeeper was still not too concerned and left the shop's business to the woman to manage while he hid in the backyard to enjoy the cool breeze. Under the moonlight, the woman lifted up a bamboo curtain and stood at the door to the backyard. She looked at the young shopkeeper lying on the rattan chair and asked with a smile, "Do you know who I am?" The young shopkeeper was still fanning himself with his jade bamboo fan. Languid, he said, "It's not that Madame Sue." The woman said, "You've actually met her before." The young shopkeeper made a sound of acknowledgement. The woman said, "I know you've covered up your face. If you're willing to see me with your real face, I'll see you with my real face." The young shopkeeper closed his folding fan and twirled it lightly before he held it tightly and tapped it lightly on his forehead. He said, "But I'm used to your current face." The woman was a little embarrassed and she bit her lip lightly before she glared at him and said, "Since you've known that I'm not some common woman, why have you always pretended not to know? Or are you actually plotting something against the clear breeze city? Deliberately keeping me by your side?" The young shopkeeper turned his head slightly and looked at the woman who had used the camouflage technique. He then said with a smile, "You have the final say." The woman asked, "Who are you really?" The young shopkeeper turned his gaze back and looked up at the sky. "Me, just a drunkard." The woman sneered, "If I remember correctly, you never drink." He said casually, "I'll drink tomorrow." The young shopkeeper who was about to become the Su family's worshipper still had a hurdle to overcome. But the woman had been with him for a long time and for the first time, she could not bear to see him like this. But when she thought of the Su family head's methods and the fact that she was living under someone else's roof, she removed the camouflage technique and called out softly to Yen Feng. He slowly turned his head when he heard her and immediately opened his folding fan to cover his face. He no longer looked at her and said with a smile, "So it's the ruler of the Fox Kingdom. The human world is really blessed." The woman frowned and with a wave of her sleeve she slapped the folding fan out of his hand. She came before him in an instant and stretched out a finger to press against his forehead before she asked a few questions. She breathed a sigh of relief and retracted her finger. Looking at the young man who seemed to be asleep, she smiled and stretched out her finger again to press against his temples and tugged lightly. She could not help but take a few steps back. Her eyes widened and she covered her mouth with one hand and her other hand over her heart. The man frowned slightly and woke up. He opened his eyes and said coldly, "Get out." She calmed herself down and said with a smile, "Oh, so it's a hidden golden body realm cultivator." He reached out and grasped the folding fan in his hand. He stood up and suddenly smiled. He walked to her side and gently tapped her cheek with the folding fan. He smiled and said softly, "Good girl, be my maid from now on. There's no need to repay me with your body. You're actually not good looking and I'm afraid I'll be taken advantage of." She tilted her head slightly and looked away before meeting his eyes again. She raised her hand to push away the jade bamboo folding fan and said with a smile, "As expected of a drunkard, You really like to talk drunkenly. When the folding fan was pushed away, he slapped her face with the back of his hand. He seemed to be a little stunned. The ruler of the Fox Kingdom, a nascent soul realm cultivator, actually got slapped? He looked up at the night sky as if nothing had happened. She smiled sweetly and turned around. Quietly, she accompanied him to look at the night sky. Strangely, a full moon just happened to disappear into the clouds. The bright moon hid in the clouds, ashamed to see the people beside it. Zhou Xian used his voice to form a line and asked, "I've been waiting for you for many years. I can't take the initiative to look for you. I can only wait for you to come see me and wait for you to show yourself. What I'm going to say next is not drunken talk. Listen carefully." She began to feel conflicted. Based on her intuition, she didn't dare to listen to what he was going to say next. She said, "You'll soon be a third-rank consecrator of the Su clan in Clearwind City." Zhou Xian smiled. "Of course I'll continue to be a consecrator." She shook her head. "I advise you not to say unnecessary words. It's easy to draw legs on a snake. As a golden body realm cultivator with a little effort, there's hope to become a first-rank consecrator in the future." Then she felt a chill in her heart. Something's wrong. This person definitely isn't just a golden body realm cultivator. As expected, that person said helplessly, "Unfortunately, I don't have that much free time. At most I'll stay for another 3 years. A Clearwind City really doesn't have the qualifications to make me spend more time." She sneered, "You'll die. It might be tonight or at most tomorrow." Zhou Xian said to himself, "Do you want to move the entire Fox country to a place where your body and mind are free? At least it won't be like it is now. Every year there will be a fox skin talisman leaving Clearwind City. I'm not in the 6th realm, 7th realm or 8th realm, but in the peak realm. If you don't agree, I can only kill you with one punch," she said in a trembling voice. "Are you crazy?" Zhou Xian held the fan to his chin with an intoxicating smile. He said, "Forget it, I really can't bear to kill you. If you don't agree, then go and inform the mistress of the Su clan in Clearwind City, and then let the city lord come and kill me. I want to experience the strength of the #1 person in the Aquarius continent below the 5 realms. The premise is that he is willing to destroy half of Clearwind City. But if you agree, I will tell you the specific steps of the relocation in detail. 3 years is enough. After hearing it, you should be able to confirm that I'm not talking nonsense with you." She turned her head and stared at the side of his face. She didn't dare to look, but she had to look. This person's nonsense had moved her a little. But for some reason she felt that he was more looking forward to her not agreeing. Zhou Xian took out a mask from his sleeve and gently covered his face. It was exactly the same as the young face from before. His movements were gentle and meticulous, like a woman putting on yellow flowers. It was as if he had expected that there would be a day where she would personally tear off the mask and agree to his request, so he used the mask. Zhou Xian lay back on the rattan chair. She stood in the same place, but when she turned her head and looked, she could no longer see the face from before. It made her feel relieved but also a little regretful. She asked, "What is your real name?" Zhou Xian pointed at the bamboo curtain with his fan. "Bamboo curtain. Homophone Zhou Xian." And the Su clan of Clearwind City was very concerned about the Luopa mountain in the Pearl Grotto heaven. As the mistress of the Fox clan that was related to half of the wealth of Clearwind City, she was very clear about this matter. She said angrily, "Do you really think I won't tell Clearwind City?" If this person hadn't taken the initiative to reveal the heavenly secret, she would never have believed that the person in front of her was the stooped old steward on Luopa mountain. He waved the closed fan saying, "Come and rub my shoulders." Her face was gloomy. "Do you believe that I won't send a message to that lady?" He said, "Do you believe it yourself?" She said dejectedly, "Tell me about the steps. I'll make a decision after I hear it." Unexpectedly, Zhou Xian tapped her shoulder with his fan. She gritted her teeth, walked over and crouched down. She was about to suppress her shame and anger and help him rub his shoulders. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xian lay on his side and looked at her. He said with a smile, "Don't sneak into my room tonight. It's summer, there's no need to warm the bed." She asked curiously, "Take off your mask." He tapped her forehead with his fan, then lay back down. "On such a bright moon night, you and I spoil the mood." She was speechless, then suddenly said something that Zhou Xian had said before. "Actually, I'm still used to your current face." He grunted in agreement. She asked, "Are you really a peak martial artist?" He nodded. Senior Cui had passed away, Li Erjing had left Aquarius continent long ago. Her young master had not returned. Even Pei Qian had gone to another place. In the current Aquarius continent, there was only Song Zhangqiang left, who was a 10th realm martial artist. If he could not quickly become a 10th realm martial artist, no matter how much face he had, he would not have the face to see anyone. He was just short of 1 or 2 fights. So the intuition of the master of Fox Country was not wrong. This martial maniac truly hoped that she would send a message to Clear Breeze City's Su family. In the past, when young Master Zhou Lian was roaming the Jianghu when he was drunk and punched, it was the most mesmerizing to women, it was enough to make them drunk. She took a stool and sat beside the rattan chair, admiring the moon with him. The two were speechless. Zhou Lian gently opened his fan, fanning a cool breeze. The cool breeze brushed past their hair. She said, "Zhou Lian, can Fox Country really successfully move to Luopa Mountain? Can I really trust you? I'm afraid of death, and I'm even more afraid that the entire Fox Country will be implicated by me." He said, "Believe in yourself first, then believe in me." She was silent for a long time and finally could not help but ask, "A person like you, why are you willing to work for Luopa Mountain?" He did not answer the question. Who isn't a bird in a cage, who isn't a guest in the human world? Julian Julian Juyenlian.